remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Hey Kyo, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then. Hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash
the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! Forbid on it. Crowd's all ready for that drag slide. Oh, they're wrapped with crazy minds. Right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second day of LEC Versus here at the Riot Games Arena. Yesterday, we got a pretty good refresher of what the LEC is about. It was hectic, it was chaotic, it was a banger. Guys, how are you doing? What did you think of yesterday?
I'm doing great. Yesterday was really fun. A lot of surprises and some that maybe wasn't so surprising, but I keep being so excited for this first week here. So many new games and so much new stuff on the new patch. Can't wait to get into it.
I mean, I'm also really optimistic, but like, it's so much new things. But also, I feel like yesterday teams were a little bit scared. I feel like a lot of the early games were kind of slow, and I feel like you can kind of accommodate that to the day one jitters, new stage, new season. I imagine today and tomorrow they're gonna get a little bit more comfortable, and finally we can see some of these crazy early games. Because yesterday we had crazy games. Think about shifters, but also a lot of good moments.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
You're talking about the new game changes that we had also. Maybe we were going to see more in-game later. I want to talk about what we maybe haven't seen too much. We're going to go post position by position. I want to start by ADC. Jack, I'm going to come with you first. You have emotes here in front of you, so we're going to talk about the game changes, and you're going to say you can vote in Twitch chat as well if they're POG or not. Do you like them or not? Coming to you first, because as an ADC, you're whining all the time.
Yeah.
What do you think about having 6 items now?
Okay, ADC changes. I love them. Makes me very happy. But then the problem I have is the ADC meta in competitive, because my blood boils. I see Corki, Yunara, Varus every single game, and there's no crit items. That was what I was excited about. Crit was doing more damage, everybody was hyped, but they're not playing it.
I was actually surprised that people leave Yunara open that often.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Leave it to AD carries to find something to complain about, even when they get one extra item.
Well, the problem
That's really impressive.
Like,
I'm just gonna say, they get everything handed to them and they still find a way to complain.
You want to talk because top laners often whine, but I feel like Riot's made top lane more interesting, maybe?
Okay, top laners don't whine. We are stoic and we overanalyze very realistically and
You're the victims of the
objectively.
game.
Top lane changes. You want to go in on that?
Yeah, tell me what you think about it. The quests, the leveling, the XP changes. Do we like it? Of course you do.
I adore it.
Mega Pog.
I feel like finally I'm not a side character. I feel like I got like a lot of screen time in the game. I got some nice development arcs. I even got some beautiful like fan art, you know, because people are excited about my storylines. Finally, top laners have an impact on the game. I feel like I get to join the game. I even get to like choose how I want to play my lane, because AD carries, they got barrier, supports got exhaust, and we're like, you have to go TP, TP, TP every single game. Now you don't have to. Looks like we're kind of doing it still, but I'm looking forward to see, especially with Fearless in the future, how many like niche strategies you can find with like barrier, ignite, exhaust.
I mean, that's the thing. I was expecting we would see more first level strategy, running ignite, running ghost, more psychopath on the top lane, and it feels like still TP is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw 2 top laners not taking TP, and they both sadly lost. There was BB with the Gnar and Tao with the Aatrox with ignite. So it does seem to struggle a little bit.
Okay, something that we can agree on when it comes to side laning, Phaelites, pretty OP.
Pretty
Kinda
nice.
good not being able to get ganked that often, huh?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, I really like it. Not having to worry about like junglers constantly coming to your lane. It was so hard to ward for them before.
Oh, it was so hard. We
And
had
then
to
I
go
need
down
to
there,
rely.
put the ward in the river. Oh my god. Now it does it for me. I'm so nice.
Yeah.
It's something that Mirven was saying also when I interviewed him yesterday. It's the fact that you have this freedom, that you can see everything, that you don't have to anticipate someone just storming your lane when you're not ready for it.
What on earth are you two talking about?
What are you doing?
What are you talking about? Phaelites are awful. You get infinite XP, you get infinite gold, and what do I get? Everyone has vision. You get 1 measly ward a game and you place it down, you're like, oh, 45 seconds of vision, isn't that the best? You guys are so entitled, I can't even look at you anymore. It's disgusting.
An actual supports main, ladies and gentlemen, and I get it. Maybe it's a bit too much. Maybe they pushed it a tad too far on the Phaelites. Last change that I want to talk about, the mid lane boots. I love some pretty shoes. They're shiny, they're fast. Do we like them?
I think it was a good like recycle of the old feet,
Yeah.
now that they got them back. And then I think now with the new home guards and the empowered recall that mid laners get, they can be so fast on the map, it's crazy.
I'm just so startled that Dad just yelled at me for so loudly. But let me get back into my headspace. I think the boots and the home guards, I think it's a different view of the game, because what happens now is that you get back to lane so fast. I feel like you can take base timings kind of more freely, which also helps you not rely on TP as much. And especially the side lane home guards really change how the game is played in mid game. And that's where I want to see teams optimize more into side laning gameplay, because the last 3 years it's been kind of group and fight on objectives, and I want to bring back that old EU identity of side laning.
I love what you guys are saying, but I want to actually hear some pro players and what they think about those changes.
I mean,
still.
I've been really enjoying the preseason changes a lot, playing scrims in the new season, especially. It feels a lot faster, the game. I really like that they changed that there's no waiting time level 1. I think that's always the most annoying part in a way, when you play a game and randomly someone gets caught because they invade somewhere as 5. I like that it's straight to the action.
Personally, like the changes a lot. I think it brings a lot of agency to my role. I think over the last 2 years, top lane hasn't gotten a lot of love from competitive scene because of all the swaps that were going on. The top laner were usually one getting the short straw. So now I think the top laners are actually feeling quite strong on average.
I think I like the preseason change, and overall I like when there is change in the game, because it kind of forces you to adapt, and I think adaptability is like one of the main strengths you should have if you want to be a really good player.
I mean, to be honest, we only scrimmed like 2 days so far on the new patch, so it definitely feels a bit faster. It feels much more rewarding hitting turrets instead of just breaking it because of the new plates, and I'd say the waves come much faster too, so that's something we have to adapt to. So I'd just say it feels faster for sure.
Look, Phalight's perhaps a mistake. However, supporting in 2026 is quite fun. As Afromu said, WTF, support is so easy, dude. You can do so many things as a support right now, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I want to be tough, I want to be big, I want to be damaging my opponents. Well, Braum, Nautilus, Taric, all great supports, and they all work really well with a very specific item, the Bandle Pipes. If you want to toot your horn and play a song for your teammates, well, you can do it with the Bandle Pipes. Whenever you slow or immobilize an enemy, you get to give your teammates a big AoE 20% attack speed buff, and you get a bunch of other stats as well. But sometimes, as a support, you're like, hey, there's a good show on Netflix. I just want to be a passenger princess. I just want to chill, I want to vibe. Riot have got you covered. This great 2-item combination will allow you to be as much of a passenger as you want. Diadem of Songs plus Echoes of Helia. And you might be saying, hey, what does it do, Medic? What does it do? Well, Diadem of Songs, when you buy it, and when you stack up that tier from the Whispering Circlet, gives you, or someone you've healed if you're in combat, a massive bonus heal equal to your bonus mana. And alongside that, Echoes of Helia gives you healing equal to the pre-mitigation damage that you've done throughout the game. And you're thinking, okay, this works well on Janna, on Lulu, on enchanters like that. No! Don't you think like that, because what you need to do is now add damage. Things like Ashe, Vel'Koz, add in these extra items. Serpent's Fang, great for all the shields in the game. Liandry's on Vel'Koz as well. You can do so much damage and put out so much healing while doing it. And isn't that what all supports really want to do? Well, that's it from me. We're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Medic. Banger presentation here, and a nice segue into the first segment we're going to have today, the first game of the day, Heretics, Shifters. I want to talk about Heretics first, because I don't feel like we've seen anything from that team yesterday. Something was missing, though. I was expecting the I'm going to call them the French backbone. Sheo, Stand, I was expecting them to do something. I don't think we've seen anything from them that game yet.
The French friends didn't really pop off yesterday, and I feel like with this Heretics, I expect them to be one of our slower starters coming into this year, because you have Trasin, you have Serin, who doesn't have a lot of, I mean, Serin has a lot of experience, but Trasin is really fresh, this developmental top lane, and I think they need more time to really hone in on their identity. I want to see them play more for Sheo. I want to see Serin include himself more in Sheo's plans, because I feel like that's will be the engine, at least in winter, while Trasm is developing and while Ice maybe finds his footing in the meta.
I think you're adding on to a very strong point there, Finn, with the storyline. It's very similar to last year, and it feels like they need time for this roster to develop, but I hope that they're willing to, or they're able to not need that time, because now they have a much more strong foundation to build around with Sheo and Stand. So I think those are definitely the key players that we're looking at, and they need to step up, because the other players, I mean, they're new.
And on the other side, Shifters kind of shifting the bed yesterday in the game, and they had. But wait, let's talk about what was going well for the team, because before it started collapsing, we actually saw some good elements for that team. I hope they managed to forget whatever happened here during this game against GX, because they had everything right up until the Nexus didn't fall.
I mean, I think after a game like this, you have to be willing to say, like, it's unlucky. You know, we tried to end, we barely couldn't end, but I think it was pretty clear that they were in control for most of the game. Noah had an absolute hero performance, and if Noah doesn't do that, like, for sure Giant X is just getting stumped that game.
Yeah, for me, big shout out to Trimby. I think his roams towards mid were so pivotal in those 2v2s. They were really volatile in that game mid-jungle. The difference maker was actually Trimby on that bar, roaming up and really making sure that his mid laner, his jungler won those trades. So I want to see what he can do more today, and I want to see what kind of vibe he brings to the European League.
Yeah, I've been really happy to see Trimby back. I kind of thought, to be honest, it's rare when someone goes to like a kind of lesser region like Brazil, you know, or to a minor region, that they come back so strong. So I was thinking that Trimby would not be the same as we've seen him before when he won LEC with Rogue, but in this game today, I was incredibly happy with him in the Bard.
Let's see what they can show today in their second game, as Shox is standing by with Trimby in our pre-game interview.
Trimby, it's time for your second match today, but yeah, I need to ask about yesterday first. I'm sorry to bring it up.
That's fine.
What happened?
Well, I mean, we did a little bit suck later on, like, you know how it goes, but the game was in our hands. Sadly, from what I saw in the comms, I think both teams said that the other team was not playing so well, so yeah, it was exactly the case, but at least we gave a banger, you know, coming into second game. I think people didn't expect the game to be so intense. For us, it was pretty much the same. I didn't think we would end up on like backdoor to backdoor, back to back. It was kind of crazy.
What are some of the good things then that you felt in the game that you guys did?
I think we had a really good early game, and I think we snowballed quite well into mid game. I think just later the fact that we couldn't really manage to get proper leads afterwards, right? Since we were ahead, and then we kind of just fell behind, even though we should have actually looked into more advantages. That's something we need to look for, but honestly, we're still a new team, right? With the new bot lane coming in, and right, their last year also was not ideal, so, you know, there's a lot to work on in order to make sure that we actually can step up massively and, yeah, fight for, you know, contend for good spots.
Absolutely. When it comes to you, you've had your big journey in Brazil. You made it to Worlds, which was really amazing to see. Can you tell me a little bit about your goals and your vision for this year? What are your goalposts in terms of what you want to achieve as a personal development?
Yeah, I think last year was pretty hard, like just the fact that I had such a big collision when it comes to like cultural differences and everything, and it taught me quite a lot, like as an individual and as a player. So right now, coming into this year, I just want to show that, you know, I still belong here. Like, it would be nice to perform well, of course, and then at the same time be able to help my team actually achieve great things, because at the end of the day, that's kind of what I'm here for as a veteran. I really don't like this word, but sadly I am right now. I still really truly don't feel this way, but definitely, you know, I'm supposed to be someone who tries to help as much as I can with my team, especially with some of the teammates that are right, like not only rookies, but also like playing so little in LEC, and I want to make sure that their tier 1 time is good for them, you know?
Awesome. Finally, are we going to take another dance class together soon?
I already set up one on Tuesday. I don't, yeah, probably, yeah, we can definitely set up something more, but yeah, I would love to.
We'll do it. Yeah. We'll bring the gang back together. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And here we are for our first game of the second day of LEC Versus. Trimby already ready for the dance class. We'll see if he's got the moves on the Rift. I made myself cringe. Whatever. I'm Dracos.
Hey, look, I'm tippy-tapping with excitement over here. I'm ready to get into the day number 2. First class back as well. It's nice to be back up here, John.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that as much as things have changed, they've also stayed the same. But I hope, Dagda, that you are the secret ingredient that we have been missing to spice up these drafts today. But we'll have to find out. Of course, both the teams taking to the stage coming off of a loss after day 1, so maybe looking for a bit of redemption here in week 1. With 12 teams, it is of course best one runner robin, but you have 11 games, so more than you would normally have in a 10-team league. So 2 extra games to kind of prove yourself and find your footing. This week we'll see if they're gonna, if there's gonna be a bounce back. I think we saw good things from both teams yesterday. From one of the teams, we saw absolute catastrophe. Before that, though, there were some good things.
Yeah. And I mean, look, on both sides, I'm kind of hoping that we'll get to see a loss. I think for Shifters, obviously, been a little bit unfortunate for them. But for Heretics, I think I just want to see a little bit more steadiness in the early game. Yesterday against Na'Vi, it felt like Shale couldn't really find his footing in the early stages of the game. There was a lot of pushing lanes that made it difficult for him to have interaction in the map. So I definitely want to see if he can have a bit more opportunities to make his presence known, because he was such a focal point of Heretics throughout all of last year.
Yeah. Definitely an opportunity to shift things around. It is only a single best of 1. I think the patch still feels very undiscovered as well. Of course, Team Heretics, you can see at the top of the draft there, that little line of text, Team Heretics to choose blue side. Shifters chose second pick. So, normal. Draft is normal. You will continue to hear me for the entirety of the year. Just sort of, I don't know, have fever dreams as I try to explain this change, because it's very simple, but for some reason, boggles the mind. Now, Nico, as well as the Talia. Okay, so we're getting a Yunara ban too. So at least something slightly different in the AD carry department. And usually, Rob, Malphite has been banned. And I never thought I would say I'm excited for Malphite. But at this point in my casting career, I'll take it. I want the entire Bronze Zodiac to be viable. Give me the Amumu.
Yeah, I mean, Malphite jungle is incredibly strong at the moment and is first pick worthy if you want to go for it. Zeke's Convergence, giving that 15 ability haste, the change coming into the year has made him incredibly strong, but we could be boring if he wants to as well.
It's the Emperor of Shurima, yeah. Well, Azir, he's good for a reason. Why they gave a control mage so much mobility? It's beyond
Bance, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Bance. Just having a good time. But if he's viable in the meta, he's going to be sticking around. Now, the immediate logical pick is hard to say, because 2 of the options have banned, and Ryze now going to be the pick.
Yeah, I was going to say you can either go for like a Malphite and Bessa combo if you really wants to. Ryze also just a good answer in that mid lane as well. But it looks like will not be getting the case. So just go back to Wukong.
Cool. Whoa. Heck yeah. But it is day 2. Remember, both these teams are also coming off a loss, so it's hard to know what they were scrimming, what was good in their particular scrim bubble, or who they are up against. So Wukong, Ryze, I would say pretty stock standard, but also pretty powerful.
Yeah, I'm curious though now if Heretics want to take something like the Rumble away though, because like with there it is, yeah, the Wukong already taken, the Rumble incredibly strong alongside that. It looks like it is going to be sniffed out. And then I think it's just looking at Shao to see what he feels comfortable taking in towards that jungle.
Yeah, of course, with traits in. This was Rumble that we saw yesterday. The early levels, as expected in the Cassante matchup, were pretty solid. After that, it did get out of control pretty quickly. Maturn just, doing a lot of work. We'll see if up against Rooster he has a better time, and also what the option is for Rooster on the Shifter's side to maybe shut down this pick. Is Pantheon again, and not Malphite. Just so we're all clear, not Malphite.
Well, we don't know because he never takes the helmet off. You never know what's happening underneath,
There's an entire mountain underneath that helmet, as we were saying. Okay, Cassante. Sick. All right, guys. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm hoping for with this composition? Even if we've seen comps like this before, I am hoping for some aggressive side lane plays, with the Pantheon. And the 1v1, I'm hoping Tracer gets a bit more of an edge today. I'm hoping that, hey, day 1 was some jitters. He now gets to play the exact same matchup as he did in his first game. But maybe this time, it'll be different.
Yeah, I think the Pantheon going to be a little bit more defensive though, because Azir not exactly fantastic on the side, has some escapes, but certainly against the Ryze, I think it's more about trying to make sure you can protect those sideline plays when they try to make as Shifters plays towards the Azir. And then I think it's going to be like these crazy support picks like, Alistair or Rel and like maybe Braum as an answer in this bottom side of the map. Because Heretics, you just kind of want some easy setup for the Rumble. And Pantheon can kind of give engage, but it's not fantastic.
Yeah, and Rumble's damage output is completely insane. The Equalizer alone has such ridiculous scaling, but obviously the slow that it provides at a baseline, not usually enough to ensure all that damage connects. You really do want that additional CC, preferably in AoE form, as we're seeing the bar taken away. Is what Trimby played yesterday. To pretty good effect. Had a lot of solid plays in that game, so it makes sense. And the Varus, just generally good champion in the context of Rumble compositions and very good into the kind of Wukong K'Sante front line.
I do want to go back to the Trimby thing you were saying, though, because I think that was what we saw from Trimby was kind of what I was hoping he'd bring. At least we got to see inklings of it, of this, hey, I'm going to start to roam around the map, I'm going to link up with Bukata, and we're going to play towards sides. And we got to see little moments of that sprinkled throughout the game yesterday, but I'm hoping as the split goes on, that kind of starts to elevate even more. Because last year, Shifters, like, Nuke was a very strong mid laner. They were making plays in the early game and getting leads, but then they just didn't really have anyone who could shot call their way through a strong mid game. So hoping with the addition of Trimby, that can be that wow factor Shifters need.
Yeah, being that big voice for the team, and of course, speaking of the bottom side of the map, Podek, also a guy that we're going to be looking at because Ice was for such a long time the rock of the now Shifters, formerly BDS lineup, playing up against his former team, right? It was Nuke and Ice, that carry duo, who were responsible for, I would say, pretty much all of BDS's success in those clutch moments last year. Now the face down against the former team, we're going to see who is the superior AD carry. It's Corky the lock-in, so innovation abound.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I wouldn't mind something like a Kai'Sa here. We've seen a little bit over in the LCK, but I think when you've got a Pantheon that can dive in towards the back line, you've got decent setup. And if you're going to take Nautilus with it, I think you could be in an okay spot. Like, it's not best matchup into Corky in the bottom side, as Corky can't bully you, but I think if you can survive in towards that mid game, and the ability to reposition against things like the Wukong that are trying to dive in on top of you could be crucial.
Yeah, generally considered a pretty difficult matchup for the Kai'Sa, but as we saw in the hands of Noah yesterday, up against Shifters, it can really get a lot of work done if it's given just a bit of space in those team fights, and the extra mobility, as you highlighted, is pretty good. So Nautilus, that gives the CC we were talking about in the composition, makes it that much easier to play the Pantheon in the Rumble and these big fights. But the option for AD is going to be Smolder, which is kind of like, look, beggars can't be choosers, guys. It's not broken Smolder. It still is scaling Smolder, but Essence Reaver, we've played it. You do no damage, and then you build Essence Reaver, and suddenly you hit like a truck. It's a good time to play Smolder. Can't lie.
Yeah, I think it's at least something that can try and use its ultimate to help out with kind of laying the red carpet, so to speak, for things like the Pantheon, and when you do get that point-and-click CC with the Nautilus, so we'll have to see. But there it is, the Rel on the opposite side. Nothing too crazy, but all in all, both Heretics and Shifters very much teamfight focused. Like you have some sideline pressure with Shifters in the Rise, but overall you're still going to be playing towards these objectives. So I expect a lot of focus as we get towards that third, fourth Dragon and trying to set up properly around these fights.
Yeah, and I think the big question is going to be looking at those early lanes. We know how good Smolder and Azir can be in later stages of the game, but can they secure that lane priority that they need? Will they be able to find that push to get that set around those early objectives? And really eyes on Shale. Is Pantheon a powerhouse champion in the early stages of the game? Maybe he can be the one to break up some of these laning matchups. And for Tracy and Rooster, they're playing the same exact matchup they did yesterday. They're loving best of one. But we'll see if this one goes a little bit differently, as they both did find a loss yesterday. So chance of redemption on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think the fact you at least have the push and wave on top side and potential to play around mid lane, I think will open up a lot for Shale in these early stages. And I think that's exactly what we're calling for at the start of this, right? Having Shale a bit more comfortable, get him a bit more active, because unfortunately he just didn't manage with the way the game went to have the impact yesterday. So this time, a little bit better setup, it seems, to try and help out Heretics in the early stages.
Yep. It's a fresh start for both these teams. It was only a single best of one, and now today, it is again a single best of one, but this might be one they win. Only one team will remain unvictorious. Now, set foot on Summoner's Rift. Are we pigeons? What do we do in your game? I gotta keep up to date on fan chants. Because I was ready for the
I thought that was the Yahoo. Yeah, I thought that was that one.
Maybe that was the Yahoo one. He's not here, but fair. I'm excited about that guy as well. Bukata up 5 gold. So I think we can pack this one up. But Shifters have never failed to close the lead, guys. It's never happened.
Look at that lead for Stend. Yeah, okay. All right.
My bad.
Calm down there,
I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't familiar with your game. Stend forced to burn the heal here, however.
Yeah, that is not the the game that I was hoping Sten was going to bring from that 15 gold lead.
I mean, the difference of Conqueror is pretty significant, as well as the fact that he kind of just face checks the brush. Trimby feeling pretty comfortable. Up a pot, he will now pop it, but up the heel. Now, Ice does have the cleanse, which is certainly going to be a nice luxury summoner to have, too, especially against the ganks. If someone else is coming in, but doesn't have the combat sum of the barrier.
Yeah, and this is where you do have to be a little bit careful, because obviously with Rel, you've got the Q, which you can cleanse, but it's that crash down that then very quickly follows. And if you've already got Bukata in this bottom side of the wave, not in a decent spot, there is a shifter's opportunity with the jungler moving out to that bottom side to try and make a play around Stend or Ice, but we'll have to see. You have a very aggressive bottom lane that I really want to see shifters try and interact with.
And you're against a champion who you kind of need to be forcing or trying to get aggressive. Everything you can do to make Ice's life more difficult, to slow down his ability to stack. If you were just letting him sit there, wait for the perfect opportunity to queue minions, to kind of drag out the laning phase, it really is going to favor Ice as we get to later points in the game. Now, at level 2, it's hard to push a lead too much. You're obviously not going to risk going under the tower, but at least for them, you know, you have access to a bit of stacking on the crystal. You can break down that first play pretty quickly.
I like what Trimby did there, though. End up phase checking in towards the bottom side camps to just be like, all right, where is Sheo started? The fact that you still have the probes up and available means he's going to be on this bottom side, so means that they don't probably want to try and go for anything too aggressive, but just nice from Trimby to get information where we can't get those early wards in as often as we used to in the last year.
Yeah. Vision, much easier to get, much to the dismay of Medic. Shout out to support players, you know?
I'm a little sad, though, that it feels like level 1s are going to be really difficult to do now, because you just have so little time at the start of the game.
Okay, from what I've heard,
and
I'm just going to leak some scrim stuff, so everybody buckle up. It won't be surprising.
Nobody tell anyone else.
Nobody tell anyone.
This is a secret.
There are a lot of level 1s happening in scrims. They all consist of the jungler running up to Baron or Dragon Wall and flashing over at level 1 to steal a buff. It's the only level 1 I've heard of, but I've heard it from like 5 different teams. So probably why we're not seeing it on stage is Ice does get the cleanse, but it doesn't stop successive CC from coming in. Bukata on the way down, decent damage with the crushing blow, and there it is! The fast bomb to finish it. Paddock laying down some hurt on the bottom side.
Textbook from shifters, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You can cleanse that initial stun from Trimby, but the follow-up is always going to be there. And even again, Trimby stepping in front of Paddock to stop the hook from Stend, preventing the core keep from going underneath the tower. Great job from shifters in the bottom lane.
Exactly what we wanted to see, punishing the Smolder, slowing down, the comfortable scaling. Of course, nothing yet for Ice. It's going to give him any CDR, so just going to be struggling to build up those early stacks. Only 15 thus far. Stend now. Just stop some of these recalls in a very good position, but Trimby does still have access to the crashdown, so not too much going to happen there as Paddock's finally going to be able to reset.
Yeah, so for shifters, you're going to be fairly happy with how things are going, and now it's just a case of how can you ramp up that pressure, like turn the dial that little bit more. I think once you start to see Nuke hitting over towards level 6, I think that's where you can start to see it. Everyone is kind of talking about the Faker Rise play that was towards the top side at one stage, and just using the fact that you have home guards to very quickly get into some of these side lanes and then still be able to move back towards that mid lane to make sure you can cover the play. So I think this is where shifters have those moments that they can work with.
And I mean, the home guards buff has affected a lot of champions differently, but champions with short range or semi-global ultimates, essentially, so long range but short range in the context of globals, it's just so good.
It's
Pantheon,
insane.
Rise, it really feels like a true global when you reset and can just run across the entire map so quickly. Trimby returning to the bottom side of the map. Early phase as well as the tier for Paddock, and Ice obviously still just on the double long swords. Expect this to just continuously be a point of pressure until we see a first tower break, until they can maybe get out of this one, although the Hex Flash starting to come in as we shift our attention back to the mid lane, where level 6 is there for Saren. Could look to make a play.
He's got Shale just in behind him. Would love to try and burn that flash early on Nuke, make him way more vulnerable for the upcoming opportunities, but looks like they're just going to try and back away. So for Heretics, I mean, a slow early game where, again, as a Pantheon, you would really like to try and get some access to some of these lanes, but just hasn't really found those moments yet.
No, has not. Taking his time. No, Bukata going to pull out the objective. Pele giving pretty good vision, steady vision. Side of shifters there as Heretics ready to try and make a play of their own. Send with the Hex Flash forward. Hook going to connect onto Trimby. Crashdown not quite ready. Beautiful sequencing of CC there from Team Heretics. quick kill pickup, and now the Dragon has to be stopped as well. Very much a 1-2 punch.
I'm surprised that you were playing that far up as Trimby. You had vision. You knew that the jungler was there, but ends up getting caught out. I think just trying to position so he could always shift over towards the jungler if needs be. But the Dragon started with no bot side pressure, and Trimby ends up punished first.
Yeah, and I didn't see if he had the crash down cooldown available or if the CC was just sequenced well enough that he couldn't use it. But either way, enough damage to secure that kill. Ice already hitting the 25-point threshold on the stacks means that you start to get that AoE where if you're left alone on a wave and you can kind of prep the range minions, you do really up the pace on how quickly you start stacking.
It's also just the fact that you end up investing Thomas Bukata into trying to take Dragon, which sets him a camp behind. He now isn't level 6 where Sheo is, and Sheo now has access to at least a window where he can try and play out onto the map because he just wasted less time and was actually doing things at all points.
Yeah. Dragon not going down at all. Definitely feels good for them to Stent. Fishing, going to connect. Aftershock still there, so not going to take too much from the initial couple torch shots, but as it fades. And now Trimby's on the way down.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too much. I think he's just going to be happy to get the vision and back on up. But yeah, I mean, what already had started off as a bit of a disaster in the bottom lane for Heretics, Sheo now correcting, helping out Ice to make sure they can actually stabilize this lane to a certain extent. And I just want to see now with level 6 being hit for Sheo, how he can continue this pressure. Again, I think you've got opportunities both in mid, with Saren having the pushback for Nuke, and to continue putting pressure on this bottom side.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the top side, you see Trayson holding onto a decent gold lead as Rooster gets more and more of that MR. It does make it harder to win out on those early trades, and now Team Heretics trying to leverage their advantage in the mid lane, force out the wave, maybe just for a nice back timing, or a big commitment to Drake. But Nuke at this point with the tier and the catalyst should still clear the wave pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm in two minds as Heretics. If you want to start trying to stack these dragons early or take them in their Velo, because you just scale so well with both the Azir and this Motor. There's no real pressure on you to kind of start going for these dragons, whereas, when you look across the shifters, you'd like to start taking these fights as you're kind of teetering on the 2 to 3 item breakpoint. Yeah. Like Actualizer hit for Nuke, Paddock coming online. So I think it's more on shifters to really up the tempo when it comes towards objectives.
Yeah, I completely agree. You do not want to be in a situation where Saren and Ice both have 3 items and can kind of poke you before a team fight kicks off. As Sheo goes all in there, quick hop over the wall as Trimby tries to crash down out to safety. Heal already going to be used. Aftershock finally fades, but it might be a bit too late. Bukata forced to use the Cyclone to try and disengage. So a lot of cooldowns utilized there, but ultimately, neither side going to find a kill, and Sten and Trimby still haven't ticked over to level 6. They're very close, so maybe see another spurt of action here on the bottom.
I think though at this stage it'll just be junglers backing away and probably looking to just trade objectives. You can see Void Grub's already been pinged there by Sheo, so I think that's where he would like to put his attention. And with Bukata now not having access to the ultimate, I think he does just have to try and trade. And it's unfortunate that for Bukata, his top camps are spawning, but you can see him beelining towards the bottom side. He just kind of needs to trade map objectives right now.
Nope. Knows that there's not really anything that he can do to contest this, because he doesn't have a good position. And of course, fighting against the Rumble is pretty rough at this point in the game. He's a CC from the Pantheon, likely to do a lot of work, although even as the Equalizer clears the wave, Rooster's still able to get in there with Crystalline Overgrowth and knock down that first plate.
I'm curious what build we'll get out from Trace. We'll probably know after this, but I've seen like some people playing around with like Riftmaker and the Andres and some other builds, but
I can test. Bukata locked up, Pantheon on the way down, trying to lead him down. The Drake has dropped, Bukata's running to safety. Saren coming from behind to try and finish the kill. Sheo finally gonna get knocked down. Sten on the retreat. Trimby remounting, ready to go. Sten flash out, Trimby going to follow. One more auto, and Paddock might be able to finish it, but they cannot get it done. Shifters with a nice punish. They lose the objective. But moving in for a little bit more. And again, Team Heretics. What are you doing?
That felt so unnecessary.
What are you doing?
You had the great cross map. You're already playing through all these different advantages, and then just threw it all away.
I mean, we really tried to set it up, bro. I'm just saying that if you're gonna play the scaling team, just embrace that like Goku aspect of yourself.
They just misunderstood. It was like scaling team, and then they were like, that means we get dragged.
No, yeah. Okay, you're right. Words are hard. And they were close. You can see the initial combo. There's a lot of dopamine ulting into that many people. But
it's just you'd already burnt all your flash. Well, not all your flash. Sheo had no flash. You see, Ice isn't in a position to follow up. You don't have the control over mid. You don't have the damage. And the fact that the bottom lane still had those flashes available for Shifters meant they could just reposition in the fight as they needed to.
It's fine, man. Just fight all the time.
I think the professional term is a whoopsie.
Trimby making a whoopsie of his own. Crash down, pushed back by Saren. Not today. Trimby. A little bit too deep on the vision there. Caught asleep at the wheel, thought he had some safety.
It's the second time he's been a little bit too far forward when it comes towards the trying to contest the vision and doesn't really have Bukada around to help him out. And, I mean, fair dues to both Cheo and Sten to have been good at catching him in those positions, but Trimby definitely needs to be a little bit more careful as he goes for those little ward pockets.
Yep, that he does. Poduk waiting in the darkness, has a Triforce, will hit like a truck, but just wants to wait for someone to show up so he can get in there. Q, auto. Oh, it's so much damage to the Corki. Valk forward, one more Gene proc, and that's all it takes. He will lose his life, but casually walking up and essentially three-shotting the Smolder in front of his jungler and support. That's a good look.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, and Sten's hook, I think trying to hit the reinforcements that weren't coming, but it does mean at least you get one trade back for Paddock. Yeah, that was a weird play.
Okay, this is what I will say. I really like it when AD carries know their item spikes and push them.
Yeah.
I do get really sad when someone's like, I've got Trinity Force. You built like Yuntal, and then they play scared. It's like, bro, you do so much damage. Get in there.
It's just making those plays when you don't know where Sheo is on the map.
Yeah.
And then also, you didn't really have your team there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being very biased towards the result because one, it looked cool, and two, it worked. Otherwise, that would have been a goofy play. You just started whiffing rockets and not autoing for some reason. X-Flash over from Trimby. Of course, Ice has also finished the Essence Reaver now, so it does a little bit more damage himself, but Poduk, I think, positive trade because it does delay Ice scaling a little bit, although now looks like he's going to try and hold the wave. Taking sweet time. He's just trying real hard to be a dragon, folks. Training one stack at a time. And the difficulty of a game like this, Rob, is that we know that short of whatever the heck happened in Dragon, whatever the heck Heretics were cooking there, listen to the Speedcore remix of something as they went for that one. Totally unnecessary. Heretics want this game to go long.
Yeah.
And the pace of the game isn't such that I feel like Shifters are going to be able to stop them from going late, which does favor Team Heretics, but also means we're going to be here for a minute.
Yeah, I think this is like, my eyes are constantly looking towards the mid lane as Nuke to be like, all right, what are we going to do with this ultimate? Because you have the push now mid, you have the opportunity to try and play down towards the bottom side, but I think they are just so scared that Sheo hasn't really used that ultimate at any point in time. So at any moment, he can just try and match you on the bot lane. I think that's what they're so scared about. But at least now, Shifters is a little bit more proactive.
Realm Warp down, they just wanted to lead Ice. Ulti to try and clear the wave, but down he's going to go nonetheless. That is a massive commitment from Shifters.
Good timing, though. They managed to get the kill now. They will lose a little bit in the mid lane. Looks like it'll be a place and maybe a bit more. But this is what you need to do. Like, you need to find ways to actually start cracking structures and cracking heads. And that's exactly what Shifters just did.
Certainly did. Poor Ice, 0-4-3 against his former team. But maybe he'll have the last laugh. That is the joy of Smolder, is eventually you do just do a ton of damage. And there's no stopping it. But for now, falling pretty rapidly behind, as you see Poduk well on the way to that man immune.
Yeah, we saw it in at least the solo queue games we've been playing. Like, you just kind of hit a point to Smolder and then it just kind of pops off. You're like, this is going great. And I feel like that's a very similar story for Azir too. Yeah. So, yeah, I think like
if you're bad and your support player is good, play Smolder. I'm saying this from very much personal experience, because no matter how bad you're goofing, as long as you get to your stack thresholds, you're going to do damage. And you don't even really auto-attack that much with the build that Smolder does. You're pretty much just pushing Q on cooldown. It's very low-effort AD carry for the not-so-APM inclined, as Ice sitting comfortably on the back line for now. All of the combos kicking off, though, and Ice's front line is just completely demolished.
That was a bounce house from hell right there. Shifters playing that incredibly well, but Rooster just corralling everyone exactly where they needed to be. And second Dragon now for Shifters. This is working out relatively well for them now. They've kind of got a pep in their step.
Definitely do. And this is one of the concerns we had when we saw the Smolder and the Azir locked in, is like, look, Azir obviously has some decent early levels. Smolder can usually do fine, but you don't do any damage to that front line. Ice was completely uncontested. He does only have one item, but he gets to lay down every ability he has in the kit, and you can see it doesn't even make a dent.
This was great from Rooster though. The W to get the the Q3 into the W to set up then for a crash down into the Cyclone, into the second Cyclone, was just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's go! Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That was a 3v3. Like, yeah, Pata came into the end to shift the balance slightly, but it's looking a little bit rough. Team Heretics.
Also a much better game today for Pata. Yesterday, the KDA was not looking too hot for him, but certainly been able to find some success and now popping off on this Corky and keeping control where he needs to. But Heretics under pressure once more. Ultimate's not available in Trimbeer Bukata though.
This is a bit risky. Ooh, Realm Warp coming in as well. Team Heretics is going to back away. I think recognizing they really can't afford to take a straight up fight. If the hook does connect, if they can start it with a pick, things get a bit easier. In the meantime, of course, Rumble is moving to the bottom lane, maybe going to push out.
It was Rooster TPing up that made the difference there because they had the 5 people, whereas you had Trayson that was just trying to walk up river. So Heretics not willing to take the 4 versus 5, and now Rooster showing back up in the bottom lane, but Shifters have already got control on the objective.
Unstoppable. Trayson trying to sidestep. Now he's caught in the 1v1 if his Q3 connects, and luckily it does not. Trayson is able to walk away. But overall, Team Heretics very quickly being forced on the back foot. It's Shifters with 2 Drakes stacked, as you mentioned before. Very important for what their composition wants to do. It's Hextech Soul. In a situation where, you know, it's going to take a bit of time before we're there, but with Baron 2 minutes away, the objective's close together. Team Heretics, just don't fight. Don't fight. Push. It's the, what's the GIF?
You're gonna have
Tommy Shelby.
Yeah.
No fighting. No fighting. He has another word. No fighting. No fighting. They just need to chill.
Is it not upsetting that instead of just referencing the TV show, you went towards the short form and GIF?
I said GIF, and then I said Tommy Shelby instead of saying Peaky Blinders. But I don't... I'm definitely accountable for how my brain works. That just doesn't always mean I can explain it. As Team Heretics... Sheo did what he needed to do, which is be that early game bridge. Unfortunately, he just didn't bridge the team far enough. So now we're waiting. Get those second items. Things maybe start to get a bit easier, but if you walk into range of that Corky or that Rise, it's going to be rough.
Yes. And as you said, especially if you can get the Hextech Soul, like the chase that potential when you're like a relatively short range team is great.
Mount up. Where are we going?
Going top.
Farming. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
We're revoking your driver's license.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah. If you're going to take it and drive away, you have to go as far as possible.
Yeah. Or pre-plan it already with production that we don't follow. You just like drive in a frame. And we're like, oh, he's gone off into the sunset.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much how Nuke feels right now. He's having a good one thus far. Especially as the Roa continues to stack. Just 2 more minutes and he'll have an additional skill point.
It's the actualizer, man. It's so broken on this champion. That's really where I get scared when I'm playing against the Rise. Like,
who could have thought? Did anyone predict this, audience? No one. That Rise would use the mana item? It couldn't be us. The designers. They didn't see it coming.
I was so baffled the first time I played against it, and I just watched like 3 members of my team blow up immediately, and I was like, that's a Rise. He's not supposed to do that.
No. But here we are. If League of Legends really truly be a game if Rise isn't OP at least once every like 2 years?
That is true. Yeah. But it's not Worlds, so...
Also, I'm just saying, a lot of the Faker champs are just permanently OP. It's an observation. Push back. Tribby not going to be able to find the engage. The hook goes in. Oh, Tribby definitely did not want that. Sheo coming down from the sky. Quick pick in the side lane. That Shifter's trying to up the pace a little bit. But ultimately paying for it with their lives.
A good response from Heretics. Keeping the side lane pressure there. You've got the Smolder who's like soloing these mid lane waves as well, so guaranteeing that he's getting the stacks. I mean, you're still losing some of the towers and stuff to Sheo, actually.
A bit extra movement speed coming in. Has completed the jungle quest, so we'll have to walk away. And Ice, you can of course see in the tiny corner to the left of the 12 on Ice's name. That's the number of dragon stacks, in case you missed it. 182. So still a bit of a ways to go, and he might die, but is able to flap out to safety.
Yeah, it's Dragon that's just about to spawn, so I think with the push on mid now that Shifters have just gotten, they should be able to just set up for this. They're still keeping Nuke in this top side, so he can try and make his way down with that Realm Warp if needed. But I like that they're just keeping up this pressure, knowing that Saren doesn't have that teleport to join.
Yeah, got to keep pushing. Flash forced out of Sten there as he almost gets caught out, just trying to set up a bit of vision. It's a pretty valid concern. The Shifters could just start the Baron. Of course, difficult to do so without being on vision, but for now their focus is on third Drake.
Sure, I think you've got Saren who can deal damage, but Ice just tickles that thing.
Sorry, sorry, Shifters. Rise,
Shifters,
the Rise Corki is what I'm looking at, although the Azir eventually will do damage, but yeah, Ice, no. No. Tiny Dragon, no. No. Well, Team Heretics currently losing mid-push entirely, but Ice, big dopamine on the Quadra.
And also Nuke just backed away off of topside, so you don't actually get the shift that Heretics were looking towards, that topside, to see if they could take turret. So again, I think Heretics kind of just like a bit slow on the uptake when it comes towards, you know, how they can cross map and how they can match some of these plays. We saw one good play where they end up like catching Shifters out, but overall I'd like to see them be a bit more proactive in their cross maps, and that's kind of how you keep these scaling compositions in line with your opponent. But unfortunately, we're starting to see a little bit of a gold lead and now the Dragon lead open up for Shifters.
Yeah, and on the top side of the map, waves coming so frequently now that it's essentially just Saren and Nuke trading waves. Not quite as much time for Nuke to get out and active on the map, unless they do want to turn their attention towards Baron. But Trimby stepping in, setting up and clearing out some of this vision just so that they can threaten the objective.
But it's just even to threaten the top tower, because if you constantly are moving in like this as Heretics, it makes it really, really difficult for you to try and control anywhere past this point. At least you still have the Pantheon ultimate to get in towards that top side and help out. But if you end up isolating Saren at any point in time on that top side, he's just going to fall with that next structure as well, because there's just so much damage that can come out so quickly from Shifters right now.
I mean, it's like one auto where that thing falls with the Crystalline Overgrowth. Maybe a bit more. Last plate, very, very healthy, very tanky. But now, at this point in the game, a lot of those resistances fade away as second item is there for Ice. Stacks continuing. Can't say, you know, first 5 minutes I was like, I'm ready for Smolder.
No.
No. I will live in the moment. I will live vicariously through Ice if he just randomly queues and kills 3 people. That is a great
he's 10 stacks away. He is very, very close.
Very close. He is almost fully trained dragon. It is... Dragons do not need a lot of training, is what we've learned. 20 minutes is a very low training commitment.
I'm trying to figure out what's the story with Shyvana, right? Like, does Smolder have the opportunity to turn into a little boy at some stage?
Probably not. I don't know.
Shyvana can do it. What's the lore?
Let's be honest. We all kind of let this pass because they changed the art a little bit. He's got that weird person face.
He's got the Sonic the Hedgehog.
Why has he got that weird people face? Why is face not dragon face? That's my question. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is a... Maybe there's like a Xin Zhao... I already forgot the new champion. Zehen lore moment where Smolder splits into 2 champions, one who has the actual face of a dragon and one who is just a child with no other powers.
It's just him with like cardboard wings.
Just saying we're cooking. Just saying. 50-50 chance we just leaked the script for the entire year, by the way. I'm just saying.
I believe the writers are better at their job than we are.
You never know. You never know. I can't follow that up. I have jokes, but I don't think my inbox is... Anyway, here we are. Nuke clears out the top side. They're finally forced to concede the tower. Now, this might look like there was no action there, but that was the result of, as you highlighted earlier, Rob, a lot of repeated attention and eventually a favorable enough wave that Team Heretics couldn't really afford to stick around.
Yeah, I know you got a minute until that final potential final drag up for Shifters to get the soul. I think looking at the map though, they want to do a little bit more attention on towards this top side. But I want to see them reset, actually try and play for this, because this is kind of where you are at a very strong point. Even Nuke not opting in towards the actualizer, going for the Zhonya's Hourglass instead. So we want to try and play off these 2 item spikes, guarantee themselves the soul. And I just don't think you really have that damage quite yet for Heretics. Saren is doing a great job of farming up very close towards that Void Staff, but without that completion, I don't think he's quite there yet. And same when I look at Ice. Sure, he's got the tick over when it comes towards having that passive, but just from a damage perspective, I think he needs a little bit more there.
Definitely does feel like it's the case, right? It's not just about stacks these days after they changed Smolder. You do also want a couple items under your belt. I guess the one good new thing for them is like if Rooster does ult, he takes away so much of his HP that maybe they can get him in execution range quickly, but that's kind of me grasping at straws. Yeah. Fights are going to be tough for the next few minutes, most certainly for Team Heretics. If they get the perfect setup, if you see the Nautilus and the Rumble coming together, there is an angle, but flash forward, going in from Rooster, not quite going to hit the Q3, but gets double flashes out from the side of Team Heretics. Now Trimby looking for a bit of follow-up. Saren still fine, as is Ice, completely untouched. Trimby about to fall, but the shielding is there from the footwork. Rooster body blocking, and Bukata ready for the re-engage, but a quick push back from Saren. Team Heretics holding the line beautifully, denying engage after engage, but have to be careful not to step too far forward. Instant hook onto Nuke, he goes golden. Buys a second with the stopwatch. Sheo ready to go right back in. Trimby burning, extra shield from the crash out, keeping him standing. They're all so low. But Team Heretics are all still standing. They're going to set their sights on the Dragon.
The thing is, though, Shifters can actually reset him with Rise's Realm Warp and the Hextech Journey actually make it back in time. You see the TP already coming through. Actually, no, it looks like Heretics just going to be able to finish off this Dragon. And Shifters couldn't find the engage they wanted. And Heretics have to steal away the Dragon.
And I think Shifters guilty of the exact thing that we talked about Team Heretics doing, which is Rooster got double flashes. If they just back away, wait until they have a slightly better position.
But it was also all in on to Sten, right? This hook goes in, Trimby tries to make the play, but Ice flaps away, Saren able to reposition, and then Trimby's essentially just out of this fight at this stage. Nuke tries to step up onto the bottom side, but can't really get the pressure he wants. Great Emperor's Divide from Saren, pushes the rest of Shifters by. Every engage tool was met with an answer.
Going in though, 5 stack in the bush, but Tracy lays down a decent equalizer, sadly. Cannot keep Shifters around as it's an instantaneous pick onto Sheo. Nice stack, nice bait there from Shifters. Not going to fall for the same thing twice as Rooster still goes all out. Probably needs to back away now though. It's quite squishy, and Team Heretics just going to focus on taking control of the mid lane, breaking that tier 1. I don't think they're really convinced of Baron as a threat.
No, you can't. Oh, are they actually going to attempt this? Because I was going to say, I don't really think you are. 20 seconds with Sheo. If Heretics can slow this pace down, Sheo can rejoin.
It's there, but they kind of just used Sten's ult for nothing as Team Heretics weren't really in a position to follow. Sten health bar incredibly low. Emperor's Divide is available, as is Ice's ultimate.
There's a lot of splash damage from Heretics, though.
But there's no... Sheo just isn't here. This should just be a guaranteed objective. There's no way they can take this. Bukata good on the smite. Trimby now looking for a bit of a re-engage. Saren trying to make the play. Ice finding the initial shutdown, but it does not look like this is going to work out for the side of Team Heretics. Shifters take the objective and get the fight as well.
Nice engage from Trimby on towards the back line. Made it very difficult for Heretics to try and rally. The Shifters get Baron, and they get the objective. Or sorry, and they get the fight. Nuke.
Shea on the top side. Oh. Let him go off into the sunset, observers. Forget what I said about the Herald. That's a Clint Eastwood moment right there.
Trimby in a good spot here. Ends up with the Hex Flash over the wall, which forces Ice out of the fight. And maybe you can see with Saren going in, they could have tried to set up for something with all that splash damage we were talking about between both Saren and the Smolder. But Shifters able to make it happen.
Good shit. Nice. I like these check-ins. We're just getting the true behind the scenes. Bukata smites, immediately takes his hands off the keyboard. Nice. That's confidence. But a good smite, and now the Baron power play is there. Steadily accumulating gold, and this is where things are going to get quite difficult for Team Heretics. Yazir ult was good. Sadly, the fight did not work out super well. And while Shifter's normally pretty low range comparatively, the Baron kind of makes up for a lot of that, just letting those minion waves crash in.
Yeah, and you're going to end up with so much gold coming off the back of this. It feels like this next Hextech Soul fight is going to be very difficult in 2 minutes as well. So I think for Heretics, like we have seen that if they are able to play it out and Shifters make a couple of mistakes in the engages, they have a chance, but it is not so easy as I thought Sten was looking for the play with Bukata on mid, but backs away.
And he does. So, similar to earlier in the game, we're saying the same thing for Team Heretics, which is hold the line, although Sten wants to start a fight. Equalizer going down, isolating Nuke, Rooster, but mostly they just delete a single wave. Now remember, when you're playing against the Baron, you really are just fighting to delay, to stall. It's not the end of the world that they give up the Equalizer. but not able to get too much out, just a single wave, and now a second wave deleted from the Baron empowered shifters.
I think they'll try and move down into this bottom side, put pressure onto the tier 2, and then fall back towards the Dragon as needs be. And as long as you're able to keep pressure on Dragon, you're perfectly happy as shifters. And it has to be Heretics to find ways to break this offensive play from shifters.
Can be a bit tricky, but third items are there now, as well as an additional Zeal for Ice. Nuke, however, not interested in waiting for a 5v5. Instead, just gonna do 1,000,000 damage by him. Bukata, don't push a button. Let him have, yes, that's what we like to see. 1v1, Bukata just a spectator.
That was insane.
That was
much damage he just did.
That was, I would look down for the actualizer. He doesn't have one.
Also, very impressive that the mid laners have managed to keep pace with Trace and Rooster when it came to levels. Like, usually at this stage, we just see the top laners flying ahead when it came to levels. But
Rise just built Diffy, as it turns out.
I mean, he's been doing a good job of catching those side lanes. And now, Shifter's got to try to set up once more.
He's 40 CS behind. It just does not matter. All right, well, Team Heretics have learned firsthand that Nuke hits like a truck. They're hoping they can hit harder than that. They're continuing to walk up with a lot of confidence here, despite not having a top laner, but probably just because they don't want to give up this soul. Now, Shifter's laying a trap in the brush. You got a TP coming in for Rooster, looking to rejoin with the rest of the team. Bukata got the smite earlier. Can he get one more? Sheo instantaneously locked down. Nice knockup to keep the fight going, but Hextech Drake is down, and now Shifters have the soul. Saren's still uncontested. Tracing with a solid ulti. Nuke running for his life. Big damage from Potok off to the side, though. Sheo ready to fall from the sky. Nuke continuing to sprint away. Trippy with the instantaneous CC! Sheo just deleted. And Team Heretics chasing. They want the fight. They're begging Shifters to come back, but Shifters walk away, and they get the objective.
It was a nice attempt from Heretics, but Shifter is able to escape. Sheo burns the GA to try and make it happen, but there's just not enough. And now it's going to be the soul. We get the replay here. Shifters doing a good job of controlling this area, but Sten, great follow-up immediately as Sheo goes in. Gets that triple knockup, which means the Shifters can't really take out the Pantheon. ISO's coming over the wall to reposition, really puts the hurt on the Shifters. But Bukata, defensive cyclone, prevents Seren from getting that big Emperor's Divide. The knockup from Trimby defensively, key in that engagement as well. I mean, Shifters can just barely walk out of that one.
Barely walk out, but now return to the next fight empowered by the Hextech Soul. Oh, it's Wukong clone. I got really confused as to where that champion disappeared to. Good engage from Trimby. I agree, Lincoln Girl. Good engage. It was like a disengage, really. But gotta respect Trimby. Making some plays happen. Not all of them have been fantastic, but I feel like Shifters steadily gaining confidence on this stage, it is safe to say. This time looking to cleanly end the game after yesterday's trials and tribulations.
Very difficult for Heretics to try and use their range right now because the Hextech Soul. Like, traditionally, you're kind of like, oh, I've got Azir, I can try and play back, but the slows and trying to keep these waves at bay makes it a little bit easier for Shifters to play aggressive. But at the moment, you're just going to try and slam these waves in. 15 seconds until Baron. It'll be another objective fight, and we'll have to see if this one's going to crack open the game.
And I'm going to be honest, yesterday traumatized me. I just don't believe it until it's over. The Shifters were part of the most LEC game I have seen all year. Now, I've seen 6, so it's not that crazy, but...
No, it was very LEC.
History repeats itself. Sheo running, using the Aegis Assault. Sten now going back in. Sheo with no equal down means it's hard for him to step forward, so Sten just dies. That was a big moment of miscommunication.
There we go.
Nice immediate use of the Realm Warp here to kick off the objective. There's just nothing that can be done here for the side of Team Heretics. They're going to be too late.
Yeah, there's basically no vision. There was that blue ward very briefly. Tracing.
Equalizer just in case. They're preying on a bad smite. Won't happen.
I was kind of surprised at how much damage Tracing just did there, though. That was a good amount. But yeah, Baron now, Soul. There's only inhibitor turrets left. Like, this game feels very, very difficult for Heretics.
I mean, they were pretty reliant on that Baron shred for that Rumble ult to hit as hard as it did, so I don't think it's getting any easier, Rob.
Yeah, it was just more of a... I think if you actually took the fight there was like a relatively high chance that you might have made some magic happen.
True, but credit to Shifters, they've been really good at finding a pick or a small advantage and then denying the full 5v5. Yeah. Or forcing them in situations that are favorable enough that doesn't hurt too bad. It really was just that one fight around mid lane where I think they went a little bit too hard. Otherwise, they've been pretty good in that regard. Now we're at the Smolder Copium point of the game where if you're in solo queue and this is your position, you're like, come on, team, if I just get like 50 more stacks, it'll be fine. But Trimby can't be face checking like that. Actually, he can.
He can. He's completely fine.
Totally fine.
I don't even think it delays Shifters that much. The home guard mechanics, like, look how fast Trimby is going to get back out of the map. Because it goes to the the minion that is furthest along on the map. Yeah. Although now he's gone in the jungle, he would lose it. So actually, I think he was better just running up the lane. Although, maybe with both. Yeah, either way, he's still very quickly back.
Yeah. I will say, Trimby also itemizing for this moment the support Sterix gauge, aka, well, that's what I'm calling it. It's Protoplasm Harness. So if they do lock him down, it is pretty easy for him to get that burst of tankiness alongside the Celestial opposition. And Escape is now Shifters looking to end the game. Knocking open one inhibitor. They've got pressure in the mid lane as well. 200 stacks wasn't enough, 300 stacks wasn't enough. Maybe if Ice gets to 400, they can win the game. But for now, Shifters slow, steady, controlled. Not looking to force any kind of base race. Another realm warp out. Sheo going in, but now a bit of a split in the team. The focus on the Trimby means there's not really any avenue of attack. Shifters just have another wave on the top side. They're going to break another inhibitor. 1 minute until Elder.
And you're getting so much poke off as well with that Hextech Soul.
Then going wide. Trayson trying to clear. Good initial engage. Sheo gets some locked up. Bukata burns! Smolder finally getting an execute. That is Jungler dead. When Elder spawns, it's not over till it's over!
Don't do it to them again. There's no way.
They're doing it to themselves!
We need the LCK boys comes. We need the coach chat.
I don't know, man. I mean, we do, actually. That'd be incredible content. I would, yeah, I would pay for that. There's a premium option just to hear what, like, Melzet says to MCoy after they botch an early game. I don't even speak Spanish, and I know that would go hard. Although I assume he speaks English to the team, but whatever. Going in, Sten caught out. Shifters with a quick initial engage. Ice still able to do a little bit of damage, but they're not certain if they want the fight. Sten living is big, but Shifters very cleverly have slowed down the setup around the Elder, and the window of opportunity might have actually lapsed.
I think it's gone, yeah. Again, Bukata can get out of base very quickly here.
All right, never mind. Game might be over. Back on schedule.
Yeah, double super creeps moving in. And I think if your Shifters kind of just let the waves do the work here, you can see Trayson trying to clear out that bottom side, but there's 4 super creeps, I think that looks like, in that top side. So there's going to be some serious work that has to be done, and it's on his ear to try and do it, which means Saren cannot make it to this fight. So it'll be the Elder Dragon going across, and Shifters surely, with this, can end the game.
Surely Hextech and Elder is enough. Do we all sound,
I feel like
sound
I've
convinced?
put it out
Do we
into
sound
the world,
convinced?
yeah.
We're nervous. It's no discredit to Shifters. This is entirely sports superstition and bias based off a single best of 1 of data, but you can never.
And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about these.
Booster flashing in, Q3 hitting multiple people, maybe a bit over-eager. Bukata, delved over the wall. Shifters pushing in multiple ways. Ready to let some of the minions do work, but again, they don't. The range is a little bit difficult still. Pata can poke a bit. Sten trying to body block as much as he can. Sheo hoping to connect on some spears just to
This is kind of a problem with Elder. It's that you don't really have the waves can still be cleared very, very quickly. So your ability to actually get value isn't quite there. And it should be gone. Or at least, well, you want to try and hold it until Baron.
They've synced these waves. Surely this is enough. Trimby instantly into the midst of the entire team. Shifters just going to delete. They're just going to focus on killing the Nexus. They're going to kill the Nexus, and the game is going to end. They won't make the same mistake twice. That's right, folks. Nobody embarrasses Shifters 2 days in a row.
That Nexus didn't stand a chance. Trimby running guard on just being a distraction.
And I just said that they were going to hit the Nexus because that's what I prayed for their sake that they were going to do. And they did, and they found the win. Team Heretics wanted to scale. They weren't given the time. They weren't given the space. Shifters finding their first win here in LEC Versus. Of course, you can vote for your player of the game. Trimby, Nuke, or Paddock. Our production spelled it Timby, though.
Yeah.
So I will be calling him Timby for the rest of the day.
I mean, you've had a few nicknames for today.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah.
True. My favorite is Trim Binky, because he pacified him. So.
Oh, God.
Shout out to Shifters. A well-earned first win. Some excellent plays. A good look. Of course, 5 more games on the docket today. Team Heretics, a bit of time to go back to the drawing board and adjust their strategies for the days to come. I don't mind playing scaling drafts, especially early on in the season, but maybe a little bit too much scaling, not enough raw firepower. However, plenty of time to adjust, to update.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's unfortunately 2 games to go down, but as we're already talking about, there is so many games over the course of these 4 weeks. Plus, it's 8 teams now that are going in towards playoffs as well, so plenty of time to bring it back. And I'm excited to see what they can do, because again, it kind of feels like we haven't fully gotten to see them come online. It feels like they're nearly trying to still find that identity of how they want to try and play in this meta.
Yep. I'm liking all the thumbs up, the smile cams. That joy is infectious, Rob. We'll see, can they end on the 2-1? Are they going to be able to take that next step up? Oh, I hear the fandom. Lore standing by. Not Lore, sorry, Sharks. It's Sharks. It's my bad. I mixed things up. It's Sharks and Noob.
That's okay. Don't worry about it, Thaddeus. Nuke, congratulations. Tell me about the last moments of that game. Also, kind of Bukata getting caught before Elder, because I was definitely getting flashbacks to yesterday. Was it the same for you?
I mean, the game lasted way longer than it should, right? And the way the game was going, like you said, when we got caught and we see that the Elder is spawning, like, you don't get flashback, but after the game, you remember the last game. It was kind of the same pattern yesterday. So, I mean, happy we get the win, right? So yeah.
I did see your camp specifically yesterday after that game.
Yeah.
You were, I mean, I understand. We would all be so mad. How do you recoup after that? Because you did play the rest of the game pretty well, as we saw again today.
Yeah, it's like yesterday was the same feeling as if I lost a solo queue, where it was a free win. And yeah, like, it just sucks on the moment. You lose your LP, but at the end of the day, it's just a game. We have 12 to go.
Yeah.
Just come in today as if it was the first game, and you just play good and you try to win.
I like that. How was the off season for you? Because again, a lot changed around you in the team, a new system to get used to. How did you feel coming out of that?
Yeah, off season was pretty long. Like, we got eliminated pretty early, and we had the rebrand as well.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of change, but I think it's going well. Like, I don't really feel that much the change, you know. So right now it's going well.
Did you have decision making in the logo and the name at all?
I mean, yeah, of course, because it was like I had discussion with coaching staff and everything. So
No,
so,
I
yeah.
mean about your name.
Oh,
The Shifters.
my name. Oh, no. This, not at all. It was
Not at all.
only about the
About the team.
Yeah, about the team.
So let me ask about the team then. A lot
Yeah.
of new members. I can imagine Trimby is also quite vocal,
Yeah.
right? How's the shot calling situation? How are you leveling up, you feel?
I mean, Trimby on stage is like, I feel like it's so good to have him because he's like really reassuring. He really takes his time, you know. You don't, like, he doesn't feel stressed at all. So having someone like, for example, in mid-game, I like to talk a lot, and sometimes with the nerves, I talk a lot. So yeah, just another voice that gets in, calm, steady, and yeah, it helps me a lot. So I really like it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
I'm glad
much.
you got the W today with Shifters, and we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, KC Blue up versus Los Ratones.
Probably why we're not seeing it on stage is Ice does get the cleanse, but it doesn't stop the successive CC from coming in. Bukana on the way down, decent damage with the crushing blow, and there it is! The Fast Bomb to finish it, Padak.
For a second. I'm hooking too. Nice, that's fine. Go first in. Good fight.
The Shifters get Baron, and they get the objective. And they get the fight. Noob.
Che on the top side.
No flash, noob. Okay, let's go.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think for the new teams coming, they come like at the beginning of the year with new changes in Winter Red, where it's like a lot of teams are probably trying to find their footing. So for them to be kind of on the same level as anyone with like the barrier of entry, right? I think it's pretty good for them. So I see them definitely being able to win games.
KCB is like a really young roster. They don't have much experience. They will be like a pretty fine team, but I don't expect them to do so well, and I think most of the people, they don't expect them to do so well. So the good thing for them is that it's a lot of experience they can get on the split.
I mean, I think Los Ratones is obviously a team that has players that used to play in the LEC, like Nemesis, Karmine, and Reckless. So I think they have the chance to do well. I think they bring a lot of fans with them, so that's really great for the league. Same for KC Blue, right? I mean, it is KC after all.
Well, I think they are
obviously really tough opponents. I think both of them won EU Masters, right? So they are gonna be a tough competition even for the best LEC teams. I don't think they are a bad team or anything. So I think it's gonna be interesting, and also obviously it's gonna be fun the fact that Los Ratones is coming with such a big community. Same for KC Blue. So I think so far it's good.
A lot of political answers, I feel like, on the side of our LEC players here before the rematch of the EMEA Masters semifinals. But does it really matter, though? Because LR has the same team, but on the side of KCB, completely new rosters, at the exception of Yukino.
Yeah, Yukino staying around, obviously, it's great for him, and I don't blame any of the KCB players for looking for new pastures. That's what you do. You win EMEA Masters, you look for LEC teams. We have Mainta going on to Navi, obviously, and like you just want to get as much experience as you can at the highest level you can. For KCB today, I think it's a big challenge, but I'm really looking to see what they can prove.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this KCB roster is like they brought up a lot of the players from their third division team that they wanted to highlight and bring up, and I think Yukino has been such a good pillar for this team, and he's really the player that I think is a standout. I think he'll be like the player of this team that will eventually get to LEC for sure. And yesterday, he had a stellar performance. If there's a player to watch today on the KCB's lineup, it's him.
I mean, that's the thing. What is the expectation on the side of both rosters? Because when you think about it, it's two teams coming off ERL. A lot of teams, a lot of players want to prove themselves in the hope of maybe having a more current spot in the LEC in another roster later. So a lot to prove, especially today, because it's going to be hard to score points maybe against other LEC lineups, so you really want to point your A game today.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy in my mind between the two teams. You've got Los Ratones who have proven a lot, right? Nemesis, Reckless, Crowny, all these players that have had so much experience on the LEC stage and on the world stage. And then on KC Blue, you have all of these players who haven't had the chance to prove a lot. And the expectation for them, and Kalis talked about it in the video, is you want to see how much they can do without that weight of expectation that perhaps lies on Los Ratones' shoulders.
And I think to build on those stakes, in the interview with Gyota, he said that for both of these teams, their goal should be to win at least a game.
And that's
like,
the one! That's the one!
So, like, really, if they're going to contend for playoffs, this is where they need to begin. And I think for Los Ratones, today they're playing KC's Academy, tomorrow the main team. You really are building step by step here.
Well, I want to know, based on what we've seen yesterday from both teams, who do you think would have the edge here? It's hard, sample size game of one, I know, but still, maybe you have an idea on what we want to see here. We've talked about Yukino, we've talked about Velia as well.
I think there's bright spots for both teams. I think Los Ratones, I have more faith in them. I think with Crowny and Nemesis, they are just such stable carries, and I think they will gap their opposition. I think Yukino is the one that can like pull a rabbit out of the hat and make something happen otherwise.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jack. The disparities between the teams, I rate KCB Jungle much higher than I rate Velia on day one performance. Velia definitely seemed quite nervous, whereas you look towards mid and you look towards AD carry and you have to give some of the favor to Los Ratones. I actually see KCB taking it. I think their early mid game was really solid against KC yesterday. But you could say the same about Los Ratones, where they were really solid against Fnatic. So I'm going to go KCB just so that we're not both agreeing that it's Los Ratones, and one of us has to be right.
Is Jungle what we are looking at here as the early engine of the team? We've talked about Yukino, so Velia as well, maybe expected to step up here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will look at the mid game from Velia yesterday and say he struggled, which he did in the mid game, but in the early game had some really good invades onto Razork, had that great dive down towards the bot tier 2 on the bottom lane, where if his team had followed up a little bit more, perhaps he would have been able to escape. So I think we saw some really good things from Velia. However, I still rate Yukino a lot higher than him right now.
And it comes down to this matchup. This is what the LEC Versus is about, the addition of these two ERL teams. Los Ratones, they smashed everything last year in their region and in their tier. Let's see what they can do today against KCB, this new roster. They showed up yesterday against their sister team. So let's send it over to Shox and Nemesis actually standing in the hallway.
Nemesis wasn't feeling too well, I think, for this one, but Crowny gracefully stepped in, but he did say, I could only do this interview if I called him Freakmaster, which I now have. Why is that?
Oh, it's just an inside joke.
Okay. Very inside. Hey, KC Blue is on the other side. They look a little bit different, but you've got a score to settle with them, right? After yesterday, where the start didn't go as well as you wanted to, what are you going to show versus KCB today?
Yeah, I mean, they beat us twice, but they say third time's the charm, so we're winning today.
Absolutely is. Thank you, Freakmaster. Good luck.
just gonna hover in that moment.
Yeah.
They're just
Just
not
sit in
gonna
this.
cut away.
Yeah.
They're just gonna let us live. Oh boy! Oh, there's so much to be excited about. It's KCB versus Los Ratones. It's EMEA Masters here in the LEC studio. Yukino, a hot prospect, but can he go toe-to-toe with the freak master?
Can anyone really do it? Because I don't know if it's possible. But either way, it is set to be an absolute banger. I'm very excited for this matchup. Especially, you know, the rivalry that started in EMEA Masters, now making it to LEC Versus.
And also the importance of winning for both of these teams. I think KCB got an easier into the league. I think KC is technically a harder team, but I think playing against this team like takes off some of the pressure. You know, I think they had a really good early game and we're actually building some leads. That was pretty exciting. Opposite for Los Ratones, it felt like there were some nerves, especially in that jungle position, and I'm ready to see them, you know, level out a little bit and get to cooking. I would love an aggressive game, though, I will say. It would be, we got our Azir Smolder out of the way, you know? We have enough people cheering across multiple languages here that you're not allowed to draft scaling. You might have missed that part of the rule book, but if there are this many people shouting and you draft Smolder, the refs will remove you from the stage. That's what I've heard, at least personally.
Yeah, and they'll call you Freak Master as punishment. I mean, still, I think for Velia, just going back to him, I actually liked the idea of kind of the way he structured the level 1. Yeah. Like going for the invades and trying to set up. It was just unfortunate that afterwards, how he tried to play around the scuttle crabs and moving around the map for like his early raptors and stuff, they kind of messed it up. So I don't want to start going like this was a bad idea from Velia, because I actually liked it. I think I'd like to see more of it as well. It's just the follow-up, the level 3, 4, 5 afterwards, that's where I think he could kind of find a little bit more success.
Yeah, and some of the team fights were messy as well, right? And for a team that spent enough time playing together, I think it's, you expect a higher level of coordination. Certainly from most times, they have a lot more time together spent as a 5-stack. And we'll see if we get to see that today, as we're now in a picks and bans. Normal drafts. Los Ratones chose blue side, KCB chose second pick.
Yeah, I don't think the boss is ever going to get signed at any point in time in his existence at this LEC Versus.
No, which is sad. But respectable, because KCB, you have to feel like this is their best opportunity to win. It's a similar story for Los Ratones, so we'll see how the team shade up. Box, picking a champion.
It's not allowed to start with A, just so you know.
Okay.
It's banned, because there's no Azir. I don't want Azir.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, deep cut, stream reference maybe. I didn't know.
No.
Rise for Nemesis. All right, solid pick, comfortable. Versus Orianna, maybe?
Oh, you're on board. You're on point. I don't know how you could have ever predicted this.
Maybe Azir? Nope.
I like the Orianna because I think she works really well with a ton of junglers at the moment. Plus the fact that you get to outrange the Rise and a lot of the mid lane trades makes it just very, very strong in the matchup. And now you got Yunara, so already KCB setting up for a very strong plays through those team fights.
Yeah.
And also, I think Kimilu just had a really good game yesterday on the Talia, at least to start things off. So hoping he can keep that form up here against Los Ratones.
Yeah, really solid movement, a lot of playmaking. Now Orianna notably lacks the CC that Talia does at earlier stages of the game, but from Kimilu, I think really good look. And excellent for a guy who, maybe didn't anticipate being on this KCB roster. Obviously was in LEC last year. Had a bit of a rough go of it. Now on this KCB lineup has a chance to prove himself here in Versus. And they're playing the Reckless song in...
Of course.
One of
Do you want to sing it?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Wait, this is Crown. Never mind, this is the Reckless. Whatever. It's fine. This is the only one that wasn't about Reckless in the emo era. Anyway. Corky, Rise, very standard duo. And again, Velia back on the J4. No Pantheon, like in the J4. But again, if you're struggling in the team fighting department, I feel like J4 does simplify it a lot.
It also is kind of just good against the two champions that are locked in the opposite side. Like, sure, Yunara gets a dash with her ult, but Orianna doesn't have that luxury, and if you can burn that dash early in the fight for Yunara, she makes her significantly more vulnerable. So I think already Los Ratones have decent setup when it comes towards trying to play through that mid jungle. trying to get that lockdown and try and burn some of these early flashes on Camillu. And if you don't, KCB, like, this is a terrifying team fight with a ton of AoE damage they're already setting up for.
That they are. Again, we might be in a situation where there's a bit of a scaling discrepancy. Rise, of course, scales fantastically, but generally can get to a position where if he's not in the sidelines, if he has the full 5v5, doesn't always have the range to hit the target that he needs to. Can be a similar story for Corky, as Braum is now banned away, Nautilus following, both sides just trimming the support pool.
Yeah, I mean, the Braum obviously setting up there to say, hey, we want to take something like an Alistair, we want to go for that heavy engage and just not have you block all of it, because at least on last Ratone side, they already have that Jace to provide that engage, but Wukong definitely likes having someone that can follow up on his initial Cyclone to guarantee that second cast.
Yep. Nice to not be solely relying on the Wukong as well, because so much of his damage is Trinity Force procs.
Yeah.
It is cooldowns on the Q, not actually the Cyclone damage itself. So when you have someone else to follow through, you don't just have to keep spinning. Sets up for much better, much easier team fights. As Aatrox now gonna get taken away. What is the option? Callista support. Heck yeah.
It probably means we're seeing something like an Ornn in the top lane for Tau, though. Like Aatrox, or sorry, for Boss, or at least something tanky in that top lane for Boss, because oftentimes it would be, you know, the matchup into a lot of these tanks.
We're not supposed to talk about hovers. I'm just excited. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. Having that safe kind of backup champion. It's difficult for me to know where Boss's head is at in terms of champ pool for LEC. We've seen one game so far, and it was the Kled. The Reckless Nami. An option.
I don't mind it in this position.
Gives you a lot more control over bottom lane. This is going to be really, really tough for KCB to survive early game.
Also, then when you come into fights later on, like as Wukong dives in, Wave to disrupt that follow-up.
Really
that
good.
we were just talking about, I think is really nice, but okay. Here's the Boss special. It's going to be the Volibear top.
There we go. All right, Tau. What have you got cooked up? What do you have prepared to go toe-to-toe with the Bouse?
I actually don't know, because Volibear incredibly strong in the early laning phase. So do you try and just take something that's a little bit more even and just scale into the late game? Or, okay.
Yeah! Okay! Thank you! They buffed top lane so much, and all of the other top laners are playing the most boring things on the face of the planet. Finally. We had to go to EMEA Masters to find them, but top laners who will cook. Thank you, Tau. Thank you, Boss. I'm ready.
I mean, Zehen doesn't have the best of times in the early laning phase, so going up against the Volibear, definitely going to be a tough one. But if Tau can survive to that later portion of the game, he can absolutely pop off. But finally, we're getting some spice in these drafts. This is what we wanted to see.
100%. Thank you. And some potential for explosive early games. I think we will sort of be, our eyes at least will be laser locked on the top side of the map. Because it's hype, it's exciting, right? I'm curious to see how good Tau is, a player obviously promoted from, Div 2, and a guy who I think has a lot of potential up against Boss, who's a bit more of a known quantity. We haven't got to see him deliver on the stage quite yet. Some fist bumps there. Crazy that Los Ratones coached entirely by former casters in Kadril and Yamato Cannon.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know if that's a buff or a debuff. For our sake, I'm going to say it's hopefully a buff.
I mean, everyone knows that we are the smartest at the game. True. And that's why we never get any crap, ever.
That's true. The lesson we can all get behind. Well timed. Time to get in the game. KCB, Los Ratones. We have so many fans on both sides. The KCB fans notably more vertically inclined, much more keen to jump. The Los Ratones fans not afraid to match in volume, but not as keen on standing up, which I understand. The chairs are quite comfortable. But also, there's nothing to cheer for at the moment.
It's very catchy. I don't really understand what's being said, but yeah.
Now we will witness the true nature of LEC. Why are people?
I don't think
why do
anyone
people
wants
just
to see
roll up
that.
and type like subtitles from anime into our chat? Why is that what they do? All right. Early levels. Junglers, important. That was kind of what the analyst has talked about. Yukino had a great day. Velia didn't really have the best day overall, but also we do need to talk about bot lane just because we have this range support, something we were waiting to see. And it should be a position where Crowny and Reckless can, especially at this level 1, start to take over.
Especially because it's kind of similar to the way you play Nami with Lucian, right? You have the abilities Crownie to Valkyrie in, go aggressive, as Hazel tries to look for some of these CSs, thanks to the the E from Reckless. So already you can see just getting a ton of pressure on this bottom side, and this will continue. And then when you look at KCB, for me, they are a team that pops off at level 6. Wukong, Orianna, Alistair, even Yunara, all of these are champions that really get a massive spike when they get access to those ultimates. So for Lost Ratones, I want to see them get active early. I want to see Velia making plays around the mid, burning flashes on Camille, repeat ganking, trying to make things uncomfortable for Tao in that top side. Like, really get active in this early stage and make it uncomfortable for KCB before they hit those ultimate breakpoints.
Yeah, and with this rise in the mid lane, you saw an attempt at this kind of early gank, but you do have pretty solid setup onto Camilla if you can find that angle for the quick rune prison. Top lane as well. Bot lane with the bubble is a little bit tougher, but the lane matchup strong enough might not matter, as Reckless and Crownie have shoved this wave forward. Hazel and Prime will probably just expect to chill until at least level 3, but their health bars are in pretty good shape, so haven't lost out too much in these first few levels.
This is not the gank I expected.
Going mid! Oh, this is his entire gank! He did the thing!
That's it! I was like, oh yeah, Velia's going to get into the mid lane, he's going to make it happen. And of course, why would it not be the volley bear that's in the mid lane?
I love it. It's like Adam's back in the league, man. Random level 3 game. What is this, like 2022 Fnatic? Anyway, Crownie now retreating. Hazel just keeps the trade going, but creative little gank there from Boss. Now kind of using the fact that the home guards are there, ghosted into the mid lane gank, sprints back to top lane, won't lose out on too much here. And it has a blasting one, so feeling pretty comfortable. The passive, once he gets it stacked, is really going to start hurting.
Yukino's actually doing a good job in the jungle though, managing to get all of his camps, got the bottom scuttle, now using the pressure that Camilo has from TP back into mid to go up towards his top side and steal away another grab as well. So already off to a decent start here against Velia just in the jungle matchup. So just keep our eyes, because Yukino was amazing yesterday for KCB.
That he was. Velia being behind on camps early, definitely not ideal, but just hasn't found an opportunity to go for the early ganks. Luckily his top laner also is a jungler sometimes. Nemesis is going to do what he can to hold here. Quick proc on the Crystalline Overgrowth. So some damage there. As Reckless and Crownie, this is a really good spot for KCB, because while you would assume that the Corki and Nami are in a good position, look at those mana bars. They're empty. There's nothing there. So in the words of Tyler One, you don't have any mana.
Man, I also just want to highlight how sick the top lane vision control for KCB is. Like, there is wards galore in that top side to spot it exactly what Velia is up to, and they will know now that Velia is moving back down towards his bottom side because they've just seen him clear out his Grom. So overall, KCB working with a ton of information this early stage, except for that one thing from the boss, you know.
Yeah, except for that one. Let's see. Again, waiting for Yukino once it's at level 6. Maybe some potential plays to be made. We're also 20 seconds away from the first raid spawning. Team fights. It can go either way, right? So much of Velia's damage is the flag and drag. It's pretty much all of it. Nice bubble. Okay, Prime. Getting slowly walked down. I don't think anything's going to happen. Oh, cancel the back two. Okay.
Nearly.
That would have been the most feel-good moment for Reckless if he managed to both land that bubble and then also cancel the refill. Instead, it's still pretty good, but you can see the gold essentially dead even in the bottom lane. Less of an advantage than I think that most Ratones would have liked to have, but credit to Hazel and Prime for holding their own.
So though, I want to see Velia again once more, kind of just getting active. Like, Tao has kind of managed okay against the boss on the top side, so he's just going to get to scale. Camilo still the same. So if Velia can try and get in and use the fact that Nemesis can like use Ghost, get the root, and then set up for a play, I think you have options. But Dragon up on the cards looks like it might be more of a focus here for KCB.
Be the case. Nemesis walking down to play through bot lane with the rest of his team really needs to be careful. Can't afford to face check vision going the other way. But luckily for him, KCB for that moment have shifted their attention to Scuttle Crab, so he will be able to just walk back into mid. Relatively calm sort of extended play around this objective as we get an all-in on the top side. Polar Bear looks like he wins those, although ulti traded for ulti. It's a healing battle now, but the Bear looks like he's coming out on top. However, the revive, still there. Boss's health bar blinking. Zehen back to half. So getting the revive cooldown is good, but giving up your flash is going to make things tricky.
I was surprised to see Lost Ratones move up towards that top side to try and cover for the boss, though, because you'd push in mid and push on bot. It could have been an opportunity for you to move in towards Dragon and contest the, River and contest Dragon, but it means that they end up losing out on the trade top, and they're losing bot here.
Nice in this engage, forcing Crowny's flash out as well. Good follow-up, good damage from Hazel. Does use the ulti. XP advantage for the KCB side. Los Ratones' bot lane is getting crushed in this matchup. Like, you can see the gold advantage, but the all-ins just are not even remotely close.
Yeah, and that's the flash and the heal burnt now on Reckless. You still have all these summoner spells up. Hazel,
Crowny,
he has
barrier combo. Crowny, what? They didn't thought Prime was gone. Now he's going to lose the entire wave. They were still at what?
But also, Hazel had the auto attacks, like he had access to his Q, which is where so much of the damage on Yunara comes from. Maybe Crowny thought he didn't have access to the mana that he needed to pop Q, but that was not going to work.
I'm going to be honest. Crowny was doing better. This Freakmaster guy, some missteps.
We need to look into him.
It's best if you laugh, then I look like less of a jerk, Bob. Don't mute your box when you laugh. You have to go down with me. We're going down together. KCB TPing. They already got the Drake. So as excited as we were for the boss early play for the 1v1 top side, Tao getting extra levels is big because Zehen is so cooldown gated early on, and now Velia in trouble.
Oh, God.
Doesn't have the flag anymore. Yukino wants to keep the play going. Flash over the wall. Follow with the clone from Yukino. Another spin on the Cyclone.
He did.
Now down he goes. That's the solo kill. Los Ratones starting to crumble. Yeah. Hi, Mark. I'm sorry. I can read your... Why am I on the broadcast, he says. Well, you're the coach of the team, bro. You enjoy the coach cam reactions. Now you got to pay the piper. Sposs and Tao going toe-to-toe.
But this is what I was talking about for KCB. The ability to turn on a dime at level 6 and look for these fights, look for these engages is so incredibly strong. And a fair play to KCB playing well around those opportunities. And I think this was the part that I was most nervous for when I saw how many roster changes were there. Because when you look at like Piero and Exa and how well they were able to play around Yukino on KCB and EMEA Masters, now coming into this stage, you had to try and find that synergy once more. And look at it, like it's all about Yukino and setting them up.
Yukino completely fearless here. Down to just 50-50, but doesn't even really have a smite to 50-50 with, so needs to bully them out as Milsu zoning with the ball. And I gotta say, we mentioned how important jungle was gonna be. Yukino absolutely dominating in the context of that 1v1 match. With Boss now going all in. That's the ulti from Tao. Boss maybe waiting for the attack to expire, but the damage, just too much. Tao with the solo kill.
Tao, you're going to have to cool us because the other Chinese Italian that did well went off to BLG, and we'd like to keep you in the LEC for a little bit. That's okay.
All right, LPL, stop stealing our Chinese Italians.
But that was sick, Tao popping off in the top lane. Like, he's doing fairly well for himself, and Zehen with a lead is a terrifying champion.
And Boss had ulti, so I think he was trying to play on the edge there. Just didn't think he would get clipped. Obviously didn't have the flash. Tao still had his, so it just makes it so difficult because didn't even get that flash out. So Tao will still be able to flash away from the Boss's ultimate. Hasn't been able to finish the Dusk and Dawn either. And things are getting bad pretty quickly. The jungle discrepancy, the difference now in gold, and an impact thus far in the game very heavily favoring KCB. The bot lane advantage that we kind of expected with this Nami Corki has not really reared its head. So outside of that first play from Baus, nothing's really happened for Los Ratones.
And now it's going to be a minute until the next dragon. You're going to have all of your abilities up. You've hit some really strong item spikes with Yukino having that Triforce now available. Tao won't be able to match. He did end up stopping off for a little bit for the healing reduction. So, I mean, at the moment, KCB just gets to continue to play through this early game that's gone so well.
And the proxy. God, it's like we're watching him stream.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, he did some EMEA Masters and stuff too. So. It's a bit riskier, though, as Tao is, pretty hard to get away from. And very powerful. Ooh.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I mean, Boss, he got the wave, going to get to reset. Tao still has to go, so just get the tempo that he wants to on the reset. And if he can try and get out and make a play before this dragon spawns, maybe that's enough of a win on the proxy.
Yeah. Also has Dusk and Dawn now, and he only really had he didn't have the Sheen component yet either, so it's going to make the trades a lot better, although once Tao is able to finish that Trinity Force, we'll kind of be right back in the same position that we were. You're paying attention mid lane. There's no one here to back him up, but a Realm Warp is on the way, forces the flash out from Camilo. Small advantage for Ratones. Camilo going to have to play much safer in the coming fight, but KCB got the first strike. They're now on the road to get the second.
But it's pushing boss, pushing mid, and Camilo actually might look for Nemesis here.
It's going in Shockwave Veil. Yukino's ult available as well. And Novelia does not have his. KCB 4-stacked on the objective. Top laner's the only ones not to participate. Crowny debating if they want to go in. Velia caught off to the side as the Drake goes down. Will flag and drag out. So LR didn't feel confident enough to pull the trigger, and I think rightfully so, because the key ultis were still available for the side of KCB, but it does mean that it's a bit of a spectator objective.
Yeah, the advantages that you would have liked to play through aren't there, but Nemesis.
Extra movement speed. Cyclone trying to get in range. Just clips him on the edge with the knock-up. A little bit premature on the ulti there.
But the call was boss is missing, and Yukino knows it.
Flag, drag the Q, follow up, Thunder Rains from the sky. Yukino able to flash briefly, but it looks like boss is going to finish him. It's the shutdown. Nemesis now in trouble. Will be able to walk it off. On the other hand, needs to be ready to flag and drag initial interrupt. Boss wants to keep this going. Still has the extra help from the ultis. The hand ulti coming in as well. Velia goes down. Nemesis solo. Prime wandering his way in. Reckless with the extra healing to defend his mid laner. Boss going on a bit of a walkabout on the top side. KCB still coming out even in that trade, but Boss, I don't think he's walking away from this one. Oh, the heal is there. The Q flash, hand delivered back to Tao.
That could have been so much worse for Lost Ratones, but Camilo had no mana to finish off the very low health Nemesis. But it's still a nice win for KCB. A 1.5k gold lead just over for them, and now Tao going to get some turret plates again. Like, this is a 3 kills ahead. Like, this is going to be a very terrifying top laner.
Yeah. And it's rough for Velia too, right? You want to make these big engages. You haven't been able to find an angle. Now you have to EQ into the Zehen.
Yeah.
Here you see, this is the initial pick. Looks pretty good. Solid punish, recognizing the ulti is no longer available.
And I thought KCB understood that, hey, boss is missing, which is why they didn't continue on the immediate play. But Velia then sticking around hoping to steal. Wasn't expecting Prime to show up. And again, Tao, so much damage in these fights. Nemesis already taken off. He's just got to try and get out of there. And only the fact that Camilo had run out of mana means that he wasn't able to finish off Nemesis as he tried to make his way through that choke point.
Yeah. KCB continuing to extend their influence here to the bottom side jungle of Los Ratones. Velia falling further and further behind in terms of overall CS. But Crowny at least has a bit of a gold lead. So consistent. The farm department. Let's make a bit of a difference as Red has now been stole away, and Yukino is so annoying. Credit to him. Constantly stealing, finding these little edges, finding these little advantages. Now it's pretty hard for Crowny to walk up. Hazel the threat of the all-in with the ultimate. Very real. Boss not afraid to continue trading despite being down 2 levels. Ulti there. Healing. Is going to escape, gets pulled back. He's going to die.
And I don't think that's a good one.
Nope.
But here we go, Velia.
Now might be in trouble in the meantime. Yukino, they're trying to cut him down. Velia wants to finish the kill desperately, but Yukino is still alive. Nemesis and Reckless on the way out.
I mean, Lost Ratones just disjointed.
Yeah, I mean, credit to KCB. We saw early game coordination really be there against KC yesterday, and it wasn't just a flash in a pan. They have kept that train going. They're looking pretty controlled here.
Honestly, they look legit. Like, I really like the way we were seeing, like, Yukino and Prime link up together, how they're going for invades, Camilo supporting them on a lot of these plays as well, and Hazel, like, we haven't had a huge amount of looks down towards that bottom side, but while all these shenanigans have been going up to the top, he was like 1v1ing Crowny, getting more position onto that bottom side, pushing Crowny out of the lane. So, like, across the board, KCB are doing fantastic, and we haven't even discussed the 4-0 top lane.
Crowny able to connect to the big one or the auto. Clear if that was a rocket and Triforce proc, but he did a whole heck of a lot of damage. Hazel needs to be careful. Objective bounties are up, so an angle for Los Ratones to get some of this gold back. Crowny trying to make the most of having Reckless beside him, empowering him with the Imperial Mandate to connect on this damage, but Prime fishing for an angle. You can see Yukino hovering as well. Prime has to be really careful.
I think we're just going to look at a play on the bottom side for KCB instead. Do you want to trade it for the Rift Herald? Nemesis all on his own. But I don't think Camilo has enough damage right now to try and finish off Nemesis if they go for the dive.
Nemesis clearing the wave. They're on the way down, but again, the vision is very consistent around their side laners, you gotta say. Tao provided a little bit less now that he's so far ahead, but good diligence on making sure that Camilo can stay safe. That's it. If he over pushes this wave, things could go bad.
He's just gonna back away. I think the plan for KCB there was, hey, if Lost Ratones, with the position they have, go for Rift Herald, we can shift from mid down into that bottom side and look for a potential dive with the vision Prime had just set up. But because Lost Ratones end up feeding down to that bottom lane to cover the play, it means that now KCB are able to use these pushing waves to get for Dragon, and Lost Ratones haven't really managed to trade for anything on the map.
No, I haven't. I mean, it's difficult when you're so far behind in terms of overall pressure. You can see Boss trying to win out on the 1v1. It will hold the tower for a little bit longer. Tao has overcommitted a bit, doesn't have access to the flash, does have access to the ignite. This is an opportunity to turn. The passive is not stacked. This should just be the quick kill for the Boss. Tao, tunnel vision on the tower, and it's going to cost him, but it's Prime with the 3-man! Instantaneous. The way to disengage is just too late. KCB find a slightly better fight, but it's Los Ratones who take the objective. And it's only Reckless who drops.
It looked good, but you don't have the damage there yet. Camilo only on an item and a half, and Hazel not in a position to really burst through Lost Ratones. So Boss coming in clutch with the top lane play and delivering himself to cover the bot side as well.
Exactly what they needed.
Again, great engage from Prime. The shockwave is there, but look at the health bars. Like, it doesn't really disappear that quickly, and Hazel is trying to do what he can, but with the Boss able to TP in off of reset, the numbers advantage for Lost Ratones makes it tough. But Velia under pressure, and so is that top tower.
That it is. Camilo takes it out now. Nemesis needs to make it away. Pretty confident there's no shockwave, as he just saw at the previous fight, but it was only a few seconds off being able to lock him down. Real EU crowd experience, true. Shout out to the blue wall and the... Los Ratones, do you guys call yourself the Rats?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. That makes sense. It's not something you want to call someone unless they ask to be called it, you know?
KCB fans, though, still very happy, and they should be. I mean, 3.5k, nearly 4k gold lead. Now you got Rift Herald in tow. Pressure in towards mid, crack that tower open, and the vision control that Prime has been enabling to keep this Orianna safe has been great. And it, like, again, Camilo had his experience in the LEC, so definitely having picked up a few of those lessons, and you can see it now when he's playing with KCB.
Yeah. Fiend Hunter Bolt now also completed for Hazel. Overall, the position that KCB find themselves in, incredibly comfortable. 3 grubs, 2 drakes, almost 4,000 gold in the lead. It is, you're kind of waiting for a couple slip-ups or a misstep to give Los Ratones an angle back in, because while Boss did find that kill on the top side, I think more to do with Tao overcommitting and Boss being there to punish. Los Ratones can need a little bit more in the tank before they can really make those proactive plays themselves. Next objective. That is Baron at 10 seconds, but I don't think either side wants to go for it. And the Boss looks like he has been caught out.
Yeah, I don't know if he has, though. I mean, you've got the Zahen who resets to cover top side, and you're not really getting much. So Nemesis just getting some free plates on this top side of the map. KCB kind of dropping the ball a little bit here in this mid game.
Tao trying to go all in. Nemesis ready to sidestep if he has to. Ruka to connect. The initial pullback is there. Tao still chasing. Nemesis just fast enough to get away, crucially there. Doesn't even have to use the Ghost.
Yeah, but at least if your Nemesis is able to go toe-to-toe against Tao by constantly pushing out this wave, it does mean that that big threat of this Zahen is nullified to a certain extent, and you can try and play around the Boss and Crowny elsewhere. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan as Prime. A little bit far forward.
Celestial opposition already popped, forcing the ulti out as well. Has been completely caught out. Good Realm Warp to punish. But now Boss needs to escape here. They've done the Thunder to try and escape. Rift Herald summoned here. Probably Tao.
Prime was trying to cheat tempo there by not waiting for the mid to be pushed out before he went for vision, and rightfully punished by Lost Ratones, especially with Yukino on the opposite side of the map. So you don't really get the tower as Boss is able to clear out the wave and the Rift Herald, and you got the kill, and Lost Ratones are starting to get vision on the top side. So KCB still have the gold lead, but definitely giving opportunities to Lost Ratones.
That they are. Hazel waiting off on the side. Bit of an initial slow here. So he doesn't really like his chances as they see Zehen, Tao starting to move down. Fortunately for Los Ratones, they don't have any healing reduction yet, and that is double Sundered Sky on the Wukong and Zehen. So probably need to get some soon. The effective health to burst through on this KCB lineup is damn high. But a brief calm for the next objective, 45 seconds till Mountain, sole point for KCB, they can secure.
And this time around, you've hit kind of very big breakpoints. Kamilu having those 2 items, now a needlessly large fraud as well, plus the Fiend Hunter bolts for Hazel, gives you those 3 quick auto attacks that do a lot more damage. So the burst potential, if we end up seeing something like that 3-man shockwave once again, is going to be very high for KCB. So Lost Ratones, they kind of need to gather around mid, push out mid, set up vision, but unfortunately with 15 seconds they've run out of time and they're still in their own jungle. So KCB have a lot of windows to play with the vision as Lost Ratones try and take it back.
Nemesis keeping the wave pushed up here. We'll get at least 1 plate off this auto. He's going to be able to grab 2 in the end. Carrying through that tower, 160 gold for himself. Oh yeah. The boss off on the side, but so they have now marked him 6k, getting lower. Los trying to be super careful. The boss already caught on side. Protobelt's away. Tao just chasing down. Velia going for the initial engage on a Camilo, trying to force out an early shockwave. And down goes the Ori. Now it's Nemesis on the flank. Hazel in an excellent position to try and take over the fight, but he hasn't been able to get any damage down yet. Prime going in. Drake stolen. Crowny manages to get it. That's the Freak Master in the midst of the fight. I don't know what he's doing, but it's starting to get freaky. KCB still trading down just a bit on the kills. It can't finally engage. Tao dropping as well. Well, Ratones, I can't believe it, but they found a way.
It's a disaster for KCB. Kamilu front lines, which immediately Velia punishes. And from there, the team fight is all going the way of the Rats. Kamilu should never have been on the front line here. So many members of KCB are being distracted by the boss. Velia gets back out over the sides. And by some miracle, Crowny steals the dragon in the midst of it. And KCB are trying to turn tail, but it's the boss and Velia who are dealing with the Unara in the back line.
Camilo, always smiling. Even through the pain. That Drake secure is big. Buys more time for Los Ratones to get a few items, and about 3 items now for Crowny, who was able to make the miracle steal happen. Yukino, a rare misstep. Still a 2k individual gold lead for him, but missing out on that smite is devastating.
I mean, he did his job there.
He did.
The fact that he pulled both Prime and Tao to deal with them was what gave that opening, so...
And I think that when you have the Orianna, Alistair, Wukong, it is important to attack them in the setup. Like, if you can find a kill or a pick on the Camilo before the fight breaks out, it's excellent. And he isn't in a position to buy a Seekers right now. Presumably building towards it. Nemesis grabs the tower and the gold gets closer and closer. But this is a pretty even game. I would say scaling, I don't know how you feel. I think scaling still probably favors KCB in the long run, but Crowny able to finish that 3rd item does mean that he's quite scary.
It's just more of a, how do KCB play it? Because I think if you do play for, oh, hang on, Valiant? He's out.
Nope. No, what out? He was in.
Did he click out?
He must have clicked out. No, now Crowny's gone too. He's been picked up.
Lads, what are you doing? Lads, it's in front of Baron. And you lost your tier 2 boss.
I mean, Mark asked me yesterday if I could hype his team up, and that last play I was hyped, but that was rough. 2 back-to-back picks. 1 misclick, 1 misstep. 2 champions dead, and now KCB get a Baron, well earned to punish, to find those angles. Yukino constantly on the hunt. Los Ratones caught asleep at the wheel. That's devastating.
I mean, this felt like it was their moment to come back into it, but Velia getting caught. I would need to see what happened, because by all instances, Velia should be in this. He clicks out. He clicks out trying to get away from Yukino.
Yeah.
And then here, like, there is no reason for Crowley to be going in here. I don't know what he was thinking here.
Los Ratones losing themselves in the moment. Not something you want to see with a team who has so many veteran players. Nemesis, you know, Crowley, Reckless, all a ton of competitive experience, but didn't really have mid prio. Had top prio for a moment. I think Velia a little too keen to steal away some camps to get himself back into the game, and the whole team commits to play, and credit to them, they commit together, but they overcommit. And now that glimmer of hope, went from a 4K lead from KCB to a dead even game, now back to 3,000 in their favor with the Baron empowering them.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse. Like, you're going to lose the entire topside jungle here. The Zehen can continue to push in the mids. And then this top lane tier 2, I don't think lasts particularly long. Defending this is going to be tough because either you lose this top lane structure or your mid lane goes to town.
Next flash over the wall, might be both. Prime, initial engage on Velia, looking pretty solid. Flag and drag out for Velia. Prime caught up a good bubble to keep him locked up, and the tower still standing as Tau breaks down the mid lane tier 2. The Baus pulled a little bit back by the shockwave. Hazel ulting as well. And now KCB retreating, but again, it's Tau in the mid lane. The solo split push threat will finally be forced back by Nemesis, but at least a tower taken down. The gold lead extends for KCB as Los Ratones do their best to hold the line.
And maybe you get another wave out of this as KCB if you want to. So can actually get in towards that top side, I think. It looks like they're just going to move down mid. I mean, 20 seconds until Mountain is going to be their main focus, and Nemesis has to be so careful here.
That he does. KCB have been so good about finding these picks, and Los Ratones have been making a few mistakes in terms of how they're moving around the map. This fight will be big though. 8 seconds on the objective. Los Ratones an angle to play through bot lane as they have the wave pushed up already.
This has to be more patient from KCB though. Play for the chokes, which is kind of what they're doing here. Make it difficult for Los Ratones to find multiple flank angles. And Los Ratones now stepping up in front of KCB. This is much more difficult to play.
Haven't quite marked Tau yet. The Baus being realm warped into the backline. Flash in from Yukino. Crowley split from the fight initially, but still able to lay down a couple of auto attacks. Nemesis completely split out. Needs to get away from Tau. He's fast enough, but the Baus is getting taken down in the meantime. Tau single-handedly splitting the fight, forcing Nemesis away. KCB standing strong. The Baus caught once again. The Dark Enclave just continues to find him. Bullbear doing his best to run a slow there, connecting. But here comes Prime once again, so good on finding the angles. Down goes the Baus. Drake to the side of KCB in the fight to boot.
Yeah, you could tell Los Ratones understood how they needed to play the fight. Realm warping Boss to the other side. But KCB, they're using this massive Zehen so well. And, like, look at how this fight, immediately everyone just dives onto this bottom side. Boss is trying to play catch up. Hazel patience on the Flash's way, having Yukino peel for him so well, whereas Tau just keeping everyone out of the fight. Crowley can't get down onto any of the key carries. Trying to go for a
They go to 1 HP.
We're kind of close, but the fight's still going to KCB.
Yeah. And overall, it just feels like KCB have been the more stable team the entirety of the game. The quirky Nami combo not getting the advantages that I think Los Ratones were hoping for. We got a really creative first gang from Baus and a good punish topside. But outside of that one dragon fight, where they were able to steal the Drake, where they were able to find some of those kills and even it up, it's just been all KCB. Which honestly, good on KCB.
Yeah.
You know, this was the rematch, but it was a rematch where it didn't feel like there was a lot of skin in the game because it's almost an entirely new roster. But this entirely new roster, despite the very limited amount of time they have spent together, are putting the hurt.
Yeah. And I think there's going to be eyes on some of these guys after performances like this. Like Tau looking great today. Yukino has had an absolute blinder the entire weekend. And Camilo's been sporting well. Prime has looked fantastic too. Like KCB, they've had like facing off against the sister team yesterday and now Los Ratones. Like they're kind of making themselves get noticed, you know?
I've seen 2 games of Yukino. I don't know if he's ever making it back to ERLs. That would not surprise me. We're going to the mid-season transfers if KCB are interested, of course. Selling him, moving him along. But for now, still in the midst of this game. As the lights go off, the tension builds.
Maybe it's the dynamic lighting we need. When you lose vision, we change all the lighting.
True.
The KCB are just playing it slow. They know they've got the time. They're just going to continue to shove in these waves. Baron in 30 seconds. Great. Let's just establish all the vision that we need. Keep Lost Ratones in their base, making it impossible for the Nemesis to finish off this Rabadon death cap. And sweep over towards the objective. Now, there is a very clutch ward into the back. You just see it at the head of Wukong there in the mini-map. That there is a potential for Boss to try and look for some sort of TP play, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. His TP's just about to come up.
Last flank didn't work out too well, but again, it's about finding that priority target. Camilo now has the Zanyas, so really difficult to get the one shot, but maybe in that 2.5 seconds where he goes golden, where he goes into stasis, those Ratones can force the fight. That said, they're very far behind on vision. They see the objective has been started. Camilo zoning the Oriana ball. Boss now forced to ulti away as Tao wants to keep the fight going. Will be forced to ult out.
But the Reckless followed up with the wave, so KCB end up kind of just trading ult for ult, and they end up with an advantage.
Yeah, they worried about a follow-up commitment or thought they saw an angle of opportunity there. The tidal wave, maybe not fantastic, but Tao also was forced to ult out, so good for that in some sense.
TP in behind Nemesis now, though. He's going to have to Realm Warp out of this.
Collapse is there, Realm Warp is there, flash forward, hoping for the shockwave. It is going to connect. Nemesis will get taken down. The damage potential from the Rise is there, but he's just CC'd. 60 seconds down the death timer. We are 32 minutes into this game. KCB will grab another Baron, perhaps the final one of the game.
There's no contest from Lost Ratones. They just want to push in waves, get as much gold as they can, maybe get a place. But KCB with a second Baron and very little left when it comes towards turrets for Lost Ratones. It feels like this should be the base getting cracked by the French.
Yeah, I mean, it's a French workout. The French, hell yeah. KCB did not expect this level of Wampa Stomp, but here we are.
Yeah.
And again,
genuinely really impressed.
I mean, Yukino is the story. Everyone has played their part.
Yukino!
Ah, the no and Yukino. I see. Follow up for Prime. Oh, God! Did we just cast or curse them? I was about to praise Prime. Follow from the boss. He thinks that's his time to go in. I still don't know if this is a great fight. Turning it back again. The W is crucial on the bite there. Bao's doing a lot of damage, but the chain CC is there. Can't quite get the shield down. Crownie now gonna be in trouble. Decent tidal wave, but CC immune is Tao. Dashes right through the Cataclysm. Finds the kill. Nemesis now running away.
Mountain Soul available for KCB.
Comedy of errors.
Yeah.
Prime whiffed. Yukino whiffed. KCB still won. And that's the power of a wallet gap, I think.
I hope this encourages people to play more as a head. Because this champion is sick.
It looks so pretty good.
Cool. But yeah, I mean, whiff, and then unfortunately for the Baos, ends up jumping up, which means that KCB are able to kind of corral Lost Ratones away from being able to support their top laner. So KCB finish off the Baos, and the follow-up is there. Tao buffering the CC so well.
And KCB calms in the fight. Feel, again, really good for a team that was so recently created. This is the instant turn on the flanker to collapse on the boss. If they wait longer, he does enough damage to find at least one kill there. But the immediate collapse, recognizing the position of the train that Los Ratones can't really follow if they choose that angle, means that fight just goes even more in their favor. Now they've got a Mountain Soul, they've got a 10k gold lead.
All this has proven to me is that we never should have gotten rid of sister teams, you know?
True. We need two
Proof is in the
M-Coys.
pudding.
2 G2s. Maybe not 2 Fanatics, but, you know, maybe.
Why are you just randomly lashing?
Sometimes you gotta fire strays. Yesterday was
Oh,
one
we have to get Sam Matthews to tweet about the bingo board.
the bingo board.
Yes.
Yes.
That does make sense.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's my plausible deniability right there. KCB, this should just be a victory lap. This is.
It is completely.
There's no. There's no money.
Like, what do you do?
I don't know. Go all in on the Hex Flash, I guess. Celestial Opposition popped. It might be something.
Yeah, it's just 4 members of KCB kind of just do what they want.
Shockwave's nothing.
Okay.
And Tao doesn't participate.
Okay.
Most of the time, it's going to fight. 100%.
I think it's fair. And they get Hazel. That's also
Yeah. It's still a close fight.
And here we go.
They found Hazel. They've knocked up Hazel. Another piece of CC will hit Hazel, but no damage is hitting the Yunara. Prime re-engaging on the boss. The boss now in trouble. Quick stun back. Both sides just running back and forth, but it's another super wave. Both Ratones don't really have time to move back to Fountain. Crownie hasn't been able to find an angle of attack, but Hazel's ulti is now faded. Surely if there was a time, the time is now. Camilo's Stone Cold, though, still has access to the Shockwave, waiting for the perfect moment. Yukino rooted. A lot of damage coming in from Nemesis to the boss.
Oh my god.
Goes in on Rise. Tao a lot of damage. CC immune in the midst of the entire team. They're going to burn it down before he gets the revive. Crucially, bobs off to the side. Might be able to make the difference. That's the exhaust, but KCB not going to falter. Boss going right back in. Hazel going to delete him. Holy stack now on the queue as Yukino is spinning in the back line, but it's going to cost him his life. KCB set. I set on the objective. One more auto. Crownie manages to kill him. They kill Camilo too. They have a chance. One more auto onto Camilo. They're running. KCB wants the wave in. He goes,
oh no, Camilo, that's not it.
Goes on the flash. He gets him. The timing is off. The Zanyas. They don't have the damage. KCB.
Reckless still wishing he was an AD carry right now.
An insane finish to an otherwise essentially flawless game from KCB. I mean, there were a lot of flaws, a lot of missteps in that game. It was messy, but KCB, the cleaner team, for the vast, vast majority. And credit to them, they showed good stuff yesterday against their sister team. They showed even more against Los Ratones today.
Yeah, I mean, KCB showing that EMEA Masters will continue. KCB beating Los Ratones in the semi-finals in summer and handing Boss his first ever loss on Volibear in competitive play.
Tough way to do it, but credit to Tao. He's one of your options for player of the game. Vote now at LEC on X, Tao, Yukino, or Prime. I'm still leaning Yukino, but Tao, I think he's second place for me right now. There's a good, whoever picked these 3 players, good job.
Yeah.
These are definitely the 3.
It's really impressive to see. I'm genuinely so impressed with KCB. And I'm also worried for a lot of our regular staples of the LEC, because KCB kind of looking fire right now, and if you get smacked down by them, it's not a good look.
KCB versus Heretics? Maybe? Maybe. Unfortunately for Los Ratones, it doesn't get easier. I'm pretty sure main roster KC is tomorrow.
Yeah, you lost on level 1, and now you're going up against final boss. You know, it doesn't really get easier.
There you go. Your friends got you the gear to play the Mythic, but you didn't finish the raid the first time, and now you're in hot water. Regardless, that is enough from us. It's Shocks standing by with Hazel.
Thank you very much. Hazel, congratulations. How does it feel to win your first game in the LEC?
It's the first, but it won't be the last. I'm really happy.
Let's go. I love it. The confidence immediately. How hard would you say it was to beat Los Ratones?
Not really.
Not really?
Not really.
Then tell me what happened in the mid game, because they did cut you out for like 2 minutes maybe, right?
We were a bit shaky because it's our first time on the LEC stage. We have emotions, you know.
Yeah.
We're kind of shaking, some of us at least. I know Prime is ice cold,
Yes.
and Camilo as well. But I don't know, we felt like we were in control like the entire game. It was just some random ints that we did that led to us having a kind of bad mid game. But in the end, I think we are fine.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday in the Lost Sisters, your sister team, KC, I think you guys look very good. I think a lot of people underrate KC Blue because you're the guest team, you come mostly from the ERLs, but do you think you have a real chance to make it to the playoffs, to show something here?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. What are your biggest
People are really
wins?
underestimating us because me and Tao come from Division 2 of LFL.
Mhm.
I don't think it's correct. I think we are at least equal to some of the players playing in LEC. So I think we're gonna make playoffs at least.
I love it. They've been cheering very loudly for you. Anything you want to say to the blue wall?
I love KC. I love the blue wall. Keep supporting us, and thank you for coming.
Awesome. Your jungler is right there. Anything you want to say to your jungler is right there. Anything you want to say to him?
I love you, bro.
I love it. Lord?
I love it.
Amazing atmosphere here in the studio. Yukino, thank you so much for joining us. You can hear me? Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us after this game. It's better if you put the mic in front of your mouth when you're going to be talking. All right, let's do it like this. The first question I have for you is, you faced Los Ratones last year, but you're actually the only one from KCB who won against them. So how much did that play into the prep coming into today?
I definitely would say like yesterday, like my debut, I was really nervous, like playing on stage. I guess today, like, because I already played against Los Ratones, I played them in the Red Bull event and I played them in EMEA Summer, like, and both times it felt pretty easy, so I was really confident going into today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was today easy as well?
It wasn't as
you can say
it wasn't as challenging, but I mean, definitely with a new team, like there was definitely a lot of times where I feel like we weren't pressuring enough. Like maybe we were still a bit too scared, but I feel like for most of the game was in our control.
All right. One question that I have, and then I'm going to come to you, Finn, as a top lane expert. We saw a new champion today, Zahen, on the side of KCB. You guys left Volibear open. Tell me about prepping for this champion, for you top laner, and did you think it was the right angle to play Zahen and play around Zahen today?
Honestly, I wasn't. Honestly, we weren't really preparing for the Volibear. I mean, well, we know he plays Volibear, but I didn't know that we were picking Zahen into it. Like, I just felt like it was just a vibe for him. He just wanted to play Zahen. I'm like,
it was just a vibe?
Sure, you can do whatever you want. I trust you in every pick.
I love the confidence, especially Finn coming into these new champions that we don't often see on the Rift. It has a lot of success rate, although it hasn't been picked a lot. How does that Zahen work?
I mean, I'm just so happy finally someone picked it. And big kudos to Tao to bring it out. I'm just really happy for finally get to see the champion because I like it so much. I think usually Zahen works really well with two conditions. He needs a laning phase that he doesn't get superly punished in because he takes some time to scale up, and he wants to play against kind of a short-range comp because he gets kited kind of easily if he doesn't have a flank. So here you see the build. I really like the stride breaker optimization because late game when everyone is so fast, you really need some kind of extra help to stick to your foes. And I'm just surprised that you said that you were nervous yesterday because my first thought when I saw you play yesterday was that you were so proactive and aggressive all the single time. And how was that transition from yesterday to today? Like, what lessons did you take from yesterday?
I mean, to me, like, I wasn't really confident with the way I played the mid game. Like, I feel like I definitely could be leading my team a lot better, and I feel like my Prime is definitely like helping me a lot with like leading the game. Like we're leading the game together like really well, and I think like he's working really, really hard, and I'm really thankful to have him like on this team.
Finn, you were saying ahead of today that regardless of the top lane changes, running exhaust is usually the play. I don't feel like it was the play here with Zahen, so does it make sense?
You mean TP?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did like Tao going for the Ignite, because Volibear, he can kind of play that volatile matchup where he heals up with the second bite, but he had the Ignite to counter that, because all you really need with Zahen is that a lot of people think of Zahen like an Aatrox or Kayn, but in reality, he's more Darius. You just want to get your stacks and then just all in them. So big kudos to Tao, and he's the first one that won with Ignite on stage in LEC.
Make it fun. Let's make top lane fun, honestly. And I feel like the players are having fun so far on the LEC stage. And you guys as well. You know, I'm used to you in the LFL, smiling all the time, but smashing enemies on the Rift. How has your experience been so far in the LEC and prepping?
I mean, I definitely have to get used to the stage because I have like 10 more games, I think, before for LEC Winter, and I have to make the most out of it. What was the question again?
I said, are you having fun so far in the LEC, and what has been your experience so far?
I mean, I'm having fun. Like, definitely, like, winter is like, it's pretty depressing because the sun is out like after like 5 p.m.
I know. Sorry, that's Berlin for you.
Yeah,
it's always like this, sadly.
I mean, that part is pretty depressing, but everything else is like pretty chill. Yeah, like I like the office here. It's really nice.
What are you looking forward to the most in the LEC? Any specific jungler that you want to face? I know that yesterday you came against who was it? Yike, and you said, Yike, I'm coming for you. You actually came for him, even if you couldn't bring the victory. You actually came, and that's what I love about you. You have this fire. So, who's your next target in the LEC?
I mean, it's just all the junglers in the LEC. Like, I just have to prove him that like I deserve my spot here because I earned it after winning EMEA Summer. So like I have to prove prove them that like ERL and LEC like the difference isn't that big. Even though like right now like I need time to adapt because like definitely like the players are a lot better here, but I'm learning a lot. Yeah.
Finn, I feel like they're adapting much quicker than people would have given them credit for.
Well, I think when you coming into this split, I think a lot of people had KCB as like maybe in the lowest ranking coming in, but after these 2 games, I think they should be skyrocketing in some people's rankings, because yesterday against KC, you really took the fight to them, and today against LR was pretty convincing performance. So I'm really excited to see, and I really like that you bring this kind of fresh aggression. It's like you don't really think about the consequences, you just go for plays, and I love to see that young hunger again.
Prime was the Kia player of the game today. Anything you want to say to your support or about what he did in game?
I mean, I always said that he's playing really well, and I feel like he's working really, really hard, and it's paying off. Like I definitely think like over like the past 2 weeks we've been practicing, like we're improving like really fast. So like with how we're improving, like I'm sure like we can stand a chance with the LEC teams.
Yeah, I think there's more to KCB than what meets the eye and what people can expect here. Thank you so much, Yukino, for joining us today.
Thank you.
There you go. Thanks to the Ultras as well. We're going to be toasting to a quick break, but we'll be back afterwards for Vitality versus Na'Vi. Stay tuned.
Much in these first 2 levels.
This is not the game I expected.
Yukino absolutely dominating in the context of that 1v1 match with Boss now going all in. That's the ulti from Tao. Boss maybe wait.
Yeah, we need to look somehow. Go for Rihanna, yeah? Ori? Yeah. Gather. Okay, slow. Look fast. Slow. Come.
That's good. Oh my god, I kicked it.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Get up.
Welcome back to week 1, day 2 here in LEC Versus. Now, we just witnessed KCB versus Los Ratones, and now we're getting ready for our 3rd game of the day, Vitality versus Na'Vi. I'm ready for this one. Both these teams are looking pretty solid yesterday. I think that while the draft might not always be thrilling at this particular moment in time, as teams are still figuring out the patch, with these two teams going toe-to-toe, there will be some wacky plays, most certainly.
Also, I mean, the fact we got Kiana yesterday for Rylek was kind of sick. So we do have, you know, a little bit of spice. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring out here against Vitality, because it is set to be such a strong performance if either of these teams can take the other one down.
Now, the two yellow-colored teams facing off. Who will come out on top? Only one can reign supreme. Now, yesterday I talked a lot about the humanoid Karzi duo, but I also want to talk a little about Mater, because that guy was playing like a demon. The Rumble Cassante matchup hasn't looked super great for Rumble for just about the entire tournament. Now the entire tournament is 2 days, but Mater was on another level.
I mean, he was the hyped prospect coming out of the ERLs, and he heard him on the stage yesterday how nice it is as a Ukrainian player to play for Na'Vi. Like, this was when he was in school, when he was 7 years old, wanted to play for this roster. It has been such a cultural touchstone for esports, and it's sick to see him now getting to shine, not only in his own role, but in somewhere that he feels like he belongs.
Yeah. See if he can keep that performance going. Of course, Knock Knocko also kind of tearing through Wonder yesterday in that matchup. So top lane, I mean, I just want to keep going back to top lane, because I feel like top lane is a place where we get to see a bit more fist fights. It's supposed to be a role that's so much more impactful this season. But I'm not sure. Could also be junglers. We are getting ready now.
I mean, Tao kind of did have a pop-off, you know? We've had some top laners kind of strutting their stuff.
Knock Knocko is, like, very far back in his chair right now.
I mean, when is he not?
That's true. That man has good eyesight. That's what I'm most impressed by. Because I could not see that far. I'm like an inch away from the monitor. I'm blind. Now, though, picks and bans. Maybe something spicy. Maybe not.
I'm kind of fed up with the... Sorry, just because I'm looking at, like, Sam D played Yunara yesterday, Karzi played Corki. I'm kind of fed up with this trade because it does not seem to go Corki's way a lot of the time.
No, it doesn't. Yunara just seems like an overall much more powerful champion, and Corki is, I feel like, supposed to get control early on. It's not getting...
Not really happening.
Not getting much of anything. But maybe this will be proven wrong here. I feel like the Fleshy Karzi duo has already looked pretty solid, as we see the Kiana banned, as is the Nico, Pantheon, the Jace. So a lot of jungle target bans, followed by the Rumble. Okay, so we're going to get a different top lane matchup.
Malphite?
Oh, wait,
I just want to see him. I just want to see him one time, please.
Okay, no, we're fine. I was like, oh, I missed the who side selection. What's the... Maybe it's the red side first pick, but it's not the ban order. Showing us the truth. A normal, standard, regular draft of League of Legends. Had a smile on his face. The boys feeling good after their win yesterday. Both these teams yet to drop a game. I love making dramatic statements after undefeated. But they've picked Azir, which is a little loss for all of us. Even if it may help facilitate a win for them.
Look, you're going to need to save me here, Rylek. You brought it to Kiana yesterday.
Come on.
You're willing to play the funky stuff.
Where to spice?
Don't just go Wukong or Pantheon Talia. Oh,
yes.
It's
Pantheon's banned.
It's Pantheon's banned.
It's
Pantheon is
probably
banned.
Wukong.
So it's probably Wukong. Or Vi. Actually, it's probably Vi.
Vi.
Yeah. Vi Talia is been
No, I agree. Vi, it wasn't Vi question mark. I'm like, Vi. I'm manifesting Vi.
Yeah.
Not because I want it, because I want you to be right. And that's the kind of friend
I would be
am.
happy to be wrong in this situation.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, interestingly, it was Poby yesterday who played the Zira, and Humanoid yesterday who played the Talia. So they've swapped sides. And also, Grudge Match, who replaced Humanoid last year, it was the Popester. Do either of these guys have bad blood? Probably not. But wouldn't it be cool if they did?
Can you have bad blood against Poby? That man just seems very wholesome.
No.
And kind of just happy to be here.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah.
But maybe we can get a little bit of smack talk afterwards. Who knows? As the Yunara is going to be the lock-in here from the side of Na'Vi. So, tier list drafting. But, you know, honestly, Yunara looks so good. I can't fault any team for picking it as what is the final option for Vitality. I imagine they pick AD here. If not, the good news is we
you know what?
get to see something new.
It might just be Corki.
You think so?
It might actually just be Corky.
Corky?
Yeah.
Nah, they
I
wouldn't
mean,
do
it might
that.
be a little wild.
Corky!
It might be a little out there. But yeah.
Crazy. No, I like Zin at least. I like Zin against a team that's so dependent on higher
When are we
range
getting
damage.
Zombie Zin skin, since he's like technically
dead?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Yeah, because we have Zombie Rise. You could have Zombie Zin and Zombie Rise.
That would be very cool. That is a lore follow through that I think Riot Games needs to look into. But given that he can still be locked in the game, they're not as committed as they were in 2015 when they killed Gangplank for like a week. Also, why couldn't there be 2 Gangplanks? If there's like Xin Zhao and Xin Zhao's inhabited possessed body, why couldn't we get old GP and new GP at the same time?
Yeah,
I want to
you could
kill
make him
my
like,
own minion.
God, what's his name in Pirates of the Caribbean? What's the guy with the tentacle face?
Davy Jones? Is that Davy J. Jones?
I don't know if it is anymore.
it's Davy Jones.
But we could do that, where we got like old Gangplank, and then he's got Alewi magic, and now he comes back as
I'm just
tentacle
saying.
face man.
I'm just saying this is $1 million ideas.
Yeah.
That's. I don't know if they're listening, but they should be. Bard taken away, and Bessa now locked in. I
Could be
like that
jungle.
we've mismatched. That would be spicy. I like that we've mismatched, potentially. I would assume mismatched the first phase of pick bans, because it means we're going to open up for some more interesting champions as Jax is taken away.
Okay. Well, I
Fair
mean,
enough. Jax jungle probably into the Zen.
Yeah, that's
you
what I'm
can't
thinking,
Get the
yeah.
knockup. Pretty miserable 1v1.
Yeah, I haven't watched enough of the Mbessa Xin Zhao jungle matchup to know exactly how that goes, but I still think like especially when you've got the Talia there and the public execution, I think you can try and play around that. But easily could just be like, hey, we ban Jax, we ban Wukong, or Bai in this situation. The other one gets picked for next rotation by Navi, and you just go for the Mbessa on that top side. The fact that they haven't banned away some of the top lane picks to make that Mbessa's life a little bit more comfortable says to me though it might just be going into the jungle.
Or they're incredibly confident, as Rakan is now the ban away. Navi going to open up with their 4 pick. Could just try to secure a bot lane matchup here. Get a support pick that's really going to make sure that you can dominate. Alistar's been a very common pairing. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in again. Of course, the expectation is that it loses early on, but we've seen a lot of games where the Yunara Alistar has essentially just gone completely unpunished. It feels like something on paper where they should lose horribly, but it seems like they just lose out on Prime on the first few levels and then can fight back instantly.
I mean, Yunara is still relatively strong early. I think it's just like Corky is very, very strong.
Yeah.
So he's still relatively okay, but yeah, I think it's just also the answer to the Alistar is going to be Braum, usually. But Corky Braum, you kind of lose a lot of that lane power as well with this, so and you can just get to scale, so you kind of have to fight fire with fire a little bit.
Renata? Nautilus. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's a little bit more aggressive. Now the question is though, do you just slam Renekton as Naknako and be convinced that that's Mbessa's going topside, or does Rylak actually take the Mbessa into the jungle and then you get a counter pick from main turn?
Oh, slam Renekton.
Okay, so where's the... Because this is a terrible matchup for Mbessa. So if I'm Rylak, I take the Mbessa, thank one for the team, and then main turn could answer with the Cassante here on that top side. Just have the scaling matchup and absolutely destroy this Renekton when you get to the mid game.
It's a little bit rough too, though. Regardless, it's kind of a tough decision.
Yeah.
Either way, someone has to draw the short end of the stick.
There it is, yeah.
I think it's Rylak. All right, here we are, Cassante, the Mbessa jungle. Rylak just continuing to cook.
I really like this draft from Navi, like keeping that Mbessa open as the flex. Cassante, once he gets the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Bramble Vest, just beats the Renekton in the side lane, so you get side lane pressure. You've got good mid jungle setup as well, where you've got enough lockdown with the level 6 to try and set up for plays, and you got Alistar that can roam as well. And I love that they just kept that flex, because this is something we've seen over in the LCK and LPL, but really haven't had inklings here in the LEC yet.
And again, I like that we're seeing some players really willing to push the meta. Like 2 days in a row now. Kiana yesterday, now the Mbessa today. Leveraging the nature of the flex pick as well to ensure that they could get a favorable matchup in draft, something that is always just doubles down on the value of creative picks like this, assuming that it goes well in game. We'll need to keep an eye on the Mbessa just to see what her impact can be like. Post level 6, it's easy to understand what she does. Pre-level 6, hard to imagine her pulling off a lot of successful ganks, but it's going to be something that we'll have to track. Both of these teams finding victory in day 1. Only one of them will be undefeated heading into day 3. Will it be Na'Vi? A massive rebuild for this team overall. Or will it be the Vitality lineup, bringing in Humanoid. Aiming for the highest of highs. Here we are.
I want you to do the rest of the cast like that.
Here we are. Summoner's Rift. Desolate land. I don't think I can do it for a whole cast, Rob. It'll hurt my voice.
The weird David Attenborough impression I never knew I needed.
Yeah, we see.
Oh, flash.
Oh! Is that a dog fighting a cow in pajamas? Fleshy running.
Yeah.
Insanely good trade for Na'Vi level 1.
Yeah.
What?
Like, Alistair is bad because he can't get onto you.
Also, lethal
but if
tempo.
you just walk onto him.
Yeah, lethal tempo level 1, incredibly strong. Just so much raw stats, and Carzzy really just can't get the Conqueror up fast enough, or does it matter nearly as much as that additional attack speed? Now, important note from our wonderful production team, Ambessa Jungle currently 4-9 in Tier 1 competitive 2026, so not a very successful champion, but maybe in LEC it will be, as a really solid Colv is going to interrupt Fleshy's initial engage, and bot lane calming down at least a little bit after that spicy level 1.
I'm keeping my eyes on Linsis though to see, because Ambessa early against Zinzao, I feel like the Zinzao should win out. Just the ability to chase her down with the slows, and also he's got the healing and everything. But at the moment, it's going to be kind of difficult to get that control that you want to look for the invade, because Fleshy losing out on that early level 1 means you get push on boss. Hobie's able to keep up pushing mid as well. So it's just difficult to actually look for these invade timers. So I think Rylek should be in a position where you can just get to scaling to the point where Gambessa becomes very strong still in those team fights.
Yeah, and I think overall you are looking for that power, that presence in team fight, the immediate access to backline. But early game, Xin is a pretty powerful champion just generally in terms of how his kit is built. Keep in mind, Ambessa's shortest cooldown at level 3 when she has all of her abilities is 13 seconds. Every other ability is 14, it's 18. You get 1 round of spells in that jungle all-in, and then you lose the fight. So Xin also has built-in sustain. Ambessa doesn't get it till 6, so maybe if you dance around, dodge enough of Zin's 1 targetable ability. But yes, in general, pretty grim in the 1v1, although the clear speed still solid. See Paris going all in here. Level 3, feeling confident just to step up into Fleshy. Gets the additional hook, but now they're turning it back. That's the ignite ticking. Paris running. The heal, though, just barely keeping him alive. Cow manages to make it out. Samdi holding the line.
Both supports there playing really well around the aftershock wearing off. Paris went for the re-engage as Fleshy just went to disappear so Samdi could get the good trade. But, I mean, Paris barely surviving actually means this works out well for Na'Vi because they're going to get pushed, and I don't think he can stick around to hold the wave. Do the resets get cancelled on the bottom lane, or no? They're just going to go back to base.
Moving up top side to cover so that Knock Knock can play a little bit more aggressive. They weren't entirely sure, I think, where Lilac was, but he was bot lane to cover that push out from Samdi.
And the reason I say that it's a win for Samdi and Paris on the bottom side is you can see the CS lead. They got a good trade. They're preventing that CS from going in. They had the Ambessa there to cover, and even looking at a potential dive. So in this position, Samdi and Paris, again, like this Corki, just isn't stacking up when it comes towards the lane dominance that it's supposed to have.
Yeah. Losing out. They were, of course, close to getting that all in, and they do now have a flash advantage in the bot lane. So as we get closer to Linsis maybe looking for a setup, he is in the bot lane now, or at least on the bottom side. There's an angle of attack there to take Paris out, especially pre-6. Alistair could be so vulnerable. Does have the Aftershock, though, just to make sure that still has some tankiness to keep himself standing.
At least the breath of fresh air for Paris is that Zinzao is going to be moving towards the top side. He's just cleared off. Krug's going to move now up into that top half of the map, which more says to me that maybe they can try and look for an invade with the pressure from Naknako on towards topside jungle on the camp respawns, but still going to be a bit of an odd timer because of the Rylek start where they separated where the camp's respawning.
It could be a little bit awkward. Overall, though, pretty quiet early game. waiting just for that flash to come off cooldown. Paris going for the combo though. Rylex on the way in, and Fleshy immediately forced to flash. That's the summoner spell he saved earlier. Now I don't even think it's going to save him. They're still going forward. These are the cooldowns we mentioned before, though. It's going to take a while before Ambessa can go again. A few more seconds. The hook into the wall. Ambessa just doesn't have any spells. She finally gets one. Oh, she just can't hit on the Q2. And I like the aggression.
Wait a sec. They're still going.
Defiance. Straight count step. Keeping him in range of Karzi. Flash back. Credit to Na'Vi.
And look at the wave that's just about to be lost by this Corki. SamD just gets to shove it in, he's getting played, and Rylek and Paris, this is really good aggression to force control in this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, Rylek, I did not see the angle, but he certainly did. Incredibly, a few seconds difference in cooldown, he would have been able to kill Fleshy. They forced the flash out of Karzi, deleting the small advantage that Fleshy and Karzi got themselves earlier on when Paris overextended. Top side of the map, level 6s are coming out. I don't think we'll see too much here in the 1v1 quite yet, although maybe Knock-Knocko can go for an early plate.
Yeah, I wasn't sure with the changes in summoner spells you have to take on the top side, whether there was something you could change in this matchup, but Knock-Knocko opting in towards the Ghost doesn't really, teeter this matchup into any different spots. So for Mainter, it's just survive until you finish now after the Bramble Vest, the Iceborne Gauntlet, and you just take over in this matchup. So at this stage, I don't, like, Knock-Knocko's wants to try and play for plates and try and play for gold that way. But with the changes to Demolish, doesn't really work out as well. So you're still relying on a lot of those crystal shards to actually get that gold that you want. And they just don't build up quite as quick.
I will say I really do like having access to Ghost against Cassante just for the all-in. Because it's when people have boots too, it can already be really tough to hit those Qs, to hit the Pathmaker W. When they've got Ghost as well, I mean, you can just get danced around.
It also nullifies one of Renekton's biggest problems, which is just getting kited in team fights. So as you get to the later portion, that's why, like, the big thing that they talked about with, like, LPL Renektons, and they were crazy, was they just held their flash for dragon fights, and then it was on a 5-minute timer for every dragon fight. But with the Ghost, it means you've actually still got access to chase a lot of these members down. So if you get headbutted away by Paris, you're still relevant.
Fleshy manages to connect, pushback, first blood. Fleshy takes it, not ideal, but getting the kill in mid lane, perfect as Knock-Knocko now going all in, uses the Ghost, running down Mainter, forcing the flash out. Big advantages for Vitality in mid lane and top lane.
Yeah, and now, Mainter doesn't have that TP, should be able to get back up into the top side at least fairly quick, but that tower will take damage.
Immediately going all in here. Multi-W not going to connect, however, and SamD forced to back up. I think they were hoping to get the full kill to finish, turn it into plates, balance out some of the gold lost on the rest of the map. Unfortunately, they can't quite find the angle, but they do zone Karzi and Fleshy off the wave. I kind of saw this yesterday, too, to be honest, which was Karzi and Fleshy suffering early on. Humanoid and the rest of the map doing pretty well.
I mean, it's good to see SamD back in Tier 1. Like, a lot of, for people who don't know, he was part of that V5 Miracle roster that nearly made it to Worlds. They ended up just barely missing out on one of their playoff games to make it, but it was like with Mole and PP God, and they were one of the players that a lot of people were expecting to hit that main Worlds stage.
Very serious player names.
Yeah. But honestly, like, it's cool to see him back. Like, he's just a very fun player to watch.
Yeah, and I think it's always tough when you have that single split to show the best, as we see the response engaged in the mid lane. Humanoid just able to flash out in time as Rylix on the chase. The kill will get finished. Going over to the jungler of Na'Vi. Trade of blows between both sides centered around this mid lane.
But Paris looks revitalized coming into this year, working with Rylix so well over the last 2 games. Like, we got to see the play already on that bottom side, and then just kind of the alley-oop doesn't quite work out, but still nets the kill, and now it's Na'Vi on towards the Grubs. Lince is still sticking around.
That does. 1 for 1 on the Grubs now, so he was able to get 2. Hook is gonna catch out Mainter. Looks a little odd there for a second, but it did connect. Second Grub goes to the side of Vitality. The gold within touching distance, though. And so far, a pretty even game. The biggest discrepancy is that Fleshy did get that kill.
But look who they moved up. So Corki was already shifting up towards that top side to try and see if he could help out, which means he's just losing more CS on that bottom side. The gold lead, 500 now for SamD. Karzi just has not had the success that he's hoping for in this bottom lane.
Definitely struggling. This matchup, maybe working better in scrims. Maybe the Corki's, playing a bit more aggressive there, and that's what pays off. That's why teams are prioritizing it so much. But yet another example of the Unara coming out on top. Knock-Knocko sidestep on the Pathmaker. Manger, remember, lost Flash in the previous play. Nako still has his, but doesn't want to commit too much to going under tower. As supports have now joined their mid laners, just trying to make sure everybody's safe. So everything's kind of stabilized. We're 3 minutes away from the next Drake, but maybe there's a play to be had. I guess bot lane does seem like the most volatile place on the map.
Yeah, I think Humanoid's Flash should be up just in time for it, but maybe there's a play Navi can try and make towards mid lane. Like Paris flashes in, you get Rylak with the ultimate and try and kill off Humanoid before the next objective. It's a little risky if Linsis and Flesh are able to cover, because you can't get shuffled back into the tower.
Paris, knock up, holding the punt, already gets the auto, knocks Carzzy back to try to make the trade as favorable as possible. Paris is only level 5, crucially though, flash away from Fleshy. Dodges the empowered W, double barriers traded. Rylak on the way down, splitting level 8 to level 8. He and Linsis might just go for the 1v1. Rylak likes his odds, but Paris overstaying. Is gonna get caught out, finally able to ult Carzzy, still able to finish the kill.
Paris path team was terrible there. She should have taken the long way around, but tries to take the shortcut and gets punished. Good hook from Fleshy.
Carzzy continuing to step up. Great hook from Fleshy, as you highlighted. I think lost sight of his jungler, thought he had more support than he did. Linz is also able to escape with his life. Does lose the flash, but now Rylak here to cover. Paris is doing his best to get back. Vitality's bot lane. Curtis talking smack.
Yeah, all the hard work has kind of just been undone there. Carzzy now not that far behind, but Rylak trying to change it.
Is able to ult, stopping the follow-up damage from coming in from Samdi. Good presence of mind, hits both targets with the depth charge. And now it's Poby on the way down. Doesn't want to commit an ulti of his own. Maybe happy with plates, knowing that Vitality can't do much here. Even walking under tower is a bit of a risk if Na'Vi want to push one more wave, but again, they're just content with the small advantage, not getting too greedy.
I think it's the right call. Again, as you say, Dragon very soon. You don't want to blow a lot of the advantages that you could potentially have. But still, again, like Vitality, you're starting to... They had somewhat corrected on the bottom side. Carzzy obviously still behind, but like I think these little mistakes still there for Na'Vi. We'll have to see how this next Dragon works out.
It'll be big. So far, Poppy hasn't really used the Weaver's wall to be active on the map. Maybe something that he could look to do. Cooldown coming up pretty soon. But both teams, it feels like bot play traded for bot play, traded for mid play, traded for mid play. There's some top action, but not too much. Mainter still losing out in the 1v1, as you mentioned, wants another item. It's Black Cougar first for Nako just to make sure he can eat through the armor that's already being stacked. This is on the way up. Always a difficult prospect to dive a Cassante, but...
Rylak now very quickly using his abilities to get topside though.
Done there, pushback from Mainter, is going to ult and go all out. So Flash traded for Flash. Rylak on the way up, as you highlighted, red buff empowering him. Good initial burst damage follow-up is there from Mainter. The footwork to empower to keep the shield going, and it's Linsis who walks too far forward. Na'Vi quick to punish.
A nice change in direction from Rylak. Was moving down towards that bottom side for the Dragon we were talking about. But moving off his Raptors, just shifts top lane, uses those abilities to hop, skip, and jump his way up. And put Vitality into the dirt. Now should be able to move over towards that Dragon. This Humanoid looks like he's trying to interrupt Poby, but I don't think there's very much he can do.
Difficult to approach. The range just favors the Tulio, and Humanoid doesn't have the setup. Back onto the map as well, walking straight down to the Drake. He's pretty far ahead at this point. Well on his way to 2 items. Just ticked over to the free boots too, so that much harder to get away from. Good news is Linz is in a similar boat. Sundersky, a very powerful item spike. Maybe something can be done here. Yeah, I like that. Someone cheering. Woo! If this is your first LEC pause, we do it a little different. No, it's a normal pause. We'll keep you up to date as I get more information from the production team. I could speculate randomly, but generally the people in charge of the league get pretty mad when I do that. But it could be anything from someone spilled water on their keyboard to someone needs a bathroom break to, I don't know, game-breaking bug. Who knows? But right now it looks like it's probably something pretty chill, given that nothing crazy was happening at the time of the pause. And so the initial investigation has begun. We should do it like AGDQ, do the speed run. The any percent bug resolve.
I mean, well, we did
back
it fairly
in the
quick
game.
because we're back,
Are we back in game?
Yeah.
Whoa! Carzy unplugged his keyboard, folks.
Oh my
Carzy
God.
unplugged his keyboard.
Oh my
He's
God.
plugged it back in. We had to stop, but he's plugged it back in, folks. He did it. Confirmed. League officials have confirmed. We resumed the game. The Drake has been taken, and I'm hearing now in my ear, keyboard still plugged in.
So it was actually the keyboard plug-in any percent. I didn't realize that was the category we're running.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You could donate to win this. No, I don't know.
If you check out our TikTok, though, we'll have all the core strats up there.
There you go.
Yeah,
We're just
USB skin
and
yeah.
You guys have to understand the any percent category for replugging in a keyboard. A lot of crazy tech has been discovered. It's fleshy.
Yeah, it's got wireless.
It's got wireless. Yeah, actually, what? How does a keyboard get unplugged? It's 2026. Anyway, Humanoid wants to push topside. Is shadowed by his support. Gotta love that Paris and Fleshy are like 80 carries. We don't care anymore. It's all about shadowing our mid laners, giving these guys the support they deserve.
Yeah, but it does mean it's like 15 minutes, and Paris doesn't have a support quest.
Yes.
So definitely a little bit behind. And that's kind of the disadvantage of roaming everywhere, unless you're just dealing a lot of damage and making up for it, you know?
Also, shout out to Fleshy. This is an aggressive support build, right?
Yeah.
Not opting for the Celestial opposition. He's going for also for the pipes, which the general, the Vandal pipes are just a very strong item. But this man trying to do some damage, trying to do some work. Paris, luckily not going to eat that hook. We'll just barely be able to walk it out. Celestial opposition is proc, so small advantage for Vitality. And it's time. Herald fight? Full on 5v5? Probably not.
You will notice in the bot lane, though, Iceborne Gauntlet completed. And immediately the top laner is winning for Navi, but Humanoid.
On the Humanoid. Gliding his way out. Paris just continuing to chase Linsis on the way to try and interrupt. Pushback only connecting on a Paris. That just means he's going to hit the auto anyway. The flick connects. Hobie takes the kill. And that's pretty devastating for the side of Vitality. It's now on the bot side. Painter missing the Pathmaker. It's a pretty long cooldown. Can go all out to reset it. Misses the Q3. Will go all out. And I think he just needs to walk this one off. But instead he wants to go right back in. Dashing through. Q3 not going to do much. Knock go. Clean with the footwork.
Dodging all the Qs to make sure that he was able to win out on that one. It's a little something back for Vitality. But in the mid lane, Sam D pushing in. Got some turret plates. Denied some CS. You're still getting Rift Herald going across to Navi as well. So Vitality desperately needed some sort of silver lining, and it's Nako to give it to them.
Yeah, Nako 1.3k individual gold lead, and that's not a champion gap. That is a movement gap in that all-in. Minter not able to hit, I think, a single Pathmaker of the two he casts. Pretty difficult. That said, Navi overall still with a lead of their own, still with 2 Drakes. So I think their map state pretty nice for them. No one is here to respond to Humanoid splitting on top side, though, so the side lanes for this Vitality lineup just continuing to find little advantages. Humanoid, despite going down in the previous play, almost dead even on gold, only about a 200 difference.
I'm curious how you want to get value from this Rift Herald, though, for Rylek, because mid lane is already, you can see there, just so low. Again, you just kind of group up, you should be able to take that. And then it just becomes a case of how do you move that pressure from mid into top side and getting the Rift Herald to start getting some more of these plates down. And if it is going to go towards Mainter or Sam D, like, you already got 2 items for Yunara. She can very quickly start to snowball out of control here.
Yeah, and Fiend Hunter Bolts, I think, is maybe not as strong of a scaling option, although it does give more frequent access to the ult. But in terms of a 2-item power spike, really powerful. As the Flick does connect on the Humanoid. Decent chunk here. Wave on the way, but Vitality are there to cover, so I don't know if Hobie's actually going to have the time to step up and proc the Crystal if Linsis does want to stick around.
It is weird from Navi, though. They've doubled up with both solo laners top, which is just giving their opportunity now for the bot lane to be taken by Nako. And here we
on
go.
The way in. Flashback from Hobie. Good reaction speed. Linsis, good backstep to get away from the seismic shove. But in the meantime, yeah, you're right. Nako the one who's winning. And that whole exchange, just solo taking that tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, because Navi have very much been in control for a lot of this game. But the fact now, well, it is answered mid, but you're gotten both side lane towers down now, thanks to Nako, and you're also starting to get the the gold onto, like just so much gold onto this Renekton with the Ghost, he can still be a fairly sizable problem when it comes to team fights.
And he can. Stairs Gage also finished now. The tenacity certainly nice to have. A lot of additional AD as well as the shield. Now the setup for the objective, of course, bot lane even, top lane relatively even, so both sides, excuse me, free to just fist fight here if they so choose. Paris, so the potential for multi-man headbutt pole. Something we have to keep our eye on is the Herald is going to be dropped in the midst of the pit.
No Muramana completed for the Corki as well, so Karzi kind of needs to get that finished.
Might have misclicked the Herald as he did hop in and then crash it into a wall. Initial catch out on the Fleshy. Knock not able to find the back line as the Chemtech Drake goes down. It looks like Na'Vi do want to back away. Rylak flashing out instantly, but it's Linces straight in. Manger trying to pull away. Low taking health bar. Knock not able to do a damn thing. He's been isolated. He's been brought back up into the air. Finally, the Lectin is set to fall. Samdi free to do whatever he wants. Na'Vi team fighting looking incredible. The flick hits onto Linces. He goes back in, stuns himself, and dies. That was incredible.
How the hell is the entirety of Na'Vi still standing? And with 20 minutes just ticked over, they are immediately running for the Baron. Na'Vi have blown the game open with that fight. And you got it, Dracos. That was incredible.
I mean, the fact that Linces doesn't get that kill at the end either is wild.
I want to keep my eyes on Karzi in the middle of this fight, though. I think Obi hits a flick onto him in the back of this because he suddenly ends up at the front. We get it just as it goes on. So the engage comes through, Linces tries to make a play, but watch here as Obi, hits the stun onto Karzi, which then completely sets up then for Rylak to jump into the back line. Karzi just isn't a factor in this fight, and Vitality get chased down. So great flick from Obi in the middle, and Mainter with the shield. The CC was there. It is perfect for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi looking like a threat. Found the win day one on their way to 2-0. 4.4k gold lead. Soul point. Look at that Poby damage.
Talia's not supposed to do that. That's not how that champion's supposed to work.
Yeah, when the Talia Yunara are doing this much work, you gotta be sweating.
Talia is doing that much work.
Hitting a lot of stuff. And you gotta say the Unraveled Earth against Renekton and Xin Zhao is pretty devastating. It is really hard for Linces and Knock without a flank to play these fights. You can see Knock is so powerful. Not just in the context of the 1v1, but if he can get on any target from Na'Vi. The thing is, he didn't get on any target from Na'Vi at all. And so essentially just went down for nothing.
I also, for taking the fight, I think Vitality just weren't really up to scratch when it came to the items. You didn't have the Muramana actually completed from Karzi. That's why they moved him to the mid lane. He just hit 300 mana, so it was very far away from being able to complete that before the fight started. And you'd only had the Nashor's Tooth on towards Humanoid, so the actual DPS available for Vitality just didn't really seem to be spiking. And I think it was a good job from Na'Vi to punish the fact that that wasn't there.
Yeah. Really comfortable now with the 1500 bolts. They likely complete the IE here on Samdi before the next big fight in the duration of this Baron. Maybe even a third item for Poby as he only has the combined cost left from that Leandries. Knock still furiously split pushing, and there is an objective bounty to be claimed, so this won't be a negligible amount of gold. However, I don't think it'll put a dent in the overall team difference, even if it does put him farther ahead individually. Sadly, he can't. Oh no, he's gonna stick around.
I mean, they have to do something, but...
Hook, flick back. This is not the play. Fleshy hoping to hold that tower. Humanoid can set up another one if he wants to, trying to catch Poby. Poby again, great reactions as Samdi just goes in on Humanoid and pops him.
And now you got a TP back to try and defend parts of your base, but Na'Vi, they're just going to be able to step away here. There's the Ghost.
Knock-go.
You got to go.
Ghost.
You got to just go.
That back step is a little bit awkward. I think hoping for something flash forward. The wall from Poby! Oh, that was terrible! That was absolutely not the wall that they wanted! That
was not it. That was... the idea, great. Execution, lots of flaws.
We know now. If there was any doubt in your mind, he's an EU mid. You can't.
Wow.
Doesn't matter if it's JoJo, if it's Humanoid, if it's Caps, if it's anybody, if it's Vladdy. You gotta just have moments where you do something kind of bad. It's the balancing act.
Yeah.
The Thanos meme from 10 years ago.
We're gonna just show it again. I mean, he has had a fantastic game. Obi has looked absolutely brilliant. Sam D, brilliant follow-up.
Great.
TP comes in, they're like, okay, and I like the idea. Hey, I'll put up the wall and we can stop them from coming through. The problem was, you gotta make sure they're on the opposite side of the wall. You know, yeah.
Did not like the potential for a deathless zombie, it would seem. A brother Poby supporting Vitality very briefly there, and it's a decent amount of money back. Now, it's still, if you look at that center of the bottom scoreboard, you'll notice about 2,000 gold apiece for Rylek, Poby, and Samdi. So I don't think Vitality are out of the woods quite yet.
Dragon's about to spawn as well. Chemtech Soul available for Navi, so Vitality.
Turn Karzi. Karzi's immediately going to die. There's no way they stop this. Rylek already back into Humanoid. He's completely isolated. It's a disaster for Vitality. They're going to try to recover what they can, but Maynard catches him out on the way. You're not supposed to be allowed to have MS and Cassante on the same team, Rob!
It's a little disgusting. It's a little disgusting.
It's original Cassante and modern era Cassante at the same time. I didn't appreciate it until we saw it there, but that was... I'm a believer in the Ambessa jungle. Na'Vi are demolishing Vitality. The creative pick here, the flex on the top lane, absolutely paying off.
And Na'Vi tweeted out yesterday saying, oh my god, we got our first win at LEC. I feel like this roster has plenty more coming because this is insane. This roster looks so good.
And now it just feels impossible for Vitality to play. Chemtech Soul on the Ambessa Cassante team. Yeah. And you gotta respect the mental fortitude of professional players. That would have been it for me. I would have packed it up. SpongeBob meme, time to head out, surrender vote. Let's go to the next one. Vitality gonna do their best to find a way back into this game.
And Mainter got to the right side of the wall.
Mainter did get to the right side of the wall. Humanoid's dead. Picked off in a side lane. Old habits die hard, as it was. And now Na'Vi poised at least to take the single inhibitor. They may just move up to the top side to try to deny the Baron. It seems like Vitality feel like that's their best option for a way back in.
Yeah, but what if you just lose the base?
That's very possible, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, they don't have a wave, at least. That one's making its way down mid lane.
Linsis, incredible 50-50 steal off the Mega Blast Cone, which Na'Vi didn't deny.
I mean, it would definitely be a miracle, but
sometimes you need a miracle.
But off is just like a cow in the way.
That would be really tough, yes. And there does seem to be a cow in the way. Linsis found the cow. Cow's still in the way. Baron 3K getting lower. Not going to quite be able to get into the pit. Maybe hoping to find a fight, but he's just being publicly executed. His lane advantage deleted. It no longer matters. Mainter's still alive. Q3 manages to catch out Karzi, but they're taking out Rylek. Somebody finally coming over the wall, though. Karzi flash going from the Empowered W, but the GA is there. The cooldowns, however, aren't. Karzi finally allowed to open up. Paris down. Triple for Karzi, hoping for more, but Somdi does not give a damn. Double for him, hoping to make it 3 as he and Poby remain standing.
Sam D getting the pop off at the end, but that was a weird fight from Na'Vi. Different calls on whether they wanted to go in, whether they wanted to go out, because Baron gets taken, and you see Mainter and Paris running interference. But as this fight progresses, you can see here Sam D ends up in the pit with Poby. Don't want to try and push forward into Humanoid, which means your damage dealers just are getting nothing done. Sam D hops over the wall, and that kind of gives them that opportunity to follow up. But that was the only reason it kind of worked out, because Poby was just completely taken out of the equation thanks to Humanoid.
Samdi obviously really powerful. You can see that Karzi, when he has room to maneuver, can do a ton of damage.
You know the time!
It's actually like Loki, I'm kind of tapping them now, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah. It's hard to replicate that particular circumstance. And also, maybe Boots 2 at some point would be pretty good movement speed. Looks like it'd be nice to have. But for now, he's brown bagging it.
So, this is just going to be a very strong Red Bull Baron power play. They start to push on through.
Yeah, it feels like this should be the second to last nail in the coffin, most likely. Although, if someone on the side of Vitality missteps, it could just be the final one.
Yeah, I mean, Rylek is doing what he did yesterday, which is just solo pushing as a jungler, which I mean, it makes a lot of sense when Mainter's on the tanks, but it's such a nice way to see that they've already kind of considered how they want to try and play at these games and giving that gold to Rylek and that space to Rylek.
Wall there from Poby to try and split the team. Tower, most of the center of attention for Navi. Not getting too much damage down, though. One of the downsides is the splitting attention. The waves aren't really synced either, so they essentially push back top and then push out mid. Vitality pretty content with the way that things have played out here. You can see Humanoid did push out bot wave, so there's no wave to play on there for Navi. This last wave doesn't seem like it's going to have too much effect. So Navi want to break the base. They need to do it on this wave. That is the timer that they're on, but Fleshy wants to start a fight instead. Knock go instantly in the backline, looking to lock up Som D. Som D in trouble now. Knock finally putting the gold to good use. As Humanoid also doing a good job. Karzi locked up, knocked up. The follow-up damage coming in from Rylek, and it might be enough to turn the fight. Knock finally found his way into the backline, but now they're finding their way onto him. Poby still standing. The Unraveled Earth, the flick back, a good buffer from Fleshy. But it does not matter. Navi holding on in that fight. A good effort from Vitality.
The wallets were too large. The Chemtech Dragon was too strong. The low health bars for Navi just could not be punished. It was a great attempt from Vitality, but unfortunately just was not enough in this game.
No, it was not. TP's coming in now as well, because it feels like two top laners in the base. Rylek and Mainter finding their second win on this stage, backed up by Poby. Fantastic game from this team overall. Vitality maybe one last desperate hold, but I think after day one, people have learned to just hit the Nexus. So they're taking their sweet time. Mainter's gonna die for it, but they will win in the end. Navi 2-0 in LEC Versus.
And a well-earned 2-0 for this squad as well. Navi looking good coming into LEC Versus. Like, bot lane looks strong, Poby looks fantastic, Rylek and Mainter have been great additions. Like, this is fantastic.
It is a good look. Of course, you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on X, Mainter, Rylek, or Poby. Some top side, good performances there. Mainter obviously losing out in the 1v1 a lot. Some really good plays by Knock on the isolate 1v1, but in the team fights did show up big.
And we just have to see if it continues now for Navi. And for Vitality, I think a few question marks now, because I think a lot of people are hoping that this Humanoid and Karzi would bring it all back together, but haven't quite seen it.
No, that we haven't. Mid lane, a bit closer. Humanoid was able to, kind of gap leader yesterday. We'll see how this shapes up as we go later on into the split. Of course, another best of one to be played tomorrow. So, some room to adjust, to adapt. I'm going to say Corky into Yunara. Not it. It's not looking like it's it. I'm happy to be wrong. I'd be happier not to see it again. But Navi, a really huge opportunity for the sake of their mid laner tomorrow to show up, because it is Navi versus Fnatic, Poby versus his old team, just as Humanoid played versus the mid laner who replaced him today. Maynard, good. But we're ready now. Shox standing by with a victorious Poby in his game versus Fnatic.
Thank you very much. I will ask about that, don't worry. But first, Poby, congratulations. How was the game for you?
Today I'm a bit nervous because I'm playing against Humanoid, but I think today our team is really doing well. Really, thank you for our team.
Okay, were you impressed by Humanoid?
Humanoid is really well player and maybe Fnatic history, yeah.
I see. How do you feel about your team overall? Because you're 2-0 already, and you of course just joined Navi. How is everything in the team?
Yeah, I think our teammate and coaching staff and all is insane. We are doing really well. I'm really amazing and really happy now.
Yeah, you look really happy. Tomorrow you're going up against Fnatic. Tell me about that matchup.
I don't mind enemy team, just focus our play and maybe we can win.
Okay, fair enough. 3-0 would be really nice. Thank you so much, Poby.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and now we're heading over to Lore with some special guests.
Thank you so much, Shox. Nice interview with Poby. Always nice to hear from here. We're here with Rilech joining us for the very first time in the LEC. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a great beginning of the season so far.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting us to do good.
Really?
Yeah, and like 2-0 is not a big surprise for me, but games felt like clean for me. Like I wasn't expecting to play this clean, to be honest. More deaths, but I'm dying less. That's good.
Nice.
And it's going great.
Yeah, so when you say that, is it just based on scrims, or is it just like the confidence you have in your team members based
I
on?
mean, both. Like I think scrims are going fine. Like we just like sometimes good, sometimes bad. It's like always. But I know our team potential, and like as team we are one, and we are like on same page. Like nobody hesitates if someone says something. So it's really good as well. And yeah.
It shows, honestly, and it even shows in your gameplay, in the choice of champions that you had so far.
Yeah.
Kiana yesterday, Mbessa today. I've heard about Mbessa jungle, so tell me more about the champion and why it's so strong.
Firstly, I think Ambessa clears jungle faster than other Berser junglers. So that's a plus in this new meta. But mostly, for me, Ambessa is like mobile champ, can do everything, can outplay, can go crazy. It's like feels like relay champ, you know?
Feels like an AD carry's nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I've struggled against Ambessa myself personally. I wanted to ask you about the Ambessa build that you went for, because you went for the Eclipse, and in my head, Eclipse is kind of like more of a laning item, you know, because you trade, you get the shield, and then you back off. While in jungle, you don't get that same value out of it. What made you decide to go for that instead of like Voltaic or Profane, like is more common?
To be honest, I'm figuring out as well. I'm 100% sure. I watched Kenyan yesterday or 2 days ago. He built like Shojin first into the new Omnivamp item. I don't remember. Hunger, blah blah.
Endless Hunger, I think.
Yeah, something like this. I mean, it could be better, but I didn't try it. So I didn't want to like
first time
on stage. You know, I know the Eclipse split, how the damage goes, everything. So I just went for the thing I know.
Village, I want to ask you something because earlier today I was with my analysts and we were talking about the new changes to the game with the off-season, the quests, mid lane boots, all of it. I feel like jungle didn't change much. So what do you think is the most OP role right now from your perspective as the maestro of the game?
I think it's for everyone top lane. Top lane is so OP. They go like level 20. They are always ahead in level XP. But I think jungle is also so strong because of the new smite change, more damage, so they can never steal. And when you get first upgrade, it's kind of like OP for the game. Like you get first smite upgrade when like Drake spawns generally, so like Drake's feels easier to take, and also more gold. It means more items. It means more damage, more kills, more fun.
I feel like the game is in a pretty good state right now. And Navi is in a pretty good state as well. I want to check one fight that completely snowballed the game because you're telling us that everything is going well. Scrims are great. It shows in gameplay as well.
I didn't say like this.
Well, how do you guys make sure that it shows that you're on the same page on stage? When I look at fights like this, when I look at everything that you're doing in game right now, tell me about playing together, how you're communicating together.
I mean, like, as team, I think our synergy is really good. Like, the names, playing together, like, me and Poppy as mid jungle, and like, Parus, my entire, and like, Samdi always doing his job in team fights. Like, we have a really good, like, basics, and we have a lot of potential as well. And I think we will be like the dark horse that people are not expecting from us, and we will do so much more than them.
So what is your goal for yourself as like this team this year and this split? Like, do you have anything in mind or any predictions you want to make?
Particularly for this split, but in overall this year, like either winning LEC or at least making the Worlds.
Yeah.
I would say at least making the Worlds.
Jack, do you feel like they've been the biggest surprise in the LEC so far? I'm wondering how you were rating them.
For me, it's been the biggest
season.
surprise for sure. I think especially Mainter, because I thought Mainter was like fine, right? Like not bad. But both Odoamne and Finn have been in my ear telling me that this guy is like insane.
Even 3 LFL, 1 EMEA.
I mean, he's been smurfing so hard and just looking like one of the best top laners in the league. I've been so surprised.
I just find out that Poby is the Kia player of the game. He got 1% only more than you. So it was a really, really close race. But for me, it goes to show that the synergy jungle mid lane between you two is working so well. Tell me a bit more about this.
I mean, I also let some of my teammates to get MVP, right? So they can feel the good feeling.
Of course. Especially going against his former team tomorrow, Fnatic. What do you think about this matchup?
I think it will be the hardest game for us this week for sure, but I think we will beat them.
You will beat them? I mean, I don't doubt everything based on everything I've seen from Navi so far. Hilesh, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure. Hope you can bring the W's tomorrow as well. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage for now. We'll be back after the break with Fnatic actually against SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
I'm in the show, but it's whatever. Alright guys, I will carry you. As always.
Misses the Q3, will go all out, and I think he just needs to walk this one off, but instead he wants to go right back in, dashing through. Q3 not gonna do much, knock though. Clean with the footwork.
Yeah, Jenk on Nectar. I ult is. Go more. Sincha no flash here. No, he's kills inside. He's inside me get next. The turbo. Oh! Nice.
Do my W?
Good job.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes!
time for SK Gaming versus Fnatic, and I've got Karmine here, who's the official co-streamer for SK Gaming. It's a Clásico, kind of.
I mean, it's, I guess, the most traditional 1v1 in this house we got. I mean, way better than like all the new Los Ratones and KC shit. Who wants to see that?
Oh! He's immediately apologizing.
I forgot they are.
That's so funny. Yeah, your mouth is a bit too big, eh?
Yeah, it always has been.
I know. Tell me about this match then. What did you think about the boys yesterday? Not the best start.
So you really expect me to say something negative? Mickey gets me kicked if I say anything negative about them, so I can't.
He actually has that much power?
No, we like him a lot.
Come on, to me you can say it.
I think. So I saw on social media, I think people were quite rough to the new lineup. I guess the expectations are high and you can criticize them for getting the Mickey and Friends lineup. But I don't think the start was too bad. They had obviously some issues, but it's the first day, it's still a new lineup. And I mean, now Vitaly got a bit gapped, but I think they're not a bad team. And I was talking to Grabs yesterday. I think they had a lucky start. Their rookies were performing quite well, and now they will int and we will win.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, Karmine. We'll see if nepotism wins today.
Let's hope so.
It's one of the best interviews I think we've had. Cardi almost getting himself hurt in the arena, I feel like. Welcome back. Where's the camera? Where are we looking at?
Which?
No, you're not a camera, sir. You're just a G2 fan. You keep walking. We'll talk to you soon because we got to get there. At least I think he was a G2 fan. We'll talk with him later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the casting desk. We're going to take you through the next 3 games. I'm Mysterix. This is Vetty. It is a nice way to start the season. Are you ready, Vetty?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited. Yesterday, I think SK put up a pretty valiant fight.
Yep.
I don't think it was all doom and gloom. I think there were moments of, well, brilliance perhaps a bit of a strong word, but
okay.
I think that what Karmine was saying is correct, that, you know, maybe a little bit of first day jitters, maybe a little bit of warming up back on stage. But I mean, Fnatic's not going to be an easy opponent, but admittedly, they did have a bit of a quiet game themselves. Ratones himself even rated their performance as kind of a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, they thought they should have done a lot better.
Yeah, and I do think that in the game we saw them not being as proactive as we're used to, especially from a player like Ratones. So we'll see if both teams kick it up a gear today as we're jumping onto our rift for both teams' second matchup of this one.
I think you can be happy with the debut, though, from Imperios. Like, top laner, this guy, 41.5% damage on an Ambessa. He had a standout debut into the LEC. And the Greek Soul Landers, I have to say, were working as a unit, so it is nice to see that the new elements of Fnatic are coming in somewhat strong. Lospa needs to show us a little bit more. There was some criticism that Vetty actually leveraged before we got in, saying that Lospa had some moments, but I feel like overall, you're right. You know, Fnatic weren't playing at their best. Now it's to see how SK can challenge them and see how a day has made the difference.
Ultimately, I think Fnatic weren't pushed in their debut, right? And I think that LR couldn't really capitalize on any opportunities that they could find. They didn't really push any advantages, and Fnatic simply punished the misposition mistakes. I feel like SK, love them or hate them, they're going to do stuff on the Rift. I feel like that when you've got Mickey kind of at the helm looking for plays, Leader is the type of player that will follow on every single call that Mickey makes. And you can tell that this team is a proactive team that's ready to scrap.
I just also like that, you know, Mickey's built this roster and Leader's condition for coming on probably was like, bro, if you sit mid, you know, I'm happy to come and join in the party. Yesterday, Mickey was sitting mid all early game. That guy built a tent. I'm excited to see if something happens again there as well. That proactivity you talk about, I hope it's also coupled with Leader on one of his traditional champions. Yesterday, the debut Vetty was on the Victor. Now, you know Leader better than me. I think you can say that this is not what you think of when you think of his champion.
Well, that is true. I'm kind of surprised to just see Victor in general, but he was doing a lot of damage. He was definitely contributing in the team fights pretty massively. And I'm curious as to what he's going to be pulling out today. Rise was a champion that was kind of floated around as something that definitely falls under his pool. But I'm telling you right now, man, Akali is so strong. I feel like that first picking something like a Azir is a risky thing to do. Now, we saw the Sylas ban indicating that the Malphite needs to come through, otherwise it will be first picked by Fnatic. It is SK that chose to go for the second pick. They had that right of first selection, but leaving Yunara open, similar to what we saw yesterday for Fnatic, they're more than happy to prioritize that for upset. The Jace jungle, though, is available. We saw this come through from Skeens. The question is that something that they still want to prioritize?
Is the damage going to be coming out again? This also as a technical flex, but expecting it to go into the jungle as well. Remember also, with this Yunara, a lot of teams have been happy to take some counter picks into it. This one, I feel like, is different from the Corki, as the Varus gets locked in alongside the Vi, but a lockdown and some single target to add into the mix.
Ooh, so already some range, a good laner that can match up well into the Yunara as well. Vine just needs some follow-up. They hovered over the Ambessa, which we know is a combo that Emperos and Razork wanted to leverage yesterday. He didn't really do it. Emperos kind of did most of the work himself.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that Razork didn't find those important picks. What's he going to match up into this Vi? Looks like the Wukong is going to be the selection, so a little bit more team fight power. Does this mean that Vladdy's leaning more towards the Orianna? Or is he instead thinking about, ooh, top lane? Okay, so blind Renekton. This is to dissuade the Ambessa pick. They're now calling Wonder out and saying, if you want to go for that Ambessa, sure, it makes sense for the comp, but you're going to have a rough time in the 1v1 against Emperor.
I know it's not Mirwin, just keep an eye on that Varus and where he actually goes. Varus can also go to top lane, and a ranged top lane versus Renekton. That could be funny, but we'll see if Wonder has it in him. For now, with that Renekton pick, again, you got options. You were just talking about it. Let's find out how the pairing goes, because on the side, there are some good matchups, and this is one of them. This is a pain for the Renekton to deal with.
An old school counter pick to the Renekton, the Kennen coming through for Wonder. I mean, we really do have veteran versus rookie up in the top side. Wonder with a huge amount of experience. You can go back through his history and you'll see that he's got a number of Kennen games brought out on the top side of the Rift, something we haven't been seeing a huge amount in the meta, but is something that into this Renekton matchup can do very, very well. Naturally, Kennen is super iconic for that ultimate, the amount of team fight power that it can have, the amount of utility and damage that it can provide. Absolutely insane. We'll see how much impact one is able to have as we get to the second phase of bans.
Another Yordle to stem the tides of a Renekton. So linear is a Renekton that I'm going to wonder how Emperos goes in this game. Now, as we go through bans, Azir, you were talking about before, is a safe pick in the mid lane. No longer taken off the table alongside the Rakan as a partner in Engage that SK no longer have available as well. Let's see if another mid laner gets off the board. With the Orianna as well, Betty, what are you thinking?
Ooh, so we're now moving towards the Ryze and Talia sort of matchup. We saw it come out from Vladdy yesterday into Nemesis, where he piloted the Talia side of that matchup. And we mentioned as well that for leader, Ryze is something that kind of just fits into his pool. It gives him great roaming potential. It typically gives him good push in the mid lane matchup as well. And it looks like that's going to be the direction that he does choose to go in. The Talia is the usual response. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come through from Vladdy, especially when we literally saw it yesterday from him. We also actually saw them bringing out the Ghosts rather than the TPs, just because of your ability to impact the rest of the map. Seems though Fnatic want to prioritize getting their support pick, maybe thinking a little bit more about what they want to bring out into the middle lane. And Nivea is something we saw come out from Chovy.
Yeah.
I think last week, this week, it came out recently. But also a pretty solid answer into the Ryze if you want to go in that direction. But it's a little scary to play into a Kennen and a Vi.
And I feel like LEC has some pretty good Talias. It's such a safe pick at the moment. Great pairings all around. As you said, Vladdy already showed us yesterday Deathless on the pick. So he's starting the LEC off with 2 in a row. As now the option has to be support. What is the counter here for Mickey to try and bring it all together?
I think you could go for a Braum if you want something a little bit more defensive. You could go for a range support as well. Looks like they're more inclined for engage opportunities.
Yeah.
Now, Mickey locking in the Nautilus. For long-time Mickey X fans, you will probably have mixed feelings about this champion, because while he has had some very iconic plays, this is also one of the champions that he is notable for feeding on. So we'll see which Mickey shows up today. Yesterday, his aggression both set up for a lot of plays. Like, there was a period in the game where Mickey had a scoreline of 0, 1, and 7. He had 100% KP. He was pretty much doing everything he could to set up for kills for his team, but also he overextends. He trying to force these plays sometimes put him in those difficult positions that allow for the opposition to punish. So we'll see what he can do with the Nautilus. It's a very aggressive pairing. Varus Nautilus, typically known as a very powerful 2 versus 2 bot lane.
Yeah, good base.
Could be an easy place for Skeens to look for some early ganks.
Because outside of that, you got to suspect top lane will be fine on Lonesome in the isolation. That Kennen matchup we'll have to watch as well. But for now, it is Mickey versus his old roster from last year. His old AD carry. Upset and Mickey were deemed the best bot lane in a lot of eyes of 2025. And yes, they fell down a little bit, but the start of the year was so damn strong. They were such a great duo. Now they've been broken up. Losper joins Fnatic. Mickey built his roster. The story around SK has just been plagued with people saying, oh, you've got Wonder, Mickey, you've got these all players leaders back in the lead. Skeens is here, and they've got this fresh AD carry in Yoppa. Is it going to be enough? Can SK bounce back after yesterday? Or is it just going to be Fnatic season at the start of LEC Versus? Dear.
I expect a quiet start to the Rift.
Oh, yes.
You know,
What's wrong?
I felt like that the changes have kind of made the early game much slower.
Even though it's technically not, because the game starts at
No,
55 seconds.
I mean in terms of action. That's what I mean,
yeah.
right? That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
But then I was watching the LEC game, this, or I was rewatching some of the games. It seems that if you want to be violent, you can be very violent.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that now the teams have had a day to, you know, play on stage. It feels like that everyone's kind of loosening up a little bit, and I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more violence today. And when you've got SK versus Fnatic, I mean, Mickey versus Razork, I feel like these are two players that you typically associate with wanting to make stuff happen on the map. Now,
And
of course,
both in bot lane, by the way, should I say. Mickey loves bot lane, that's where he lives. Razork
likes ganking bot lane.
He doesn't pay for it. Lostba with the flash onto Yoppa. As he gets away, he builds his space. Yoppa now loses his summoner, I should say. It's going to update for you in a second, but regardless, really good engage. Now, I am wrong, Betty. Of course, it was only the flash there from Lostba, but...
But the idea behind this trade is that by only going for... Sorry. By Yoppa only having the teleports, they don't have that heal defensive summoner or the barrier or the cleanse or anything like that, which means that this damage sticks that you get in the early game. So investing that flash does open up your Hex Flash as well. Lostba yesterday made a similar play against the LR bot lane and got heavily punished for it. This time around, though, SK cannot do much to mitigate that, and the HP from Yoppa is going to make it harder for him to really contest them so they get a few more levels.
Well, as he comes in, just remember that now he has level 2, that engage gets a little bit more successful, so someone I held on to and caught me off guard because I was expecting Yoppa to use the flash, burn down, be vulnerable to bot, but all is well, holds on, will be able to heal up, and especially with Doran's Blade now having Omnifam, with the Q poke as well, that'll add some merit. Now, top is a nightmare, Betty. Expect this to be a rough lane for Empross.
Yeah. Renekton is usually a champion that's quite good at these short trades. The fact that you can E in, maybe land a stun, hit the Q, get a bit of health back, and then E back out again means that... Oh, hang on a minute, a bit of fighting between the supports.
Which line from Mickey is going to drag back in.
So nice trade back this time round from the SK bottom lane, but Upset, full HP, still has the pressure. Look at the CS discrepancy that's already built between the two bot lanes. That early trade from Lostba really doing work for the Fnatic 2 versus 2, giving a lot of space for Razork on the bot side of the map. You'll notice as well that Skeens recognizes, hey, I cannot contest this bot Scuttle Crab. I'm going to have to base, look to try and get myself that top one. He's going to make a quick beeline towards that objective. If Razork wanted to, he could use the mid pressure that he has to move up towards that top side, but instead he's more interested in getting some deep vision, maybe even threatening a dive.
Cheeky angle at that, you're right, I think it will be. The health bars, though, looking pretty good here from Yoppa and Mickey, but the dive comes nonetheless onto the 80 carry. Yoppa hit away. Now the flash followed up by Razork, and a bonk on the head to help for the first blood. It is a 1-for-1, but the 80 carry goes down in Yoppa, and that's going to be worth for Fnatic.
A worthwhile trade for Fnatic, and you were talking about it earlier, Hysterics. Razork likes to invest resources on the bot side of the map. Try and funnel kills into Upset, that superstar 80 carry, to make him your premier carry. And already getting him that first blood, that extra injection of gold, so valuable to the early game of Fnatic.
And when Upset has been so reliable, I feel like 2025, I alluded to it at the start of this game. Upset is just that 80 carry who, he's not called a KDA player anymore. He can be quite aggressive, quite confident. And he's fitting well on this Fnatic roster, as with that kill, he also starts building towards that first item.
And all of that comes off the back of that single Lostba play. The flashing, getting the knock-up, allowing for that aggressive trade between the 280 carries. Upset having the health advantage. Now Yoppa having the TP means that you can come back to lane, you'll see that CS discrepancy immediately disappears, but the wave is going to start bouncing back towards the Fnatic bottom side, and there are no summoners available to this SK bottom lane, which means that expect Razork to make a repeat appearance, with Vladdy potentially roaming down as well.
Mickey on a ward, can't do too much in the river. The jungle path leading down bot as well for Skeens as Dragon's getting pinged out. That's 10 seconds till it spawns, and Betty, I feel like already, I mean, this feels like a stronger early game. Of course, Fnatic a little bit more proactive than yesterday. Is looking across the board as well, just a quick side note, Leader is doing okay in CS, even though he's getting bullied out, even though Vladdy had him on the check of health bar. Leader's doing pretty damn well on this rise. The scheme starts up the dragon and it should be taken with ease.
I mean, on the rise, you do have fantastic early game push. He's really utilizing that to go back to base, pick up that early tier, kind of as you'd expect. The mana hungry rise, always looking to get that tier as early as possible. But Vladdy, of course, doing the same thing. No Ghost for leader, like we saw from Nemesis yesterday, but Vladdy choosing to run the Ghost himself will be very reliant on his ultimate to rejoin if he chooses to move towards a side lane, which we expect him to do later on into the game. Meanwhile, on the top side of the Rift, we didn't get to talk much about this matchup earlier, but you can see that Wunder already built up about a 300 gold lead from the damage he was able to get onto the plates, along with the farm that he's able to deny away from Emperos. And where the wave state is right now, Emperos is very frustrated with how much pressure this Kennen is able to put down.
He also has Ignite as well, something we didn't mention, of course, when he gets that role quest completed, the 7-minute teleport, but the kill pressure that he has in lane with Electrocute paired with it. Be curious to see when Wunder pulls the trigger. He's already got that alteration here with the 1100 gold item, and for Wunder, that Slicing Maelstrom. We'll keep an eye on that, as well as Emperos is going for about a walkabout down towards River, getting some deep vision himself, and just making sure that his path remains clear. Does feel like Skeens, as he approaches level 6, there is instant kill threat on that Renekton with ult or no ult coming up for him.
Mickey is going to do his best to try and hold this wave. Upset wants that plate. He's not going to let his former support get in the way of that. Pushes him back. Base will be slightly delayed, but not the end of the world. Skeens, level 6, is eyeing up that top lane.
There we go. One trigger to be pulled, no Phaelite accessible here. Skeens going to walk on in, Slicing Maelstrom, and there is a flash, but can he move? Wunder locks him down, and there's the kill we expected.
Look at the state of the wave as well. Looks like Wunder's not going to choose to freeze. He's going to push this as quickly as possible. He knows that Emperos doesn't have TP available, so let's clear out that wave, get it underneath the tower, and then the next wave can bounce back towards Wunder. But investing in that Kennen, I think, is a worthwhile investment. Trying to get Kennen ahead gives you so much teamfight power later on that even though the bot side of the map really wasn't going the way of SK, the top side has managed to build this team up a 1.2k gold lead.
I was going to ask the question, is the Hextech Alternator going to turn into a Gunblade? Because remember, old Kennen...
It looks like it.
It was like that or a Proto Belt, right? That's what we expect. Flash committed, though. Let's look towards bot. Yoppa in a lot of trouble. His flash is, I believe, available. My eyes can't really see. We'll get out of there in the end after Chains of Corruption lay it on top, and Losper again pulls the trigger when he can.
Yoppa definitely flashed there.
Yep.
We both saw that. So
I'm just confused. I'm looking at the overlay. I see a yellow bar.
He definitely flashed. Losper once again trading summoner for summoner, but the HP difference means that Losper will be forced to go back to base. Razork using the push that he has in bot to try and steal away this blue.
But he did also use Cyclone for this as well. Skeens doesn't have that cease and desist available, so it is an ultless trade for junglers as they fight over. The 1000 smite comes in, and Razork, never mind, the flash failed! Over the wall match there as well. Skeens, maybe it was a spectator bug, but regardless, as he Vault Breakers out, he might be okay for now. Razork gets back in over, and Leader flashes too. Summoners down for SK as they get pushed out of their own jungle.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because at first I thought Skeens failed his flash.
And then he appeared over the wall.
Helped him over the wall. I don't know if Losper failed his combo, or hopefully we can, if we get a replay, maybe we can find out. Either way, Fnatic, they walk away with stealing away the blue buff, stealing away the Grom, small advantage gain for them, and Leader, the idea is correct. I want to collapse so I can help my team. Maybe we can turn this into a pick. But unfortunately, Skeens is already out of the fight, and so Fnatic turn all of their attention onto him, forcing him to lose his flash as well. So that's 2 flashes gone. Potential for Razork available on the Rift once he gets that ultimate available. But SK, they don't slow down. They get back out onto the map. They turn their attention towards the Grubs. And in terms of objectives, things go in the way of SK.
It is that advantage of ultis. I mean, Razork, I thought used it before, but I guess held on, and you'll see here in the replay, it is just a vital blue buff.
So, the initial contest comes through from Razork. He's going to smite this one away as Skeens invests the Q to try and chip away at Razork's HP. Doesn't quite connect. Now, does he succeed in flashing over the wall? He actually just gets knocked over the wall.
Yeah, I thought it was a spectator bug, but Losper, big mistake.
Yeah, that could have been a big kill. Losper fumbling a little bit there.
Bad cow.
But Fnatic back on the map, set their sights on bot lane once again.
Bully Yoppa again, the Fnatic playbook in merit with a trample down. Yoppa's kept in place. He has the range though, and Losper one more auto, one more turret shot would have done it, but the dive works out in the end. Question mark? Okay, Razork's gonna go down as Vicky picks up the kill. Meanwhile, the dive in mid, Skeens finds some success. Turret shot won't finish him off. SK fighting back, but the dive on bot Fnatic. Like that.
This was something that did impress me about SK yesterday, that they were constantly trying to find things elsewhere on the map while Vitality was making a play of their own.
True.
Now, of course, the downside of this is Yoppa's just getting bullied. He has become the target of Fnatic's aggression. But on the rest of the map, SK has a really massive lead in top lane. They've now just got a big lead in mid as well. And so the question becomes, can Upset be the carry for Fnatic as SK solo laners continue to grow this lead? Rod of Ages now finished for leader. He's going to start stacking that one up. And the Gunblade getting ever closer for Wonder. And look at that, a 25 CS lead in the top lane matchup.
I mean, he's looking real good. And again, it's that one gank that set it off when the matchup already feels nice here for the Kennen. 30 CS, you already mentioned, but the gold itself means that Gunblade's going to be coming pretty soon. Dragon has spawned. It's going to be started by Razork, but SK, there is some movement down bot, maybe just to be in the vicinity. Whether it's a true contest or not, we'll have to find out at 3K. Already half the way done. Seems like the answer's going to be no.
Renekton using his ulti just to clear out the top wave. A trade of ultis, actually, as Wonder trades back, drops the Ignite as well. Emperos is going to be forced back to base. Doesn't have his TP available, which means more plates for Wonder.
As Razork crosses through mid, looking for a target as well. We're going to help push out the wave. Talking about another lane that's successful. Let's look at Leader. Leader in the matchup, looking real good. Now going to bring that towards top lane. Realm Warp, and Emperos is going to get bullied dead again, but it's a solo kill. They didn't even need to come top. Wonder just says, watch me.
And that was just a misplay from Emperos. He'd already committed his ultimate. He'd already committed his resources to getting that last wave. He had to just concede the next one. By sticking around, he made it possible for the collapse to come through from SK, and they aptly punish. They have 5 kills to 2, a 2.4k gold lead, and while it's true that Upset is building up a pretty healthy lead for himself, this Kennen is going to be terrifying, and I can tell you right now, Wonder's sights will be set on Upset.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be up to Upset to bring it back here for Fnatic in this early game. A 2.2k gold lead that SK have started to accrue. Roll quest for top already complete, so that 12.5% bonus EXP is worth noting. If Wonder joins a fight, it is going to be monstrous as Razork brings out the monster on Mickey first, onto Skeens. He joins in, but the flick back is beautiful. Blighty trying to get the pick, but Mickey's taking a while to die. Razork gets the flash out so he didn't get traded as Skeens. Now stuck in a 2 versus 1. Upset joins in, but snipe from Yoppa. Chain to corruption as well. Perfect ulti. The SK AD carry flashes away. It's now back up, now back down. As Upset gets rooted, now walks away, but Lost was stuck in the middle as well as SK bring this fight back. Mickey took so long to die that SK found their angle.
SK with a beautiful punish onto the aggression of Fnatic. Fnatic had the numbers advantage. They knew that they could win out on this trade, but as you rightly said, it took them much longer than they expected to actually take Mickey down. So here you're thinking, oh, classic Mickey, he's overextended. But no, he's just buying time. He's able to use the aftershock to just wait for the rest of his team to collapse. And while he does fall, Razork is low enough to allow for Yoppa from the off angle to find that snipe from the ward that Mickey dropped.
True.
Then they turn their attention onto Vladdy. They think that they can keep this follow-up engage going, but now that it's a 3v3, it's a much more favorable fight. Upset doesn't have the HP, Lospa has to disengage, and SK win out on the skirmish.
And they minimize that gold advantage we were talking about being on Fnatic's back, being on Upset's back. With Roll Quest now being matched by and completed by SK 4 versus 2, as you can see on that bar on the top of your screen. But for SK, they push that gold to 3,000. And it is looking like a beautiful early game that they're starting to run away with. First items across the board, that Gunblade that we were talking about, picked up by Wonder.
I really love the Gunblade. I'm just such a happy that it's been reintroduced.
Renekton will not get to walk up to it.
He will not have fun, but it's also just for those champions. Oh, Emperos can't do much to defend the tower. Leader wants more, though.
Razork's in the vicinity. Emperos gets down to half HP, trying to bait it.
But that Gunblade, the great thing about it is the active slow makes it so much easier for champions to close that gap. And typically, kind of rocket belt dependent champions, I felt like that it always had that kind of tell, which made it easier to react to. But Gunblade, so fast. And the range is very deceptive. So that slow can kind of catch you off guard. And then a Kennen right on top of you with the E and the ultimate can be so effective at locking you down. Wonder's doing a great job in the side lane, making it very difficult for Emperos to play.
And he's 2 levels up on him as well.
I mean, that's how quickly top lane can snowball out of control, getting that extra XP.
And getting that quest early as well means that, again, 12.5%. I know you love numbers, Biddy. I just thought I'd throw them in for your...
No, it's good. It's a great number.
Oh,
well done.
12.5. Your favorite number, maybe. But it's that experience advantage that for SK, their top laner taking over 2.2k. I'll keep counting it for you because it is just that impressive. Again, people are saying, oh, this team, you know, got a lot of washed players, a lot of oldies. We joked about it yesterday, but Wonder's taken him to town as good stun up from Emperos, goes into the dominance, but the stun comes likewise. Razork now visits his favorite lane. Flash away, the Lightning Maelstrom will not kill Razork in the trade. And no matter what, Razork will be bot. TP though, as he sticks around, maybe wants to get out of here soon. They're committing for the turret. Mickey's going to look for an engage. Turret doesn't fall down just yet. Razork's like, I'm dead. I'm going to take the objective bounty with a depth charge and even a dodge away. Everyone's here from SK. It'll be a long trade, but goal back over to Fnatic.
He sacrifices himself to pick up that objective bounty on the bot tower. But it ultimately ends up being a 1-for-1. Alleviating that pressure from Emperos was very much needed. But the fact that SK was able to turn it back around, they're going to get a tower of their own. So really it's just another advantage gain for SK. And yesterday Razork did comment himself about how he didn't think Fnatic played super well. I do think that they're being much more proactive on the map. But SK, as they kind of demonstrated against Vitality, they're a team that's just not afraid to go toe-to-toe pretty much anywhere on the map.
It's nice to see. I mean, taking these risks as leads to a dragon here. SK have got 2 of them. As Wonder controls top for the time being, stops Flighty pushing. There was also some plates taken by Leader in this bottom lane, so both solo lanes still in a massive position despite the kill onto one of them. There's a potential dive. Emperos has to give Pryor here because he's scared. He's like, where the hell's this fight that just took dragon?
I mean, not only that, Leader now. Level 13 to Vladdy's level 11. Vladdy will be getting level 12 on this next wave, but remember that the Rod of Ages is continuing to tick up as well.
Yeah.
So that mid lane gap is only going to continue to grow. It feels like SK has a huge amount of side lane control.
Oh, yeah.
And they need to be able to utilize that to collapse onto the rest of SK so they can create that numbers advantage, because in an ideal world what's happening is you have maybe someone shadowing the Rise like Skeens, you get that push in bot, you then move through that bot side jungle and you can create a numbers advantage on mid to either threaten a dive, maybe force a team fight with numbers while that wave is creating pressure on the bot side. And you're kind of seeing it here, Leader kind of shadowing Wonder, allowing him to go back to base now. Of course, there's not really a huge amount of pressure they can exert on the map because resets need to come through. There's not really a main objective for either of these teams to play for. The Herald is available for Skeens to drop, but that mid tower is basically paper thin. I mean, you can see the HP. Observer's just showing it for us now. Razork getting very low there.
Yeah, Yop was walking up in the face of 3. He got that change of corruption down. Razork gets low. He'll have to go back to his jungle to heal up, but I mean, it's just the range. It's how hard to gank this virus, especially when Mickey's away. You have no idea where he is. It's like for SK, their setup's clean, and with it, the mid turret should be going down next as a slither of HP. Some more gold to SK that might lead towards 5k. 5k at 18 minutes. I am not used to selling the story of SK, Betty. Like last year was a disappointing year. I'm not gonna lie.
Mickey though.
Okay.
Getting engaged on.
Is he caught out or is it lost? Is the flash away? Maybe I know my answer. Slicing Maelstrom in the bottom lane. Wonder builds the space, gets the stun, and Skeens is here to help bring in the fun. And Frost goes down. And Skeens picks up the kill. We look back towards mid. Yopper at half HP. He's hit down by the Arclighter rune, but Upset has run out of range. SK back away, and for Fnatic, they don't get a return.
I mean, credit to SK. I said that I wanted to see them playing through side lanes, and I said that their 2 options were to kind of shadow one of those side lanes, and then potentially convert that pressure into mid. But alternatively, you can just shadow and find a pick.
Yep.
And so Emperos thought that he saw an opportunity. Hey, now on the Renekton, I've got the Stride Breaker finished. Maybe with the Merc Treads as well, I can actually fight against this Kennen. I do have a lot of HP, but not if the Vi is there as well. Another tower is secured. SK steadily growing their gold lead even more. And I think to the surprise of many, SK is straight up dominating Fnatic in this game.
It's clean play, and you love to see it again. I think expectations for this team is something that you will hear us casters talk about a lot this split, just because of who's on it, just because of the big names.
Well, that's the thing, that there's a lot of pressure on a roster like this,
There's a huge amount.
Because people see this as the Mickey and Friends roster.
Yep.
I mean, we had that hilarious tweet from Leader where he was talking about, I love nepotism, right?
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, people are looking at this roster and being like, how serious is this roster? And they start the split off by falling short to Vitality, who then get curb stomped by Na'Vi. And so people are making that correlation of being like, well, clearly SK is not that strong.
Yeah.
And then to have a performance like this against Fnatic, of course, these are all just best of ones. Grand conjecture based off very limited information, but that's kind of the beauty of the format, that you get to make these grand statements with very little evidence.
True. And you do have to adapt on the fly as well. I know you were saying on a podcast with chat that you were like, it's about hitting the ground running. Maybe this is it as well. Leader's going to walk forward instead, flush away from Vladimir Skeens. Vault Breaker's in, but a TP comes in where Yoppa joins the fray in the flank TP. Even more dangerous for the Cannon on the way. TP's going to finally finish, but it's a slow one as Wonder flashes past the seismic shove. He gets one, and it's Vladdy SK again. Fighting fire with fire.
It was Fnatic that wanted to create a collapse onto Leader, but the response from SK was just too swift. He's going to interrupt Emperos. He might even hunt for this one.
He's got phase rush as well. Emperos is going to get out, and there's a bit of cabbage to pick up along the way, but with the kills down, as we look at the replay, it is just getting better for SK.
So you can see that it's the ultimate used by Vladdy to try and cut Leader off, but it's Vladdy that's flashing away. Skeens goes straight through the skill from Vladdy. Yep. Does not care about the stun. He's committed to getting that ultimate down, and then the TP comes through from Wonder. You'll see he's trying to connect it onto Upset. Upset gets that bonus movement speed to just barely get out of range. But they end up finding 2 picks now. SK can really start to threaten the Baron. The next Dragon is likely going to be their target. No flash on Wonder is a valuable summoner spell that is unavailable to them. Of course, like we always think about Kennen, especially having cast Otoame for many years, one of the big Kennen enthusiasts. I know that he always told me that like you have to play around this summoner spell so well as a Kennen player, either looking for flanks or looking for that backline play. Let's see though as they set up for the river. Razzle going in.
He's got himself a Cyclone. It's a good angle, but he's just run into Yoppa, who takes him down to 0. Skeens is going to be the trade as Mickey jumps in as well. And remember, again, we just talked about Wonder not being able to flash in. And Norris is slicing Maelstrom up, but still, they're going head-to-head. They're going even. Flash in from Yoppa, this 80 carry. The balls on this man. A triple about to turn into a quadra, but stolen by Wonder. If it's not Wonder, it is Yoppa leading the charge.
SK dominates another fight against Fnatic. They may have lost their jungler, but this will be another Dragon in their favor. The gold continues to grow. The kills continue to mount. We look back at the play and it's Razok to initiate this while the Kennen is too far away. A 5 versus 4, a good ulti from Mickey onto the backline, just CCing them up permanently while Skeens ends up dropping. Keep your eyes on Yoppa on the right, landing good Q after good Q. So much damage onto the backline in conjunction with Leader. Finds himself a double, wanted to get the triple, but Wonder denies him. SK coming out on top in the team fight.
They got some star performances. I mean, Leader as well at the start of that fight. Beautiful angle, and then Yoppa takes over. Wonder doesn't have his ulti, but it doesn't matter. The gold is out of control. 9,000 for SK. If SK wins this, their top 5, thank you so much for that. You know what? That's good. So they're the top 50% if they win it. At 1-1. You, sir, very wise as we look at another fight in the jungle. Mickey at half HP, but it matters not again. Lost, but has to run for his life, but stunned up. Skeens helps Leader get the kill, who's now on a killing spree himself. 3,000 for mid, 3,000 for top. This is looking good.
These solo laners have absolutely popped off, but really so much of the credit needs to be given to Skeens. His impact throughout this game has been absolutely massive. Great shadowing of the laners, outside of abandoning bot lane early on. Like, admittedly, not much that he could really do in that situation. But now they start off the Baron. Razok in the area. Can he find the steal?
Well, he needs a good angle. At level 13, let's find his way in. Rather, Emperos has already started off the fight. Gets kill on the Mickey. Skeens gets the ulti, and it's perfect. It doesn't matter that 2 have already gone down as Razok is now into Yoppa, but it's too late. Wonder shreds them to death, and SK will be pulled off the Baron, but the enemy team is dead.
An excellent Kennen ultimate from Wonder, utilizing the fog of water, find that backline access. Notice how he's trying to circumvent that vision to find the perfect angle as Mickey falls first. The utility has already been dropped. There's no Alistair here to protect the AD carry, and the backline just melts. Razok is left alone against the carries of SK as they find another massive fight.
You wouldn't believe that Wonder's 3-8 on Kennen in his whole career. Like, that doesn't look like a man who ain't that good at Kennen. Instead, that looks like a man who's 4,000 gold up and is about to pick himself up a Void Stuff. 3rd item.
4-0 and 10 for Leader as well. I mean, the solo laners have absolutely stepped up. But, I mean, you've been highlighting it. Yoppa in these team fights, he had a difficult laning phase, but his positioning in the fights has been spectacular.
But I remember him on Vitality B. He's just that kind of AD carry that has the flair. He's like the Jackie Loves of the world, you know? He's like the rulers, the pays,
Okay,
the
you're
kind of
comparing
crazy.
to some very
Why
good
not?
AD carries right now.
Hey, first Fnatic, next first stand.
I see. Okay, okay.
Hey, and by the way, I have to apologize to that tweet guy before. He said top 5. That is more of a statement now because we don't have 10 teams in the league.
That's true.
I forgot we have 12. It's just it's weird thinking about it. So it's better than top 6. Shout out to that guy. All right, Fnatic, what can you do in this game? Down 11,000 gold. Pull about 10 rabbits out of the hat, and we will believe. As Baron sits there waiting, and SK trying to draw them in.
I mean, Leader, he wishes he could go to level 19 right now with the experience that he's been building up. Wonder moves back towards the side lane, constantly keeping those waves pushed in so you can control the Baron, deny vision, make Fnatic as uncomfortable as possible. Wonder getting some good damage down onto Vladdy, and that should be the go signal to start off the Baron.
Well, Vision's going to be found, but at 10k it might not even matter. You can see Razork's going towards bot. He'll try and steal some jungle camp while Baron goes over, and this slow burn from SK continues.
What a one-day difference will make, right? SK
True.
looking night and day compared to what we saw yesterday.
Good one. Just like you. When you go to sleep, do you change your last name?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No,
Andrew Knight. That'd be good.
You'd think that you're original with this joke.
But Medic's been
But
there.
you know,
hasn't he?
I've had this name for 33 years now.
Yeah.
So.
He's 33.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
One or two people may have made that joke before you.
Okay. It's Medic though, isn't it? When you say one person. I feel like he's claimed
Razork
everything.
might be about to fall.
Yeah, he might have to go night-night as well. Razork, yep, dead in an instant. Teleport burn. I guess everyone wanted to be there as 4 members now going to commit to pushing bot.
I mean, it's a party down here. And this party is going straight towards the base of Fnatic. They have the Baron buff. They're going to get the push in mid lane as Wonder makes the rotation towards there. I mean, even Mickey has a 1.9k gold lead.
Yeah. He got the first 2 kills.
That's true, he did.
And he's also got Bandle pipes, which I think the pity on the minion. Don't worry, guys, he'll catch up.
He will catch up, he's on his way.
The Genomite does go down once again in the bottom lane turret. It makes it quick work. There's something to be done towards mid eventually as Fnatic look for their pick onto Wonder. Stride Breaker used, but Wonder's not caught out. Instead, Mickey pulls the engaged depth charge onto Upset. He was previously deathless on the champion, but you can't say that anymore as Skeens tries to run in. It looks a bit messy, but Chain to Corruption again. Leader's going to follow up, and dead in an instant is Lospa. Wonder flashes in and makes short work of Vladdy, while meanwhile Upset is trying to do what he can to Mickey, but it won't matter as well. Lospa's going to die Priestly, because I'm looking at Yoppa. Similar names, Viddy. It sucks sometimes. Triple kill comes through, and already, Upset almost dies. But a triple goes over regardless. Baron enhanced recalls go through, but the base is in tatters.
Double TP is available for SK. They're going to go back to base, quickly rejoin their AD carry, and set their sights on closing out this game.
I don't know what Upset can do. He might be 4-2 and 3, but Wonder is going to one-shot him, getting close to as he steps forward. He can't even get in the same realm. As Lospa trying to do the same, but the Nexus is exposed, and down it will go. SK looking great today.
SK looking to make a statement with that performance. It was a scary start with the lead that Fnatic was able to build in the bot lane. The fact that they were able to find that dive. But then, everything else on the map was just going the way of Fnatic. Multiple skirmishes, great cross maps, the early objective control.
It was clean.
I mean, SK has become a team to watch.
They definitely have, and I think we've also learned a lesson today. I don't think you can blind Renekton. Just look at our player of the game. Vote now at LEC on X. Is it Wonder, Skeens, or Leader?
I mean, it's a tough one, for sure.
Insane game.
10, 1, and 5 scoreline for Wonder.
I'm surprised Yoppa's not up there.
Well, I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because, again, I think Skeens was such a huge facilitator in the early laning phase to really get things going across the map. Wonder, of course, is Kennen. I mean, you saw the impact on your screen.
He had a 7k individual lead himself.
He was getting multiple triple kills, and then a deathless performance from Leader 6-0 and 12. And that doesn't even mention the fact that you highlighted it. Just in the raw laning phase, he already had about a 10 CS lead by himself.
Oh, I just got rizzed by Leader. Okay, all right. Just like his gameplay, he's looking pretty smooth. And I feel like that kid as well. I mean, what a performance. Again, he might not be on your player of the game, but the confidence to step forward. I love it when you see an AD carry. Yeah, we come back to him again. He deserves a second shot, doesn't he?
That's one on the board. That's right, Leader.
One on the board. And it's well-deserved. I think, again, like we saw individual class from the 2v2 surviving the Razork dive multiple times. From Leader as well in the lane surviving the Talia 1v1. from Wonder as well. He got a counter matchup, but it was just so clinically played. And the scheme's facilitating, as you said. We are impressed by this man that Shox is standing by with.
Absolutely, been impressed since 2018, 2019.
No.
We keep being impressed by Wonder, right?
I was here in 2016.
2016, exactly.
All pro #1 top laner 2016, just saying.
There you go. And applause. And 10 years later, you're back, baby.
You can hear I'm living in the past, you know? Like,
No.
I have to keep my stats for when I was actually relevant. Now I'm here beating Fnatic, my former team. It feels nice, yeah, feels nice.
How nice?
How nice? I think probably a little bit more for Miki since it was like his recent team.
Yeah.
I have former teammates in Razork and Opsit in the team.
Yeah.
I obviously got along very nice with them, and I'm cheering for them. But when I play against them, I hope to win, and it feels extra good when it's against them as well. Yeah.
I can get that. Tomorrow you get another chance for sweet revenge. Look at Caps. Look at him.
I mean, I saw their game yesterday, and I mean they should be scared after watching this. You know,
Yeah,
like,
they should.
I don't know.
I wonder if.
I don't know.
You
Like,
want to reply?
I mean, it was an okay cannon he had this game, but we'll see tomorrow. It's not gonna look like that.
I couldn't hear Caps over like the TPing on the mid wave thing.
Yeah,
like
me
I don't.
neither.
I'm not sure what happened there. You know,
weird.
like getting so old, but the nerves are still there. I don't get it. You know.
Yeah, it's crazy. You were talking about historical stats. Your historical stats on Cannon aren't actually good. That's the longest con I've ever seen in my life.
It was for this moment, yeah.
Yeah.
SK Gaming, baby.
Perfect. So, final question. Talk to me a little about SK Gaming, about this project. We're joking a lot, but I mean, it might actually be the real thing.
I mean, we had I would say, poor showing yesterday. I think we are a lot better than what we showed at least. It's a classic game one. I think for me, myself, my champion was very hard to play into what they had without giving too much away about drafts and all this stuff. But I really believe in the guys. I think our practice has been going as maybe you would expect. We are a bunch of coin flip players, but I think when the coin lands, we can do some damage. And I think when we fixed a little bit on our consistency, and of course, like the drafts are all over the place. It's like week one. Once we get like some stage games, we see what works for us and like for the whole region. I think we'll be a lot better.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see so far. Good luck against G2 tomorrow. Always a pleasure to have Wonder back. Same for Mickey, and he's with our analysts right now with Lore.
Oh.
He is indeed, and we have a pretty big W to celebrate here. Mickey, leader, thank you so much for joining us. Mickey, you first. How does this one feel?
Feels pretty nice, but nothing really surprising, at least for me.
Okay.
I mean, everyone has different opinions, of course, so that's why, you know, it's great.
We're going to
Everyone
talk
has
about those
different
opinions later, because yeah, people have mixed feeling about SK, but I guess you were right.
Maybe. I guess we'll find out.
For now, at least. For now, I want to show you this, Mickey. And I wonder if you have any strong opinions about this little Fnatic bingo we have assembled here.
Is there anything you think we can cross off based on the game of today?
There was some coin flips for sure by
Oh,
Razor.
I think you better go ahead and
Is there a dive
circle
bot
that.
one after first clears somewhere?
Razor only was bot lane, this one.
Okay.
Oh.
Cross.
This one.
Cross. What else was there?
Probably grabs dramatic coach cam as well.
Was there anything?
We'll have to double check on this one,
Okay.
but I think we're pretty good for this this line and
That's
that
about
line
it.
already, guys.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's about shutting up the haters, Finn, right
It
now.
is. I mean, that was a crazy game. I think a lot of people have mixed feelings about this roster. And I feel like maybe you're tired of being the defender all the time, but how does it feel finally seeing these teams that you played against last year going down?
Oh, me?
No, you didn't play last year, right?
Yeah, I didn't play, yeah.
I mean, it's very fun to play against like a lot of past teammates. Like in Navi I have Bobby, in Vitality I have Humanoid, so it's like everyone has like a player that I probably played with at some point, so every matchup is quite fun to play.
And on the AD you have me.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I guess, yeah.
Leader, how much do you love nepotism? How much do you love being back here?
I'm a big fan of it. It puts bread on the table for me right now, nepotism, so big up nepotism for this one.
Honestly, it had to work, and I'm happy for you guys that it paid off today, especially for you, Mickey. We were talking about people doubting you, and I want to show you some tier lists, actually. Production, if we can show the first one. I believe it's coming from Niski. Niski, well, Niski who's not with us anymore, but Niski, yeah, who was not rating you guys.
For a reason.
So give me both of you guys, give me your takes on whatever this guy built here.
Oh, I mean, top 3 seems reasonable, but the rest, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he's gonna be correct by the end of the split. We'll find out.
Second one, we have production. Oh, leader, maybe you want to add something on that?
I agree with Mickey. I think the middle of the table and the bottom of the table, like especially the middle of the table, is a little bit wrong, I would say.
And next up, we have Navi. Navi, who've been performing quite well, but are they doing that well in their tier list rankings?
And this one, yeah, I guess. But depends on which list we're taking.
I mean, this one is a little bit more accurate, I would say, compared to the last one, compared to Niskis. So
yeah.
All right, and that's all we have? I think we have Sheepy Sports, but it's fine. It's fine. We can leave it here. How has it been going for you guys? Because we were hearing that from Vitality, especially yesterday, that a lot of players are being washed. I don't feel like you guys are that washed from what I'm seeing today, especially.
I mean, today was pretty decent. I mean, except Yop, of course, he's a bit washed. He was getting dove on repeat. But the old people kind of carried him, so it was great. What do you think?
And the reason you didn't pick Katarina yesterday? Because I was screaming the Katarina pick. It's so good,
Yeah,
and then Mickey
it.
hovers it, and I'm like, it's time for the leader Katarina. But I mean, I guess you're just a meta-dependent merchant, and you have to lock in your little.
I need to like, for the first few games, just pick mages to like make people have the wrong idea of me. You know, maybe he actually changed, and then like later on, no, like last 2 weeks, like next week moving forward, it's like only like Katarina and Zed maybe.
Mickey, I know that it was your project, the project you believed in. You wanted to play with this player. You've known them for a while, but outside of Wonder, I feel like it's the first time you've been in the same team all together. It's something to be friends with player, but another thing to make that connect and click onto the Rift. How has it been for you guys backstage?
I mean, I think it always helps when you actually know what to expect from a player and know, I guess, how they would take certain feedback or how to talk to them. I feel like it makes a lot of conversations a lot easier, especially in reviews. And then if the player is good as well, that also helps tremendously. And I think we're all here to show that we are good, as well as being, I guess, smart about the game.
All right.
So yeah.
Is it about harsh feedback, or is it kind of a honeymoon phase for you guys right now?
I think we're past already honeymoon phase. Like already like like last few days of screaming.
Sign.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like I think people are very direct with each other. Everyone says their opinions, and nobody's like really holding back. But I think for now we're like testing out what's working for us, what other people are doing, and then we're like trying to make ourselves comfortable and like focus more on ourselves compared to the others.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people wonder if like leader is what you expected, but I don't care about that because on a team everyone is equal. Leader, is Mickey what you expected, or did you realize he's a dirty little inter?
Oh, honestly, like. Some days it's like woo, like woo, I know the stuff that he's doing is like very crazy, but it's like it balances it out with everything else, you know. Like yesterday, like it was a keyboard issue, like what he was doing, like it was complete. I was like shocked as well, like in front of me, but it was fine.
We fixed it.
Yeah, we fixed it. The keyboard has been fixed. Yep. And yeah, I more or less did expect like he's good. Like I don't know what else to say. He's good.
Well, he's good, but not good enough to be the Kia player of the series today. It is Wonder. Any words about your top laner? I guess he's going to be good as long as the WoW extension is not out.
Yeah, looks like it. He had to take matters into his own hands after yesterday, and he locked in the cannon, and he showed why he's good on cannon, I guess.
Yeah, and he takes on his cannon. It's not his best champion, but he popped off today.
I mean, I think cannon is quite nice in this new patch. I was a little sad. I mean, he went Ignite, right?
Yeah.
Which is correct, of course, because you're playing for lane pressure, and I mean, he put on a montage.
Good a montage. We'll be waiting for the next one. That's a nice story for SK today, winning against Fnatic. Guys, thank you so much. It was great having you here.
Thank you for having us.
And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few minutes for the next game. Stay tuned.
The first one. Yeah, it's good. We can see the flash. Yeah.
Fight slow.
Wukong dead. Okay. Look Talia.
Yeah. And then you're not.
You can.
Yeah, right.
I can go soon, okay? Yeah, we have everything soon. I don't have with you. We have killed soon. Nice one, guys. Go there. Yeah, go there. Oh, yeah. I kill him. Nice one, guys.
The Sinara. That boy up.
Is out.
Get his KDA.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys. Just give up.
GX is playing G2, and GX had a insane game yesterday. What can we expect today versus our summer champions?
I don't know, hopefully not what we showed yesterday, but yeah, I mean, today is the decider, right? If we win, G2 is obviously not making worlds, as a wise man once said. And yeah, we'll see today.
Okay. Any words for Caps?
I just hope he does the same thing against Jojo as he did yesterday with the TP.
We'll see that TP again. Maybe. Giant X versus G2. G2 looking for their first win in the LEC Versus. Let's go.
Lot looks locked in. Lot does. He was just staring down the tunnel, ready to go. Not mucking about, listening to the interview. They are locked in. And for GX, big expectations for another roster that, I mean, let's be honest, have a high bar because they kept the same players, much like G2 did. Obviously, G2 having a even higher bar than that.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday both teams coming off the back of a loss. I think that GX had a game. They had a game that they probably should have lost. And, I mean, G2, they felt out of sorts. We saw a couple of plays being driven by Lebrov and Skewmond, but really it was, they felt quite directionless.
It's
with
so
no play
funny, by the way, that you've said both teams have come off a loss, because it did feel like it. Remember, Shifters couldn't end.
They couldn't end.
They couldn't end.
GX won. My apologies.
No, I was like, you said it, and I was like, no, that was the bait. That was the.
No, you're right. No, you're completely right. Thank you for catching me on that.
But Shifters were like, yeah, maybe they should have been there.
I even said it myself. GX should have lost.
Yeah.
Like I said. So no, GX
right.
did in fact get a win yesterday. They did.
Crazily, but yeah.
They were able to defend their base in what was a crazy base race, and then they ran all the way to the other side of the rift, and I mean, Shifters weren't able to defend in time. So we found ourselves here with G2 at 0-1 to start off the split. Not too uncommon for G2, I will say. During the first week of many splits, they have dropped games for sure. Usually, there's often questions around how quickly they adapt to the meta.
True.
But yeah, I mean, I get people naturally hold them to a very high bar, and we'll see what they bring to the table today.
As they should, as this is going to confuse everyone at home. Remember, right at first selection, GX have picked first pick on red side. So don't worry about the colors, just look at who's banning first, as Malphite does go away, and the Mundo against G2. It is always nice to see that there is some respect shown to the potential flex / the crazy jungle pick that Skewmond has flourished on before. Jake's also gone, which is now a jungle pick, and with the Azir as well. And what are you seeing that's up, Betty?
Orianna, Ryze, Yunara. Yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like a meta has pretty quickly already established. Varus is another one you could think about.
Okay,
but
I'll think about him.
Yeah, it seems that Ryze has kind of risen in popularity. Oh, well, yeah, Ryze has become quite popular here in the LEC. It feels like that he just spikes really hard once he gets his 2 core mana items. His ability to be flexible with the summoner spells that he uses, his pressure on side lanes, the scaling that he provides, the pressure he has in lane, just a very, very well-rounded champion.
And we're seeing the damage potential, even without the actualizer, as, okay.
Anivia.
Caps has shown this before, and Caps' Anivia is quite nice.
I mean, he does get the claim to fame that he inspired T1 and many of the other LCK teams at the World Championship.
G2 inspired with the Mundo pick,
That's
with
true.
the Anivia pick. Like,
some more successful than others, I will say. But yeah, the Anivia plus the Xin Zhao, something that we did actually see from G2 a couple times at last year's World Championship. GX, what will they bring out in response? Isma kind of floating around ideas. Things like Jarvan makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, Wukong makes a lot of sense. We saw, I think, well, we definitely saw one Pantheon that was very successful yesterday, and I like it in conjunction with the Ryze just because of the amount of side lane threat that you have. And remember that Anivia, while she is good into Ryze, specifically because she can out-push him, thanks to her ultimate, she can punish him quite easily, because Ryze kind of has to do these small stand-still moments when he's casting these spells, which makes it easier for Anivia to land that Q. But the problem is she doesn't have side lane pressure.
Yes.
She's not a safe side laner, really. She likes to plant herself in mid lane, clear out those waves, make it difficult for you to approach. And so champions that can punish her or force her into a side lane generally find easy advantages in the mid to late game.
So top lane has to come into that discussion, because we get the Jarvan and the Varus, like, at least in the mid lane, range is now going to be an issue. Gap closed also going to be an issue. So it feels like GX are definitely making sure that mid is not going to be a safe haven either. The Yunara seems the obvious pick, locked in here for G2.
I did consider Ezreal just because I think it's another relatively safe champion. Would have given Labrov a lot of freedom to roam around the map, but Yunara is just generically very strong
And they
right
want,
now. In the
I guess,
current
more
patch.
scaling as well so
Yeah,
far.
absolutely. So, but right now, GX, they've gone for a very similar approach to what we saw from SK in the previous game. Rise plus Varus seems to provide you with a good mismatch of both range, good damage, nice spike in the mid game as well. Now, though, we move into the second phase of bans. Now, reminder that GX had first pick, which means that G2 will now have first pick in the second phase and last pick as well.
Like their red side,
Like
but
their
they're
red
actually
side.
blue. Thank you for spelling it out for us, Betty.
Well, honestly, I say it out loud for myself. So I remember.
To be fair, I'm such a hypocrite because at the start of this I said, guys, remember, they're red, but they get first pick. Had to remind you.
Oh, G2 is banning away the Gnar. It does
Gwen
suggest
as
that they
well.
could be thinking about a blind pick Renekton themselves.
True.
How good is Lot's Kennen becomes the question.
Oh, yeah. Or is there another ranged option in top that you can think about taking as well? Brom's gone from the other side. Okay, getting rid of the poke and maybe some of the engaged options that Nautilus also would help come with. I wonder if his hair's grown back that thin. He shaved it off sometime last year. Can't remember why.
That's a fun bit of lore that I had no
I just
knowledge
read
of.
that fan, he shaved his head. A lot of people shaving their
Did
heads
he
in
also
2025.
bet that T1 would lose?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe. A lot of people shave their head in 2025. What's next? What do we do in 2026?
Bring back the water bucket challenge.
Oh, yeah, the ice water bucket challenge in winter.
A lot of cheering for Cassante.
I think it was cheering for the end of the chant, Betty.
Could also be that.
But you're right, Cassante
Bard,
cheers on.
perhaps?
You think?
I
Why?
think so. Mainly
Range
because,
engage?
well, Bard's ultimate is very good into champions that don't have dashes.
True.
And the Frostbird doesn't
Nivea.
have a lot of mobility.
No, Splash.
And GX have really gone and said, you know what? We're going to Jarvan ult you, and we're going to Bard ult you.
We like
And then when you
ourselves.
don't have Flash, you're not going to be a happy camper.
Oh, yeah. And if this is an Ambassador as well, then the lockdown is sincere. It is incredible.
What's the response here from Labrov, though? What can you kind of match into? You could go for kind of scaling something like a Lulu. Do you feel like you need a little bit more engaged? You do have the Xin Zhao. Maybe you want a little bit more follow-up. They're contemplating the Rel right now.
Alistar.
A Labrov classic for those
Oh.
long-time Labrov followers.
Yeah.
Back on BDS,
There
this
it
is
is.
something that he religiously brought to the forefront. His engages found a lot of success, and they'll need to be finding those again against GX. So G2, they've got a pretty solid front-to-back style of comp. They don't have a huge amount of side lane pressure in contrast to GX, who very much have that 1-3-1 option. The beauty of Varus as well in mid is because you have so much range on the lethality Varus, you feel very safe and secure.
True.
Opening up for Jun to be roaming around the map on this Bard, working with Isma to attack these side lanes. The question becomes how effectively can GX play through the sides versus getting sucked up into these team fights where G2 is going to be looking for some traditional front-to-backs.
Some of that insane scaling as well. It's an interesting draft for GX. How proactive can they be? Because I remember in 2025, reflecting on Isma really got the ball rolling in a lot of these GX early games and a lot of these Nidalee games that he pulled out. At least I saw in the ERLs, especially when he filled in for KC Blue. That's what he was so good at. And I think, again, it has to be said that for GX, holding this roster together, it does feel like Isma is a core part of it. So on this Jarvan, early game is key. Get the ball rolling. Otherwise, G2 will look for these 5v5s. As we get into Summoner's Rift for yet another game here at the LEC, just a quick reminder, Vedius' birthday was on January 7th, and we missed it. Sorry, 4. He turned 34.
33.
Pretty much the same. And as Vedius' life continues to
See how any of
steamroll,
this is relevant.
we want you to know that it could be your birthday soon too. In fact, everyone has one. So write it in the Twitch chat,
Did you
and
have
we'll
a
bring it up on
point?
broadcast. I just wanted to celebrate your birthday, and
You are
I didn't
so
really
egregiously late.
I
Did you
didn't
get me
rehearse
anything?
This cast.
Oh.
Our love.
You can have it back. It's okay.
I could
Can I
leave.
refund it?
I don't think Dracos is still here.
Is
I don't
there a
know.
receipt?
Medic is here, so you can have Medi-Vedi time again. It's going to be an exciting game. I'm
I hope
waiting.
so.
Are there any birthday wishes in the chat? Hang on.
Please tell.
Let's see.
It's not my birthday. Just to be
It
super
was
clear.
like 2 weeks ago. We're getting close. Maybe next Twitch chat. Oh, this is YouTube chat for the time being.
Okay.
Thank you, Chroma Max.
Excellent, right.
He actually wrote out C dot dot C dot dot
Now,
C dot dot.
as invested as you are in reading some of these chat messages, I'm invested in the jungle pathing.
Good.
Mainly because some early wards were dropped to spot out where these junglers were starting, so both junglers should be pretty aware that they're on the top side pathing bot. What this means for Broken Bladers and Lot is pretty much what it means all the time for them, is that I guess we'll just do our thing in top lane. And in the bot lane, they're going to basically be trading as much as possible, ready for some jungle intervention. Now, Rise will have that early push in mid, and you'll notice on your minimap as a flash is burning the bot
He was
lane.
worried about the remount into Shattering Strike, and Hans probably had the kill.
You'll notice in the middle lane what Jackie's is doing is he's just moving into the fog of war. Naturally, it would be super risky for him to roam early on. But he's kind of giving the impression that, hey, I might drop a ward near here, I might threaten to get a little bit of information, maybe even poke my head down towards bot lane, but Unsummer and Labrov will not be deterred. They know exactly where their jungler is. He should be spotted out right now. So they know exactly where the Xin Zhao is. Jack is doing a good job of trying to keep Caps under tower, while this Anivia really doesn't have that much wave clear in the early levels.
Yeah, just pick up whatever you can for Caps. Now, while Vedius is super encouraged by Jungle Path, I also wanted to bring up a quick reminder to you all that even though a recent rivalry, I believe this would take from XL, Vedi, I'm not actually too sure on that, but G2 are dominant, right? And especially when they're dominant in the league as a total, it is hard to say, outside of Fnatic historically, that there's any close thing of a rivalry in the head-to-head.
But I believe that one series win was actually last year at the Roadshow.
I think it was too, in Madrid, right? It was like
Madrid,
2-1.
if I remember correctly.
I remember that.
But it just goes to show that, like, there was that recent kind of standout performance with this roster from GX against this roster from G2. So the potential is there, but this GX roster hasn't really been able to live up to their expectations that they had of themselves last year. They kept this roster because they believed in what the project could achieve.
Oh, they should.
And now they have to deliver on those expectations. Many rosters we have seen kind of last to that 2-year bucket, you know? So the pressure's definitely going to be on for these players to show up. Of course, only a best of one today, but let's see if they can get an upset win against G2.
Just a quick reminder, fifth. Like last year, they were this middle team.
Absolutely.
And they made it to playoffs once throughout, as doing just face checking here. Labrov going to see him, walk him out. Winter playoffs, spring playoffs, summer playoffs, fifth every time. So they are truly the middle team in the league, and they've got more to prove this time. A win against G2 when, you know, G2 yesterday versus Koi wasn't the strongest showing. Really cement the fact that GX are near a top team.
I mean, so back in the day, we used to have a team that was similar. Not quite the same, but like...
I did watch
in Splice. Do you remember Splice?
Oh, and Kobe.
And yeah, we used to call them the gatekeepers, basically, because they were a really good indicator of whether you... It was dependent on whether it was worth having a conversation if you could contest the top teams, because if you couldn't beat Splice, then there was no conversation about whether you'd be able to beat the top teams.
Didn't they? What year did they go to Worlds? You were there.
2016 they went to Worlds, yeah.
And that was the Xerxes roster, wasn't it?
That was the Mickey X roster with Kobe. But no, it was Trashies. Yeah.
Glad you got a good
But then
memory.
I think Splice went in 2017 as well, didn't they, with Humanoid?
That's where.
Or was that 2019? I don't remember.
Okay, I shouldn't have asked.
There's too much Splice history in my head now.
It is good because, you know, I don't know if you know, but Splice back in Australia is like an ice cream. Like it's like a Splice is like it's like an ice cream ice block.
I also feel like Splice is a portion size.
Is it? A splice of something, okay. Like a splice of genetics, right? Like you take someone's
And
genes.
so when you think of it, Splice's brand was that of a snake, which does none of those things.
I try to connect it now. Maybe that's good branding if it makes you think.
Now, junglers. There is one bot
like
lane.
them.
Yes, because really they're the only ones that can do anything in the early game. Oh, Caps connects a stun. You can see now with his level 6, he can trade a little bit more aggressively. He also gets a little bit more pressure in the laning phase. Junglers will say hello. The expression is normally 2 ships passing in the night as they ward and spot each other out.
Riveting stuff. Ooh. Let's see. Now maybe it gets a bit more explosive. Flag down. Skewmon spotted. Flash. Okay. Labrov with the crash down was beautiful. Jun gets knocked up into the air, but the hail of arrows helps. Noah's damage is good, and Skewmon might be in trouble. Flashes over the wall as well. A miss from Noah. He tries to get ranged. Han Sama zones out now. Turns to Isma, who flashes, flags, drags, and Jackies joins in with a phase rush. He walks out as well. A lot happened, but no one dies.
No one dies. The Q doesn't connect from Noah. Couple flashes were burnt. Let's take stock. Lebrov flash, Skumon flash, Isma flash, and a heal from Jun. I guess the... Oh, hang on, Hansam. He's being bullied.
But you need
slapped
some
by the
meeps.
meeps.
Yeah, Music Man is not going to be able to go much further. Jun steps up, gets some vision. Cosmic Binding just out of range.
We'll go back to base. A quick push into the bot lane from Noah to try and crash this tower as quickly as he can. But yeah, ultimately it was just a trade of summoner spells in that little skirmish. No one with quite enough damage. And it is quite funny when you look at the items of everyone and you realize, yeah, it makes sense that there really wasn't enough damage.
Oh, Chains, that ulti used well in first blood. Over to Jun somehow.
Beautiful snipe comes through from Noah. Secured by Jun with that last auto attack. Just a beautiful punish from the bottom side. First blood given to GX.
You're wondering, Lebrov was trying to hold the wave, I believe, or at least try and make sure that cannon was next to Crash. He gets punished for it. The only unfortunate thing is that Jun gets the kill, but hey.
Hey, it's a Bard.
It is a Bard.
Earlier access to those upgraded boots means that you'll be gliding around the rift.
We're building Vandal Pipes as Bard these days?
Typically, yeah.
I feel like that item is so broken.
People keep saying this.
Do you know why? Gold
Go ahead,
efficiency
tell me.
without the active is 105%.
Oh my goodness.
Gold efficiency on range is 140%.
Wow.
Like, it's disgusting.
I mean,
and there's no cooldown.
It makes a ton of sense, especially in conjunction with, well, AD carries in general.
Yeah.
I believe I saw Zeus building it on Scion today.
Nice.
Yeah. And for the same reasons, just gold efficiency.
Yep.
Very cheap item. Well, I say very cheap. For a top laner, it's relatively cheap.
It is.
Getting
on flash, Cosmic Binding. Hansama matches. Good, hyper aggressive as Isma joins in.
And I feel like GX is just kind of investing time and effort towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah.
G2 did, of course, make a play themselves towards the bot side, but hasn't really resulted in a huge amount. And Nivea, though, looking to get some good trades in the middle lane to try and give G2 away into the bot side river. Hansama, though, with no flash.
Chains are up in a second, cleansed away. I think that's an observer delay. As Hans has now used the summoner for it, but it enables the dragon. Waiting for Noah for the kill threat there, but this dragon goes down for GX. That bot lane is raining on success.
You know, it's so funny when we had our initial story meeting ahead of this week's LEC. I remember speaking to Jack about, you know, the strong AD carries in the current meta, and he wasn't talking about Varus, but then, of course, over in the LCK and the LPL, everyone was playing Varus. It was like, there's no way Varus is still good. And, I mean, this is the reason. He's just such a powerful laner.
True.
And until that gets nerfed, I feel like that you just can't kick him out of the meta. They've nerfed lethality Varus a bunch of times, but just in lane, he just trades so well.
And especially when we're getting these crit AD carries coming back, a small engage here. Isma turns it into a big one. The setup is beautiful from Lot. And he'll take him down. Broken Blade joins in, gets a 1-for-1 now that Isma's down as Lot needs to flash over the wall, but it's matched. Broken Blade gets a flip out as well. Pulls in the all out, and Lot, even though he kites away nicely, Tempered Fate not going to be saved. Cap flashes forward, gets the stun out, and Lot is down too. The Realm Warp can't save the life, and for G2, they snap it back.
Broken Blade picks up a delayed double as he works to helping his jungler get out of a situation that he himself created. Skumon was the one that forced that fight. He was the one that engaged onto Jackies. He didn't expect Lot to arrive as quickly as he did. But ultimately, it works out for G2 as they find themselves with a 2-for-1. You'll see here, Skumon in an awkward position. He doesn't have his flash available. I guess he decides the best play he can make is to just engage. He knows the Broken Blade is on the way. The damage is pretty good from Caps. It's Broken Blade that comes and cleans things up. Flashes over, uses the third proc of the Q to get the knockback onto Lot, to put him in a position to then drag him back over the wall. Caps does have to expend the flash thanks to Jun's ultimate.
Here we go again.
No flash available. The grubs have started.
I think we're just ramping up. Lot slowed down. One grub taken, rather two. The engage is there. It's 2v2. Skumon gets the knock up onto Isma, but Broken Blade jumps back in. The Cassante takes a while to die with double buff into 4 people. He still wants to go forward, but Broken Blade, a bridge too far. The Skumon picks up the kill in response. Lebrov has to get out of there as well and follow his jungler. The last grub to be taken. It'll be 2 for GX. 1 for G2, but we're going head-to-head with these kills.
It is nothing but a scrap, kind of what we expected after the performance from GX yesterday. They hold on to a small gold lead for now. They do get those 2 grubs. They had the numbers advantage because Caps had no easy way to get involved in the fight, but it still wasn't quite enough to really convert it into more. Flash was expended by Skumon in order to secure that last kill. For now, 3-3 be the kill score. Dragon advantage for GX, small grub advantage, plate advantage being built up in the bot side of the map as Noah continues to bully out Hansama in the 1v1. Things go in the way of GX here in the early game.
As Jun finds the Rob on the rotation, Shattering Strike and a miss. Jun's just a nuisance here as nothing's really up outside of those camps for Jun to get deep vision, maybe leading into the Dragon. That comes up again in 2. One already picked up from GX, a 1k gold lead for GX as well. Noah's up 20 CS and half a level as well. He just finished his role quest. Thank you, Euronix, just helping us out as we work for those boot upgrades rather to turn into tier 3. And Vetty, I will also say for G2's side, Broken Blade being up 500, Broken Blade being in a good position. I mean, it does feel like, again, we talked about the team fights, we talked about this solid front line needed from BB in his position. He will definitely be that.
I mean, for me,
for you,
if GX want to showcase growth
from
what we saw last year, they need to demonstrate that they know how to play through side lanes with a comp like this.
You're very right. That's why this comp is extra risky.
Yeah, it's just if all they do is get baited into 5v5s, then I have question marks. Because, I mean, that's ultimately what G2 want. You're just playing to the style that G2 favors. You're not leveraging any of the advantage. I'm not saying that they should never team fight. That's not the point. Like, League will force you to team fight at some point.
Yeah.
But when you have things like a Rise Realm Warp, when you have side laners that should be able to find advantages, admittedly, like, Broken Blade is getting the better of Lot up in the top lane for now. LeBron could be in a bit of danger as 3 members try to collapse, but he's just going to descend over the wall.
This one might stick around though. Noah's waiting for Chains of Corruption. There is a cleanse available, going to be used immediately. Hansama just steps it out, runs into Noah. He's ascended, so he's looking for the next play. Tempered Fate going to keep him in place. Jun needs a root with the flash away and a great little repel in. Lebrov has now used the Magnet Storm. Out they go with the Magical Journey. GX just got 2v3'd and sent packing as Lebrov kites away again. GX just can't lock him down. He's thinking about going back in. Hansama, the Arclight of Ruin comes out, but Lebrov, the crash down in place in the Tri-Brush. A bit of poke coming in after the fact as we turn towards mid. Hang on. The Bird, 1v1, a wall in place. Jackie's just can't lock down. Great damage from Caps, but it's not enough, not yet.
Wow, so a lot of skirmishing happening on the bot side of the map. Not full trust from Hansama. He didn't trust the Brawl, is the TLDR.
Okay.
The Magnet Storm was beautifully placed to basically protect Hans once he came out of the ultimate from Jun, to basically drag both Isma and Jun in and to stop that Jarvan EQ from coming through. But then, of course, Hansama immediately committed his flash, being like, I gotta get out of here. This is way too dangerous. I know that knockup is coming through. Speaking of knockups, Journey's gonna face check.
He is into 3 people, flashes on the spot almost, but gets a Magical Journey over the wall. It's enough to get him out of harm's way. Cap's now on a side lane, where he said, Anivia, not the best side laner, but a hold for the time being.
He still has his tower, which means that it's still relatively safe.
It's also a Rise who's not there yet, you know? As if flag, drag. Oi, the wall! That almost clipped him into the forest.
Yeah, I think it was actually the Anivia wall that
that
made things awkward for him there.
Chains, again, Hansama, no. Okay.
Ooh, the Q goes the wrong way.
He tried to quick scope it and went 180 the other side.
He did what many of my Call of Duty montages looked like back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Tempered Fate, okay. Realm Warp as well. This is a good collapse. Lots coming in at a great angle, and Caps is isolated. A free kill waiting as well. Egnivia down. Jackie's with the kill. Dragon is free.
A nice collapse from GX. Some of the coordination issues that we saw from G2 yesterday sort of sprouting their heads here as G2 were posturing around Dragon, ready to contest it. They had the TP available on well, actually, no, they didn't have the TP available on Broken Blade. So, actually, I might go back and check if he actually had that ahead of the fight.
Vedius has tools. He'll use them. He has a spectator line. He'll go back.
No, he TP's top.
Oh, did he?
Which brings into question why G2's even challenging that Dragon in the first place.
True.
If you know you don't have your top laner ready to join.
Well, I mean, I guess Hans got caught in mid. Almost. I don't know what you want to call it.
I mean, I didn't like the play from G2 as the TLDR.
Okay, Betty.
Like, they're hard contesting this Dragon.
True.
And they don't have a top laner. And then Ambessa just TPs in and then kills Anivia. It's just a classic case of, I have TP and you don't. So, not great from G2.
No, but again, start of the season so far hasn't been miraculous. Vedi, I will say, GX in this early game have been utilizing Noah very well. Outside of his small miss through mid that we just saw, he does feel like Isma's starting to play towards him a lot more, and it is nice. Again, double dragon now. GX, a lot is unleashed on the side lanes.
We've got to talk about Hans Summer is really committed to just building different things. So on Corki yesterday, he did the Essence Reaver Rush.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Broken Blade.
Is there enough damage?
I don't think so.
Ow! Wait, maybe now there is.
It's not enough damage.
With Eclipse, can you dive this? The question is going to be answered.
I don't
LeBron's
think
going to
they
be
need
walking
to.
in. No,
LeBron.
he's been baited in. They're like, we don't need to dive him. Send in the public execution with the flash away from LeBron from the Tempered Fate as well. Support is out. G2 survive another day as GX. The dive is going to wash away.
Kind of like the predict there from Jun, expecting Lebrov to flash over the wall, but the placement which is a little bit off as Lebrov actually flashed up towards safety. Is able to get away to safety. But this is going to be, I think, just a full tower secure.
But it's a trade. Look at bot. Caps is taking a turret by himself.
Okay,
Maybe
but
they
how
got one
quickly is this Anivia taking this bot tower?
hang on.
Go on, observers, show us.
Show us the burn.
Yeah, it's not exactly.
We're almost there. Another 10 waves.
But yeah, this is. I'm not going to have time to talk about these builds. The fighting,
Noah,
I feel.
Oh, he's in no man's land. He's got flash available. Will he get to use it? Yes, is the answer. Gets out over the wall. And put some sprinkle on that pepper as G2 get another summoner.
Like, I'm not saying that Hans Summer's builds are wrong.
Okay.
I'm just saying that
I love how you criticize and you've come back and you said,
I'm not an expert on AD carry builds. I'm not going
Aren't
to
you?
pretend. I mean, I know what they usually build.
Should we
hang
phone
on,
Jack Spectra?
hang on. LeBron, X-Flash.
Oh! No crash down for him. Vedius is disgusted, but Sumon has saved the day. Really nice present guard, but the engage followed up by Isma's even better. Flash away from the enemy jungle, or rather from G2's. As Broken Blade has stepped in to try and help out, but versus 5, he can't stick around for long. A mistake there from Lebrov is going to cost him.
Here's what I'll say. I wanted to see GX leverage side lanes to create numbers advantages.
That's a middle lane.
Now, are they using side lanes? Not quite, but they are creating numbers advantages.
They are.
They are constantly finding picks onto G2, and the coordination from G2 just feels very off. Like, Lebrov, I mean, that was just a misplay from Lebrov. Maybe I shouldn't extrapolate too much from that, because he effectively just fumbled his Hex Flash.
True.
And then GX just said, oh, well, that's a mistake. I guess we'll engage on that.
Maybe the jet lag from Worlds.
Okay, that's a bit ambitious.
This has been a really tough 3 months. Maybe it's the cold. You know?
I mean, they do scale well. I don't think G2's by any means out of this game yet. It's only a 2k gold difference.
Oh, I never said that.
Yeah.
I don't think G2 are out of this game. I don't think anyone's out of this game. But
Absolutely. But it is GX that are driving the game. That is absolutely certain.
The question is now, Noah, Transcorruption comes out again, instant cleanse at half HP, Arclight Rune gets him down flat. Broken Blade's in, now with the all-out onto Noah. He takes him down for the shutdown. G2 are chasing this up. Jun flashes immediately, and meanwhile on the right side of your screen, Caps is going to survive while Realm Warp gets Jackie's out. A win for G2, 55 seconds of the Dragon. No objective yet, but this is going to enable the push with that Herald.
Okay, so G2 waking up a bit. They find a pick of their own. They get the flash out from Noah as well in the middle lane. So a nice advantage gain there. Converting this into the Bontage, give them a bit more of a gold injection. A lot of this gold advantage that G2 find themselves with is sitting on the Cassante. And I would say that one of the big things that GX will struggle with is when you have this lethality virus. Cassante becomes that much harder to kill. Reminder as well that the Unending Despair has basically become an exclusive armor item. And right now, 218 armor on the Cassante. The lethality less effective the more armor you have.
Oh, yeah. No, it doesn't scale. And again, for Broken Blade, he's going to have a treat the longer this game goes on. Lot can't get over the wall. The ice wall is a prison. A crash down, Lot. Will he be able to move? You have your answer. As Dragon is now spawned alongside Baron. G2 have a 5 versus 4. The Dragon and run approach is GX as the smite comes down. Okay, now they run. They do get out, but mid is open for the fray.
They put themselves on soul point. It's going to be difficult for GX to stop this tower from going down, but I like what Jackies is doing. Immediately run to bot lane to push out that wave. At the very least, put some pressure onto G2 elsewhere, so they're forced to go back to base and catch it. Maybe a small level advantage over that of Jackies, who wants to keep the pressure going, but yeah, they don't want to overstay their welcome. Jackie's gonna overstay his welcome, thinks he can get another plate for himself. I think he was actually able to grab one there, and now he's going to be forced to back away. Needs to base ASAP. Oh, he's running. I think that might be a mistake. Ah, no, he's fine.
They're not going to commit. No vision down in bot, at least in the lane itself. Lebrov found out. As the backs come through, Baron is now the only thing on the Rift, and even though it is soul point for GX, their 2,000 gold lead has shrunk. G2 are even in this game, and as you said, a lot of it is on that top lane, but...
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about that. Like, Lot just died mid.
Yeah.
He just died.
And maybe Noah does as well now as well. He just used his flash. His cleanse is gone now too. Flash from the last play. Lot misses the ulti, but now he's caught out once again. He dies mid once. Betty, he's going to die mid again. Gets a kill on the Prophet. Hang on. He's not dead yet until now. Hunter picks up the kill. The Cataclysm comes in. G2 are caught in the middle like fish without a sink as away goes Jackies. GX is still trying to fight this, but Broken Blade's in front. And much like that fish, he's going to have to swim out of there for now.
I'm a little baffled as to what's happening. Like,
look at the screen, Benny.
We're genuinely just running mid and fight.
Lot does like going mid.
I mean, to be fair, like, I don't hate the idea of the target selection, but like, let's put into context right now what's happening. Both top laners TP into mid to collapse on LeBron, who's saying, I'm going on Noah. Let's collapse. Let's go, let's go, let's go. He's forced to flash away. He's getting away to safety. And then they turn their attention onto Lot, who survived for an incredibly long time, getting a kill of his own. Ends up being 1-for-1. Ulti into flash out from Isma, trapping 2 members of G2, but it's the front line, so they don't really suffer that much damage. And then both sides agree to walk away.
And we're doing it again. Onto Jun. We're evolving into chaos, and Caps is looking for Jack. He's trying to get the stun down. Skewmon does know. Realm Warp out. The wall wasn't enough either. G2 continue to aggress in GX's red side jungle.
Okay, but I do like this, trying to put pressure in mid to then convert that pressure into the top side jungle to then basically deny vision around Baron. Because this is an objective that G2 can do quite quickly. Yunara plus Anivia are a deadly duo for securing that objective, especially early on in the game. And so it just adds that extra bit of discomfort to GX as they lose information. They will reclaim some of that vision now. Top has been pushed in. Mid as well. Resets have come through as Hansam has gone back to base, picked himself up a BF sword. And you can see what was a 1.1k gold lead for Noah has now dwindled to 300 as G2 have fought back control over this game.
With that third item, with that Infinity Edge that'll come through for Hansama. He's going to be so deadly in these fights. The front to back starting to build themselves. In 1 minute 30, I feel like we're going to have one. That's when Soul comes up as Baron is starting. You said it's so quick. GX, their jungler is in base.
But they have the Tempered Fate.
Jun needs to buy some time. At 8k, he now pulls the trigger. It's down to 7. Broken Blade gets a flip over the wall. There's another one built up as Noah has to flash away from Caps. Isma for the steal. 6k is what we're counting, but on a ward right now. As the Glacial Storm comes out once again, slowed down is Isma, sent away, packing the flash. Broken Blade, what are you on? He's going to have to run it back, and Baron stops. GX got exactly what they wanted, which was time.
Well, I think G2 also got what they wanted, but by getting the flash out from Noah. And with Varus losing that summoner spell, with a dragon spawning in 48 seconds, and G2 not wanting to hand over the soul, it puts them in a better position for the upcoming fight. Broken Blade has to go back to base quickly if he wants to get a purchase off. He does have his TP available. No flash himself, though, after making what I would describe as an ambitious play onto Jarvan.
Well said, Betty. Another stun again. LeBron crashes down right in front of Jun. Jun is deep in this jungle, but he has a magical journey to get to River. 20 seconds till the dragon spawns. GX have to walk it in, but Broken Blade is leading the way for G2. That health bar is mighty. Damage is going to have to come through from Rise.
Caps seems a little indecisive as to what he wants to do here. He's pathing all the way down bot, going for a deep flank potentially.
A Nivea flank. Let's have a look.
Keep your eyes on Caps. Oh, he's going to use the Blast Cone. That makes a ton of sense. We'll get into the pit now. Forces Isma back. Has the cabbages to pick up for himself. Will
range
deny a
from
blast cone of his own. Nice zone control coming through from this EMEA. Now look at this control that G2 has over the space. GX are the ones that have to fight back for it. They have the Bard ultimate available to them to stall.
Chains miss though to start us off. Isma needs to steal, but he flags out. Tempered Fate buys time yet again. It's a two-man. Jun gets split back, but Broken Blade has done it. He's found two. Chemtech is denied. It's all in. It's a circle comp, circle rip. All I'm seeing, health bars bleeding from G2 as Isma tries to path his way out, but Skewmon re-engages, gets the range, and now he sacrifices his own line. Realm Warp for one, for two. Hunt Summer has to be part of the running squad as Arclighter Ruin gets the slow down. Range again, but a miss. A whiff. The arrows are down as Hunt Summer at half HP has to flash away from this deadly duo. GX now have options to take mid, but they did lose the Drake.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating for GX to lose out on that Drake, but G2 had such a good setup around the Dragon that it became very difficult for them to close that gap. They had the Tempered Fate. They didn't end up using it on the Dragon to try and buy themselves time. The fact that Noah's ultimate also whiffed meant that they didn't have that CC setup. And again, keep your eyes over this space. Jun is finding an angle to try and get involved. Broken Blade keeps 2 CC'd above the wall. The Tempered Fate does connect onto 2, setting up for an engage onto Caps, where they're able to quickly eliminate him from the fight. Nice target selection from Lot in conjunction with Isma to remove that mid laner with the amount of damage that the EMEA would have. Skewmon ends up trading his life for the enemy junglers to make sure that there's no Baron threat. G2 are able to just barely get away as GX and G2 go for 2 for 2.
Mega Blast Cone again, Tempered Fate used, Crash Down is good, Jun's the target, and Caps is just hiding away the fight. Cassante is Cassanteing, but Caps is capsing. As he flashes away, you look at Noah on the right, trying to hit his poke and range, but GX is separated, and there's a pause, and that person loves Caps for playing in EMEA. It's all happening here at the LEC.
Oh my goodness. Now, the problem with a pause like that is you immediately think that something went wrong.
Oh no.
So the question is...
Bedius is rewinding. He's doing his own research.
I'm having a look and I'm seeing if I can be nosy.
But you're not allowed to say anything, Bedius, for you don't know yet.
No, I mean, yeah.
You've
league
worked...
officials will let us know.
Okay.
I'm speculating.
I'll do the line for Bedius. A pause has been reported to the league officials. Officials are now gathering information on the course.
Yes, and we will... League officials will confirm. We will not.
Bedius will just speculate.
Okay, so
no,
a route landed onto the EMEA. Maybe we can also get a replay prepared as well. So at the very least, we can kind of look at the first half of that
And you'll handle it. You'll manually go through and tell us.
So they engage onto the Rise.
Yep.
Rise flashes out.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I don't see anything. I don't know.
Maybe there's
like
a bit of lag or something. Never know. The internet is a complex place, and anything could happen here.
True.
No, I don't know the technicals. I'll be honest. I yell at the game, but I don't really know all the server bits and pieces.
I think that there are very few. I feel like very few people do.
Yeah.
I feel like they hire very trained specialists.
I mean, maybe we should learn. Maybe we should,
you and I.
You and I.
No, I'm good.
We should learn how the server works.
No, I'm good.
Okay, you don't want to know?
No, not really.
Isn't it interesting to you, like, how we play the game?
Lines of code are terrifying to
me.
me.
I mean, I don't want to go that deep. I just want to know, like, what box is it on? Like, where is the server?
So I looked at the replay. I have no idea. I feel like someone spilt a drink or their keyboard got unplugged or something.
Well, the camera's going across. G2 look furiously unwet.
Oh, look, you said the thing. Pause has been reported to league officials. Officials now.
I already said that.
Yeah.
You were looking through the replay.
Yeah,
no, it was on screen the whole time. You were just
my bad.
replaying.
My bad.
And our audience can even see what you were doing.
No, they can't.
You're like that kid who's, playing a video game and won't let anyone watch. And we're all standing around going, "What are you playing?
I
what
would
are you
let
playing?"
people watch.
No, you wouldn't.
But I have no control over.
No, you wouldn't. You would say, "No, you can't play my game and you can't watch."
I did say that growing up. That's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
All right.
But how would you let someone else play your Pokemon Blue?
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
No, listen.
Exactly.
Listen, here's the thing.
Would you trust someone else with your Pokemon? Because
as long as I knew they wouldn't save over my game,
but that's the thing you can never trust.
Here's the problem as a kid. There would always be that one person that would save over your game.
Absolutely.
You are like 40 hours in. You're catching all of them, right? And then there's that one person that's they press start, they go to save, and they've done 5 minutes of game. Right? This happened to me many times. And I stop it.
Yep.
Stop it.
At 11, those Pokemon were the most important
God,
thing
my
in the world
hours,
to me.
40 hours. And I had this friend who was about to save, like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't understand why there weren't multiple save files.
Yeah, you couldn't
It's like
get
they
it.
were
You had-
asking for me to be sad.
Technology back then was different, man. It was
What do you mean different? How can't you have 2 saves? There was a console with a memory card in, #1 version, that had multiple save files.
That's true, but Nintendo weren't there. They
I
had the
didn't know
Game
we could
Boy.
say the name. I guess you have no... You're fine. I didn't want to say the name. You said it. Players are conducting ready checks.
Oh, sick.
Yes, yeah.
Well, we have no idea what happened.
We have no clue.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah. Why not? Why not clap? Hey, this is all part of the experience. You know, imagine if you could pause solo queue.
That would be a terrible idea.
It would, because you imagine how long you'd be.
I think there was a brief time where a bug was happening and you could.
Yep.
I don't know why though.
Sorry, mid-drink. Let's go. Okay. We don't know what it was. Let's just say Baron was orange instead of purple. Let's go with that
Okay,
for
you
now.
can't say that. I'm
No,
pretty
I
sure
can't.
you.
Is that spec?
I don't know. Stop saying things.
Every 10 Barons should be a different color.
Okay.
Oh, wouldn't that shake us up a bit? I miss Christmas Baron.
How many Barons die in your games?
I mean, depends.
Because
My
10
win
is
rate's
quite
not very
a lot.
good. Am I the one killing it or not? That's a new question. We'll find out what happened. Regardless, for now, we are in Summoner's Rift. So the game is pretty even, but remember, Soul is still what GX are heading towards in 2 minutes 50. And Jackie's right now is the leading charge, on this rise. Outside of that, the front to back is starting to build up from G2. And like Betty would say on his birthday, things are looking red hot today.
I would never say that on my
G2
birthday.
GX is Baron. We're going to start it up again, and it is a bit of a celebration. Whoever picks this up and takes control of the
Well,
game.
very little vision. Our observers highlighting for us now that GX can see absolutely nothing. Broken Blade acting as the gatekeeper to deny them access. Tempered Fate likely going to come through from Jun once again.
Look at that wall, Broken Blade, Tempered Fate you mentioned. There it is finally, but it's run dry. 4K Isma needs to get in the pit, but Broken Blade won't let him near. The burn down, the 1400 smite, the deal is done. Broken Blade's dealing with 2 people, and that's Noah gone. So G2 can have at him. Giant X have 1 target, and it's Broken Blade taking on the entire world, knocked up into the air. But Baron, for 1, is still hella worth on the Baron.
Absolutely a worthwhile trade. G2 using every resource that they have access to deny Isma any opportunity to steal away that objective. You mentioned the wall earlier. It comes through perfectly placed as well to allow for Broken Blade to stand on the other side of it. Yanta's Q3 doesn't actually connect it, but still just keeps this Jarvan away, invests the ultimate as well. No smite is able to come through. Labrov also keeping both Jackies and Lot out of the fight. The wall being used there to try and find a pick, which they were able to get onto Jun, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 and a Baron as well.
Well, not too bad.
Okay? I'll just effort.
He said,
Worthy
I will just die
sacrifice.
for it.
Yeah.
And die he did. Broken Blade took a while to do so. LeBron face checking him. 3 members hide in the bush with Noah around mid lane, but LeBron's okay for now. That dragon comes up in a minute, but it's about this Baron. We want to see what G2 can do. That mid turret still standing for Giant X. No, it's not. That's just a spectator bug. Ignore that. It's only in a turret in mid. Actually still standing as GX look to defend bot. That's where G2 seem to be hovering as well. Okay, engage. Onto Caps. He has Egg. Level 17 Anivia. Isma ambitious. Now split up. Giant X don't have their jungler and Jun. He's getting 1 shot from range. Skewmon flies in for the kill. And G2 now have a 5 versus 4 with the Baron buff. The siege begins.
I mean, with the numbers advantage and with the stall champion gone as well, G2 should be able to easily knock down this tower. I imagine they'll be looking for more. They are currently only playing through 1 lane. But what was a game that just felt like it was going the way of GX. They were constantly finding picks onto G2. Felt like G2 regrouped, refocused, and since then, they found picks of their own.
But do they really care? I mean, Broken Blade can tank this up forever. It is Caps for the time being as Harnsummer went in deep. Broken Blade flashes in onto Jackies, gets a couple of whiffs, couple of misses. Now looking for the flick back. He will eventually die here. A step too far maybe for the top lane, and Tempered Fate didn't connect there as Caps. It wasn't flash used. John! That ain't Carrier's Bard, as Jackie's now took the magical journey as well. Giant X decided to go in, to die one by one by one by one, and Isma is coming up next. It's a miracle he's live. GA now used. Egnivia in form. Caps is going to drop as well. Lot bringing the fight back. We have just decided to throw caution out the window. It looked horrible from GX. Now it looks horrible from G2 as the Baron plays completely in the toilet, and Soul is going to be Giant X's.
I mean, this was just a massive blunder from G2. Look at how they dive underneath this tower, hungry for kills. Jackie's just melts through Hansama. I thought he had tower aggro at the start, but he finds himself a solo kill. And then Broken Blade goes in to try and help him and sacrifices his life too, with the dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Isma finds a flank behind. The initial fight looks quite promising as GX are just kind of throwing bodies at G2's face and they're welcoming the pickups. But then the fight lasts too long. A nice snipe comes through from Noah to connect it onto Caps, forcing him into the egg state, preventing him from contributing any more to the fight. Once the jungler falls for the second time, that means it's an easy soul
I'm
secure.
killing them all, by the way. I'm legit killing them all. My fight was world class.
World class.
World class. It was something.
Technically, by the end, yeah, it was. G2 with an overdive. Soul's now given over.
It has turned into quite the fiesta.
In the LEC, games aren't done till they're done.
Absolutely.
You know, and I mean that with an extra grain of salt. They're not done till they're done.
They
The
are
problem,
not.
face check. Isma here. Good damage. Shattering Strike, flag and drag away. Now Noah's getting in the fray as well. Giant X wants something out of this. There's the Youmu's. Chains. I don't know, that almost hit me as LeBron's just going to back away. We are deciding that it is a good time to fight. Jarvan says it is a good day to die, but I wonder, does he really mean that? GA, he can dive this and onto LeBron. There's a setup from Lot. Public execution, easy as that. LeBron just wanted to back in a bush that he thought was absolutely fine to. Now G2 are down a member.
Yeah, and I think GX can convert this into another tower as well. Jackie's pushing in mid lane. Knocks that one over.
Somebody used ult, by the way, so that's now down as well.
I mean, this has been a very messy game. With picks happening across the board, extensions, mispositioning.
Yep.
But hey, that's what real League of Legends is.
That's what, you know, none of this perfect play kind of nonsense.
None of this macro rubbish. No, just running down mid, dive the towers.
Yeah.
That's what we're here to see.
You know, you could go out for a 5-class meal, pay 600 euros, or you could walk down the street and get yourself a nice $12 kebab. And I know what I pick. Even if it ruins my stomach, I'm okay. You know, I'm okay.
Well, hey, look, here's the good news.
We've earned it.
27 seconds. You're about to get a kebab.
Oh, hell yeah.
I do not know what that kebab contains.
This is two for the price of one, I think. We're getting more than we bargained for. This guy's throwing in chips on the side. Hey, have a drink.
LeBron.
There's the stun up is good. LeBron, okay. Flash is now burned away. Jackie gets it kited out, though, and the re-engage is good. Damage doesn't connect for the Rune Prison or anything of the sort. Broken Blade face checked and almost gets hit for it. Isma gets tempered fate by his own bar. Cap flashes away. Broken Blade pulls out the ulti, but he's squishy as anything now. The last auto connect. Isma almost died, but it doesn't matter anyway. LeBron gets the engage he wanted. John flashes forward. G2 are getting destroyed. A triple over to this Varus. The Quadra stolen, and Giant X are thriving in the chaos because G2 are delivering it to them on a kebab plate.
An engage that was forced by G2 was turned around on by GX. A fantastic ultimate from Noah to set up an excellent team fight. Means that GX, just like that, are looking to close out this game.
And it looks like G2 might be starting the season 0-2 while Giant X sit on top of the leaderboard. Cap's going to buy some time. He goes golden, but soon to die into the egg. Noah gets the turret first. And now with the build-up of damage, all it takes is a quick Q. Giant X had us a little bit, but hey, a deserved win to start 2-0.
How did GX keep getting away with this? Remember that G2 was knocking on their base with a Baron buff.
And this was a cleaner game than last time.
But that's the craziest thing. I mean, Noah, 8-1-9 scoreline. Jackie's 3-1-13.
Yep.
This Varus Ryze combo
Yeah.
I mean, in the mid to late game, just seems to be working.
I think Noah's had a really good start of the split. It feels like he's been one to keep them all together. A couple of whiffs, but some beautiful setups for the ulti overall.
We won't get a replay, but that ult from him in the final fight was so big just because he was able to get away from any form of engage. He connected that ulti onto Skumon, forced his ult out very early, and then they turned it into a huge fight. Well played by GX to turn that one around.
You can vote for your player of the game at LEC on X, Isman, Jackie's, or Noah. We were just highlighting Noah. Jackie's got a bit of a shout out from Betty before. Isma was not afraid to send it. That's what I love. A Jarvan who just presses EQ off cooldown.
What a strange game, though.
Strange, but I mean, as you said, it's entertaining. I think Giant X so far have been, part of some of the most entertaining games we've had.
They certainly have been.
So, big shout out to them. And yeah, I think Noah's having a great start to the split.
Oh, he certainly is. I mean, I don't know what the takeaways are for GX. But my recommendation is keep watching because you have no idea what's going to happen. And as Hysterics did say, the game is not over in the LEC
until it's over. Oh, that bot dive. Oh, man. Yeah, G2 had a moment in that game where we just thought they were going to run away with it, but our region always impresses us. And that you can take loosely. Impresses is a fun word. It is a loose word. A duo interview, though, awaits us as Shox is talking with Jackies and a lot on the big stage.
Definitely so. 2-0 for Giant X. Amazing job by them. What a crazy end to the game, Lot. Can you talk me through the end of the game, getting the Nexus and finally winning?
I mean, to be honest, I think I didn't do something this game, and my team just moved on bot fight, and we just get sold. So it was like we snowballed the Awesome Soul fight. Not Awesome Soul, but the Soul fight.
Jackies, what was your view on it then?
I don't know. I feel like this game felt a bit hard for me because this Anivia was very annoying, I have to say, for me. But then I hit like 2 EQs in a fight. I started doing 1k per hit. I think my champ was completely broken this game. So yeah, after I did that, I feel like the fights were unlosable, and then we just go and end the game. I don't know what. It's kind of it, yeah.
Yeah, well, talk to me about that moment, particularly when G2 was pushing the bot tower, and they could have ended the game if they killed more people than you there, and then you just like zeroed Hansama, and you were like, oh no, I've got damage.
I mean, I feel like I wasn't hitting for so long this game. They also forgot my damage, and then Hansama was just in front of my forehead, and it just one-tapped him, yeah.
Hey. Lot, you're saying you don't think you had the best game, but still it's pretty cool to beat the top fodder, right? Do you want to say anything about the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's kind of full of talks. So, like, I'm looking forward to him, and it's good it's good that I beat him.
Okay. How do you feel overall about the team, 2-0? We heard, of course, last year often that your scrims were very good, but then it didn't keep going on stage. Is it going to be different this year?
I think this year is going to be Gen GX year, I believe. Okay. So, I hope we can solve the Gen GX.
Okay. Gen GX?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, we had an insane scrim week before our first official. You know how that looked. So, yeah, I mean, obviously that was our issue last year, right? So, we can only fix it from here.
Well, all jokes aside, though, because we do joke about it a lot, right? But seriously, can you tell me about kind of your objectives? Because you get to run it back, right? You get to build on something that you have been able to start building. So what are your personal goals?
I mean, my personal goals right now align with the teams, which is, I mean, obviously the main goal is making it to Worlds. And now we know that G2 is not, because we beat them, obviously, right? As a wise man once said. And yeah, I mean, for me, it's just to align with the team and fix our issues from last year. And yeah, that's kind of it, honestly.
Okay, Jackies, next up is our last game. It's MKOI versus KC. Who's going to win?
MKOI.
MKOI.
Oh! Well, we thought someone would be mad about that. We'll see, but it's GX that's on top of the hill right now, 2-0. But when we come back, Movistar Koi takes on KC.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move. He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of our last game of the day. It is going to be Karmine Corp against Movistar Koi. The stage is on fire right now. The players are getting ready. Guys, it feels a bit one-sided when it comes to the arena, but I'm super hyped about this match. I think about these two teams, what they built last year, it's not only about two teams battling, it's two regions, it's two nations battling today.
I mean, this battle just keeps on giving. Every single year, the rivalry gets better and better, and I think we are poised for such a great game today.
It definitely feels like home turf for KC, though. The KC fans in loud voice through the entirety of the break. If any of those players had their headsets off, they know they have great support here in the studio.
Absolutely. And guys, on Twitch chat, I want you to vote and tell us who you think is going to win. Is it going to be MKOI? Is it going to be KC? I think the audience thinks KC. But we had Jackies earlier who thought Movistar was going to win. So I want to ask you guys, actually, first, before going into this matchup, what do we think about the Spanish-French rivalry? We're going to go to Spain, we're going to go to France this year, 2 amazing road trips in these countries. It's going to be amazing.
I mean, if there's anything the crowds are showing is that the crowds are always so electric when we go to these home crowds, and I think that's what we love about it.
I mean, just getting more roadshows is always great. It's been really fun going to Madrid, going to Spain in the past, going to Paris in the past. Look, guys, it's still fun to go there, even if perhaps you don't support MKOI. It's a great time. Being that close to the audience and having them bolstering their teams is amazing.
You know you're always going to have a good time. You know the atmosphere is always going to be electric when it comes to both of these fan bases. Now, when we talk about the teams, very different approaches, because I feel like MKOI stick to their ground, stick to what they have, keep on building on a very solid base that they had last year. KC on the other side, complete rebuild. It didn't pan out the way they thought it would.
I mean, it's exactly as you say, Lord, because last time these two teams played was in that playoffs bracket, and it was MKOI that came out on top. And I think because of that, and MKOI even yesterday in their interview said that they are looking to go to Worlds. They are looking to make an impact in Worlds, and they believe in these 5 players. And we saw it yesterday against G2. Their conviction, their strength. They haven't practiced a lot, but still they came in with such force. Yeah. And I think they're going to bring that same game today.
I think you have to give a huge amount of credit to MKOI. They've looked like the best team in the league on the 1-game sample size that we have from them and from KC. They did an incredible job building on what they developed last year, but Le Petit Prince said it best himself. Adaptation is key when it comes to leagues like this, when it comes to learning new seasons, and I think the addition of Busio, the best support in the West in my opinion, and of Yahoo is just going to elevate what KC can be.
What do you think Busio is going to bring to KC? What is the hope here? Elevating the bot lane, but more than this?
There's a few different things the support can do, right? Firstly, synergy with the jungler obviously super important, the ability to play through early and mid-game roams, but I do think the elevation of Kalist is really what we're looking for. Kalist had a great start to last year, and then struggled as the year went on to have the impact that you'd expect with him. Whereas when you add in a player like Busio, Le Petit Prince is going to become the Grand King. I don't know what it is in French.
We don't like kings in French so much, so that's more for
I'm sorry. The great ruler for
guys,
KC.
I want to have your take though. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think MKOI is going to win it today. Okay. I'm so sure of it, because after what I've seen last time, Kana played against a Spanish top laner in that upper bracket in last playoffs. Didn't go too well. Oscarinen was kind of his puppy, and now Oscarinen is not even in the league anymore. That's all I'm saying. I think Mirwin coming in is really favored in this top lane matchup. I think Mirwin with this new patch has so many more new tools he can use, and so many more things he can mess around with.
I think the audience agrees with you so far. Medic, what do you have to say?
Oh, I mean, it's 53%, 47%.
Okay, then let's do this game in your direction.
A slight audience favor, but I have to think about KC as a unit that's going to grow throughout the year. However, today they're still going to stomp MKOI. I'm sorry, you think that Kana isn't a great top laner at the moment. You have been disproven time and time again. MKOI have never beaten KC in a regular season in the last year. It is 0-3 in KC's favor, and you're adding in the best support in the West, and you're adding in Itzami Yahoo in the mid lane. There's just nothing that MKOI can do against this. The Wolf is going to take over.
That makes sense. I didn't realize we measured KC's success with regular season success. I guess that's the bar we're setting for KC.
We're not in playoffs right now,
MKOI finally, as I said in yesterday, they said they want to go to Worlds and they want to make an impact. That's where their goal is. Their vision is far beyond this stage.
Sure, well, they're not playing at Worlds right now. They're playing on the LEC stage. Yeah. I don't care what the vision is. I care how well they perform today, and KC's going to take it.
And they have a lot to prove on this LEC stage already. Last year, it mostly came down to ADCs and what they could prove, because Kalist was in his first year in the LEC, a lot of expectations on his shoulder, and I kind of feel like at the end of the day, Supa was what was Kalist expected to be? What is it of these expectations this year, especially now that he's paired with Busio, going up against Alvaro, who is, I'm sorry, the best support we have in the league right now.
That's true.
Until proven otherwise.
Until proven otherwise. Okay, I can give you that. I also do think Supa had a better year last year than Kalist. I think Kalist has a higher ceiling, but Supa last year had incredible performances and showed us yesterday just how well he can perform with this team. So I think Kalist does need to level up if he's going to compete against that bot lane of MKOI. However, I expect it to happen today.
Yeah, I want to circle back to what they said in interviews as well yesterday, is that MKOI bot lane is still working on that laning phase. Still Kalist and Busio also a little bit fresh on the laning phase. It was one of the major criticisms towards Kalist last year was the laning phase. So I really wonder, I think that's going to be a crucial part in today's matchup. Who can dominate the 2v2? And I still think on this day, in this moment, it's Supa and Alvaro.
Let's prove it on the Rift then, but before that, Shox is standing by with Supa, so let's hand it over to her.
I am indeed, and I can tell you he wasn't too happy about the stat you just showed versus Kalist. But the thing is, Supa, you stomped the G2 bot lane yesterday. What are you going to do to Busio and Kalist?
I think you mean Kalista, new Kalista, no? I mean, I will see if this year with 2 Kalist they can win.
Let's see. It's MKOI versus KC. They couldn't beat them all year in the regular season last year. Can they do it right now? Let's go.
It's a good question. It's a best of one, and anything can happen in the best of one as we bring you our final game of the day. MKOI versus KC Splaps. It is this new rivalry that here in the LEC is such a hot topic. 2 countries, 2 cultures going head to head. And again, that rivalry is fierce as they enter the stage alongside Reaper, the new coach here for KC. We got a hell of a lot to talk about, Thaddeus.
I mean, it's an awesome rivalry. Winter champions KC, spring champions KOI, both then faltering to G2 in summer.
Yeah.
But then KOI come into the beginning of this LEC Versus. They have a tough schedule. G2 straight into KOI. But honestly, they made G2 look easy yesterday. They had a very clean, calm, controlled game. There were a couple of blunders where G2 was able to find a few good picks here and there, but overall, great map control, great lane dominance, and just a great performance from them. KC looking a little bit shaky.
Against the sister team, right?
But the moment they moved out of the laning phase, very similar, very dominant against their sister team. And Kana on that silent, he felt immovable. He felt like someone that just could not be destroyed or stopped as they were able to take a big victory. We'll see who comes out ahead today. You already know that the in-house fan favorites are leaning towards KC, but KOI, they don't really need that in order to perform.
I do just wonder, though, the biggest question that I have has to be, is Busio going to get given Bard again? Like, that felt like such a mistake from G2. It is the champion that I would say that he shows the best up in the West.
Well, KC played against their sister team yesterday.
Sorry. Would KOI make the same mistake? Used to G2, of course, KOI versus G2. Good correction, but the question still remains. Are you really going to give KC support his best champ?
It's a great question. Varus going to be removed. Nico in response. I mean, Busio joining the league is such an exciting time. Jojo has risen in the ranks so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, the rate of his growth last year, at the beginning of winter, it felt like that he wasn't really contesting those top spots, but spring and summer, the man just became a monster. And then yesterday, I mean, low-key, he kind of made fun of Caps in the laning phase. Vladdy himself on the caster desk said that he thinks that Jojo is the best laner in the league right now. We see how Yehu handles that pressure as the 2 meta junglers are removed as well. Both Jace and Malphite taken off the board. Now, of course, KOI did have right of first selection. They have picked first pick, but they will be on the red side because KC chose blue. So what will their last ban be? It's going to be the Orianna. Azir likely going to be the response from KC, which means we're going to be seeing another Ryze plus Taliyah matchup in the mid lane. Is the most likely. I mean, Jojo's Taliyah yesterday was scary. He was doing so much damage. He did get caught a couple times as we entered into the mid-game.
It was solid enough,
But overall, again, his laning phase is really the thing that stands out to me as something that just sets him apart to the other mid laners that we have here in Europe.
But again, the 1-2 that KC have got, blue side again was picked by them after KOI.
They left the Azir
They got the
open.
first pick. Yep, Azir is open. Okay, with Pantheon gone, Azir an option. Gwen also something that's really powerful in the jungle right now. Powerful all round, but we know it should probably be that Azir. Locked in by Jojo. Now RKC just going to add the 1-2 of the Bard again for Busio.
Could be, well, we're expecting either Ryze or Taliyah to be the answer into it. But of course, with the Yunara left available, there's no reason not to grab that for Kalist.
Yeah.
Kalist, of course, one of the players that we're keeping our eyes on. I think it's fair to say that when you think about how the year ended, Super definitely got the better of Kalist, naturally representing LEC at the World Championship. But Kana, a player that we all have our eyes on, I felt like he was comfortably the best top laner in the league until we made it to Madrid, and Oscar Rinnan just made fun of him.
True.
Getting his hands on one of his comfort picks, though, the Rumble, leaning more towards that team fighting angle. Let's see if they pair it with the jungler now, or if instead they want to lock in that AD carry.
Question to be answered. There's the Sins out. Okay. So pairing complete. Now it's just for MKoi. How do they match this in terms of jungle? We've got things like the Jarvan open. And we've got Vi's openers available as well. What's the best partnership with Azir these days?
That's a great question.
I think it was Sejuani.
I mean, I feel like that they would just take their AD carry now.
Yeah.
Because if you already have the very well-rounded Azir, you just want to pair that up with some relatively safe scaling. You could get yourself, maybe blind picking the Bard is a little bit risky.
Yeah.
Question is, do they want to? Nope, never mind. Okay, it's
Take it. Smart. I mean, that's smart. You're right. Blind pick risk versus giving KC that ability to roam and play around this skirmishing comp that's already starting to be built. You know, you talk about one of the matchups that can be taken into Azir. If I saw a Bard alongside this comp, it would be scary. KC, though, the components are still there. It looks like the Talia is being well thought about here with the Zins out. There are some strong solo lanes, some strong early game that KC are drafting.
Now I think Koi probably want to remove things like the Nautilus, maybe even a Blitzcrank ban. Depends how worried they are of these hook champions into the Bards. Of course, we have no idea what AD carry KC is thinking about right now.
Yeah.
Ezreal is something that we saw from Kalist yesterday, but you want something that can really fight against the Yunara. Remember that she is quite the duelist. We saw some of the damage that she was able to put out in the previous game from Han Sama.
Corki hasn't really been that successful in doing anything to her.
Corki is usually the go-to, though.
Yeah. What does Kalist think? I mean, Kalist showed us an Ezreal game yesterday. And as Nautilus gets banned away, we're starting to get rid of some of the engages from the other side against KC. Alternatively, KC are focused on making sure that that top lane can't be mitigated into the Rumble matchup, giving Kana the best chance to overwhelm and dominate.
I wonder if they think about something like Sion. You've got to remember, Meowin. It's Meowin.
He can play anything.
Yeah.
He played Varus in this matchup. It's not available, of course, but like that's the capabilities of this top laner.
But also, Aurora is something he
yeah.
consider. He's brought it out a couple times in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if he had something special as well. The camera's looking at him. He's leaning forward. That makes me nervous. Like, is it something generic, like a Sion? Is it something just tanky, safe, to try and deal with the Rumble later on, play more for the team? Of course, right now, Koi, the only real engage they have is throwing out a Tempered Fate and then having something to follow up. Yeah. So they need either a little bit more engage or they need some more follow-up to come through from that top side. Pantheon could be a possibility.
It is banned away though, Vetty, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly, you're right.
Gets locked in. Okay, Ezreal again on the cards. Like he played this yesterday.
Seem like it, yeah.
Strong 2v2 and really matches out what the Bard can do with his own range. You said generic top lane, potentially for Meowin. I think that might be on the cards as well. This is like a front to back from MKoi if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, absolutely.
How simple they're making this comp.
Because then you could do Sion Jarvan, you could do Sion Wukong, you could do, yeah, Sion Jarvan. That's completely fine. So they just wanted easier ways to start fights. I mean, Koi's comp is very straightforward, right? There's not much to break down here. They have a good front line, good scaling back line. KC now needs to round out their composition. They just, I mean, they've already got a lot of damage. How do they want to round out their AD carry?
Are they just drafting 3 winning lanes, Vetty? Like, is that KC's plan as they lock in the Caitlyn?
Does seem like it.
That's a winning bot.
They do have push pretty much across the board. Caitlyn is a champion that we've already been seeing some of the new items on. She is a very dominant laner.
I mean, if I look at this draft, I see that MKoi have to rely on Elyoya to get them through the early game, right? How important jungle is on something like a Jarvan to counter gank Yike, who's going to have a lot of free access to the potential dives in bot, to the setup that comes from these solo lanes. early objectives seem hard, Betty. Am I walking down a path that you're agreeing on? Like, this to me seems like for MKOI, they're really hoping they can get through the early landing phase and scale out of them.
So if you just kind of remove the nameplates and you just look at the comps, I would say that KC's comp is objectively harder to execute.
Okay, fair.
Specifically because they don't have an easy, I want to start a fight button.
Yep.
Right? And if we also think about, let's say Koi is set up around a dragon, who face checked on this roster?
Yeah, good
well,
point.
It kind of has to be Yike, right? Because then he kind of uses the ultimate, he can disengage. But with the Karma, you have good... The thing about KC's composition is it's got a ton of range, it's got a lot of disengage, it's got a huge amount of utility, it's got multiple ways to play the game, which is why I'd say it has a higher burden of execution, whereas Koi's composition is as long as the DPS is hitting whoever's in front of them and they have tanks to help protect them, they're going to be doing damage.
Okay, I like it. It's simple, but let's see if KC can pull the execution out and keep that train running like it was last year. Never had MKOI pulled up a win against them in the regular season. Now the question is, are they going to start now? Quick side note, one relationship we've got to mention, Betty, is Reaper versus JoJo. The old combination in Cloud9. We're getting a lot of, you know, combinations from the LEC today. Sorry, when I was with Raz last and on broadcast, he said it so well. I just thought, you know, let Raz know I'm thinking of him.
Okay.
You know?
Shout out to Raz.
Shout out to Raz.
I reckon he's watching right now.
Some of the stuff I've seen in the off-season from that man on Twitter. I think that's the only shout out I should give him. You're a funny man. Anyway, Vetty, you're almost as funny, unfortunately. It's just going to take some work. Much like KC in this draft, yeah? As you said, laning phase, well,
I mean, we got to go back to a thing that you mentioned earlier, right? We talked about this burden of execution, but that was kind of with the nameplates off, and that was kind of especially around team fights, but you hit the nail on the head. Pushing lanes, okay? Like, that is what KC have. This bot lane from KC has so much control in the 2 versus 2. It is screaming for jungle intervention from both sides. Mid lane as well. Look at Yahoo. He's already got the push. He's looking to try and put JoJo underneath this tower. On the top side of the map, Sion is getting a bit of early push, but I mean, the fact that KC have very clear advantages in these lanes. Khalif's getting some nice damage. No level 2 yet secured. Boy, just very nice damage coming out from this Caitlyn. And yeah, it's an impressive lane, this Caitlyn Karma.
You can see as well, Yike knows exactly where he's going, pathing towards the bot side of the map right now. A little bit behind it.
Onto the wolves as well.
Elyoya's a bit quicker, yeah. So it is all about this bottom lane. See what can be done here from Elyoya too. As you said, Yahoo getting the push, but JoJo, he's fine on mana, fine on HP. Yahoo's going to get a quick recall in here, and that's just this is what you can do now in League of Legends, thanks to home guards. Feels like you have so much more opportunity to go back, and it's harder to punish. So Yahoo gets a push. He'll use the TP this time around, but wait till the next. Yike goes for the invade. Elyoya gets Gromp in the meantime, and Alvaro is standing by. Flag, drag. There's some damage. Busio coming to help out. Yikes to re-engage. Healing, remember, can come through as well. Elyoya flashes away onto the blast cone, but it's matched. Yike, what a beautiful flash to engage the first blood. Over to Bussin as Yahoo looks to the flick back. Onto JoJo, I believe he's already used it here. JoJo gets to half HP, but Yahoo just initiated the return.
I mean, an ambitious contest from Elyoya. He commits the EQ combo, expecting to be able to win out on this trade. But not only is Busio there quick, it's the fact that Yahoo can collapse first. There's no intervention from JoJo. He is still being pushed underneath this tower. He cannot offer that support. He did not have the opportunity to base yet. And it means that KC already picking up first blood.
They got 1,000 gold in the lead, just naturally from the lanes.
It's all blue at the bottom of your screen. Busio with a 400 gold lead thanks to that first blood that he was able to pick up.
Yahoo just going up against Recurve Boazir. Now, in favor for now. Remember, again, JoJo did initiate his back off, so there's no TP, but again, it's just about those wave states to see how it can be punished as Elyoya is heading up towards the top side, flick back. JoJo, nice sidestep, or at least step forward. Ooh, that was near death here. As the wave gets pushed in, Yahoo just stepping up, trying to get a quick push again as well. It's all about these lanes once more. KC playing well through bot again, as you expect.
Oh my goodness, already a 10 CS gap between the two AD carries. They're keeping this pressure up, and the thing is, when your Jarvan dies, and you know he started topside, it the game plan becomes very easy for Caitlyn.
True.
You're just like, well, your jungle is dead, so he ain't ganking me now. And he's going back to topside to clear his camp, so he's not ganking me anytime soon either. So I'm just going to keep hitting away at these tower plates. I'm going to keep doing what I can. Already picks up the Zerka's Greaves. And I'm very curious as to whether or not we'll see Hex Optics.
Oh yeah, the extra range.
Yeah. Because you do more damage based on the distance between you and the enemy.
Yeah.
And
I've
then
seen
also
Senna's pick it up.
if you get that kill, you get very long range.
100 bonus attack range for 6 seconds.
And I saw a very cool interaction.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's supposed to happen, but Sneaky did it. Right?
Okay.
Where basically what happened was someone walked on his trap. He then killed that person with the Caitlyn Q.
Yeah.
But because he got a kill, he got the extended range from his Hex Optics, which then combined with the extended range he was supposed to get from someone stepping on his trap. And so he had a range of like 1,500.
Oh my God. that doesn't sound right. Like, is that meant to happen? I don't know.
Yeah, obviously it's like a very specific and niche situation.
But still, it's enough to warrant concern, you know? So things like that is super. Walks away from that said trap, and Yike playing off that bot lane yet again. He's just going to start up this dragon. And note, because of the invade, because of the stolen blue, Elyoya is behind about a camp now. With this objective being started up, Elyoya has to find something in the top lane. Karna flashing away from the decimating smash. Also spotted out is Elyoya, so this is absolutely safe, as Yike now knows. And we'll look towards respawns in this bottom camp, see if there's anything up and available for him to steal, but Dragon goes down regardless. Another win for KC.
Okay, looks like level 6 now secured. Ulti onto Yehu.
Sends him into the Jarvan. Okay, Yehu's going to flick back. He's got the help of Yaiku now comes in as well, but no death yet. Monty Jojo feeling the knockup is beautiful. The timing great from Yike. All they need is the wind. But Jojo gets out of there like lightning. A good flash saves his life.
Very nice flash from Jojo to get away to safety. Yehu wanted to secure that kill, but he wasn't quite able to connect the cube. Busio already making his way up to mid. Alvaro not that far away either. But this was supposed to be a winning play for Koi. They thought that, hey, we can get the flash out from Yehu. We can then repeat gank with the Jarvan. But they don't even burn his flash. Yehu burnt, well, he does burn it, but he burns it in a pursuit of trying to get a kill for himself. Yike played that so masterfully, connecting the ultimate just as the Jarvan EQ is coming through to interrupt it and keep that space between Elyoya and Jojo. Ultimately, though, no kill ends up dropping. KC will hold on to the gold lead, largely being driven, well, I guess from everyone. Everyone's got a small advantage across the board.
Really do. 10 top. Small jungle lead of Battle for Camp again, stolen. Mid is going to get the push in here, but home guards, thankfully, come in clutch, and I think Jojo will only lose a minion there. You can see Super as well, by the way, speaking of home guard. Like, he didn't miss Cannon. Back in the day, you'd lose Cannon, probably a minion, like, he carries eating good as well. There's Karna's damage. If you want to speak about good right now, it's feeling pretty good against Mirwin. It's a full decimating smash in return, but Karna's got the push once more. He's got Tri-Brush Ward. Elyoya is going to look for an angle in the lane, but I think he's just covering.
At the very least, Koi's bot lane, they've gotten out of their tower's range, which must feel nice. Unfortunately, they will be sent right back under
the turret range again. Yeah.
They had a moment of reprieve.
Nice.
Super not doing the worst in terms of farm. Obviously, he's been in a crazy, he's been put under a crazy amount of pressure.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's about, well, he's about 2.5 waves down, which is like not bad all things considered. You really haven't had any jungle support, especially with your jungler dying pretty early.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's doing the best he can. He hasn't died yet, which is the most important thing. No dive has actually come through from the side of KC. Instead, they've just been chipping away at that tower. Wouldn't be a bad idea, though, for KC to kind of stay out of range of that tower to allow those crystals to form, help them chip away at that objective a little bit more.
True. Remember, 240 seconds for the max stacks there. That's 4 minutes for those who learn to count at home. And as you said, staying away from it for the past 2.5 minutes. That's going to get to max pretty soon. So as Yike starts away the grubs, note that Elyoya was slow because, again, he was clearing bot camps. Just trying to catch up here. First objective went over to KC in that Dragon. Next one, at least 2, is going to go over to Yike. He's pulling for the time being, pulling this camp towards him. It's going to reset. That's also because Mirwin has just walked down and sacked 1 or 2 of these minions. So grubs go down regardless. And one left for Elyoya to pick up the scraps.
Super.
Or does it matter? Super might have to flash immediately here. Tether's going to come through. Busio now respected. Flash burnt. KC with leverage in the bot lane. Blast cone taken by Yike in the meantime. As Elyoya moves to the grub.
Yeah, Super kind of had to flash that because if the root came through, there was... Oh!
That's ambitious. Jojo leaps in, takes the turret shot, but Yehu, he got sent packing there. I wonder.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to use the ultimate. Jojo, though, did get stunned up. Good reactions from Yehu.
I will say, what is developing mid, though, Vetty, is Jojo with a lead. Jojo...
Yeah, he does do that.
He's pretty good.
He just builds those leads. He's at 103 CS, 9 minutes, 50 seconds in. So he is at a very comfortable 10 CS per minute.
Yeah.
He's sticking around for another wave. He's going to quickly melt through that before he goes back to base. I mean, Kalist not far off him, though. 101 CS himself. And a decent amount of action happening on that bot side of the Rift as well. But so far the game, in terms of the tension, seems to have slowed down. Maybe Elyoya wants to change that as he's trying to sneak his way up into the alcove. Observers showing us what can be seen by Kana right now.
And he's timing the flash so well, Vetty. Look at the timer on your screen. You can see we're just a little bit shy of that flash being off the cooldown. So Elyoya is really trying to punish it. Decimating Smash avoided. Kana stepping up. Here's Elyoya, the flag drag, gets the knock up. Kana at half HP already. Mirwin needs another Decimating Smash, but he ulties instead. The flash has just come off cooldown. A brilliant play as Jojo flashes away from the seismic shove onto Yehu as he flashes away as well. Jojo's coming close, but yikes! The clutch factor again. He's here to save his mid laner proud.
Yike, just at the right moment, helps protect his mid laner from getting solo killed by Jojo. He will be able to convert this into his second dragon for KC as well. The bot lane being put under relentless pressure from Busio and Kalist. Koi can be happy after finding a pick in the top side, but the rest of the map is going all the way of KC.
Boy, Tempered Fate onto Kalist. He caliber netted out of that one. And so no punishment there. Alvaro can't get too much done, and KC are going to get double dragon. But again, some kind of resilience up in the top lane. Some kind of redemption as Elyoya is now on the board.
My goodness, though. Jojo, the reason why he didn't have his flash was because he used it to flash away from the knockback that Yehu was threatening with when he initially knocked Yehu underneath the tower. But because he had burnt that flash early, the moment he'd committed to trying to get that kill, he was committed. There was no way of getting out. So the moment Yike arrived, he knew that the play would end in disaster. Yike was the one that picked up that kill. Gonna get that bot crab as well. We just mentioned that the dragon was secured. Super's got to be careful here. Of course, they do have information as to where Busio is. But Super being denied so much farmers. The quest now completed for 3 members on the side of KC.
Crucially, it's that bot lane for Kalist. That extra gold on minions, but that extra chunk of change. You know, that 300 in his back pocket just for existing in Summoner's Rift. And it's going to be real nice here as we head towards what looks like a collector first item. Kalist is going to get this wave pushed in, maintain that 20 CS lead, or at least 15. Elyoya, meanwhile, we shift the camera towards him in the mid lane, and Yehu under threat, who also burned his flash. But playing mega safe here.
Fan chants continuing to come through strong.
This is a new one. I haven't heard this one.
Yeah, this one's new for me as well.
Hey. Good song. Jump back's not bad.
They're really they've got this on lockdown. They've got a repertoire.
You know, the only thing, I don't know any fan chants because I'd go to an arena, I'd just start singing the Macarena.
Of course.
That's
a classic.
I think that would show my support for anything.
The only fan chant I ever knew was Bread of Heaven when I went to watch Wales play.
Bread of Heaven?
Bread of Heaven.
Is that for your football team?
No, rugby team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I went to watch Wales play in the Six Nations.
Nice.
The arena singing Bread
I think
of Heaven
we're in that, aren't we? Australia's in that.
No.
We're disengaged? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are.
No, they're not.
Australia's in rugby. We play rugby as Jojo's backing off. Look, here comes the rest of KC. 4 members, in fact, as well. Jojo doesn't stand a chance as Alvaro flashes away. It's KC. They're bringing the pain once more. No objective up on this bot side, but they are keeping the pace going here in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the aggression from Jojo earlier, but now it's just getting a little reckless. He's way too... was it supposed to be a pun? he overstays in the bot lane. Like, he's so deep. He stuns himself trying to go for a trade that Yahoo has reacted to every single time Jojo has tried to slide in. And then a quick collapse comes through from Yike and Busio, and the extra movement speed that Busio can give to his jungler to provide that quick rotation from one side of the map to the other means that there's no room for escape. Alvaro did what he could to try and protect him, but I mean, I guess he still had the ultimate available, chose not to use it. Instead, it'll be a 2k gold lead now for KC. Herald is up in 30 seconds. You can see Yike is already on that top side of the map. Elyoya is trying to cross map by getting some information on the bot side of the jungle, but Busio is reading it well.
Kalist stepping up, putting traps down. Elyoya, Flag and Drag, Tempered Fate, but is this going to help them? This gives Yike time to go into Super. As Arclight Ruin comes through, Kalist spaces him well. Cataclysm there. Yike is going to die, however. So one for Koi. Alvaro's ult was a bit on the nose, but it smells good in the end for Koi.
It certainly does. I was a bit worried because, as you highlighted, it felt like it just gave an opportunity for Kalist to get out of the way. He does flash away to safety, but the follow-up ult was good. If the camera's here, it feels like it must be a fight.
Well, Jojo, he's the one getting flicked about once again. Redemption coming in to help out, and I think it was more KC. Jojo gets out of the way. Turret goes down. Meanwhile, we go back towards mid for the fighting. Half HP for both AD carries, but Super's ulti is down. Kalist is not, blocked by Alvaro. Regardless, for Koi, anything that stagnates or holds the game at a net even is not bad. And Herald going down for Elyoya. This should be a much worse game.
I mean, you're definitely right that Koi is quite happy to just sit back and scale. The problem is the side lane pressure that KC is developing. We'll look back at this play first, though. An ICQ comes through from Elyoya, utilizing the Fog of War to catch Kalist off. He then nets away to safety, forced to flash when the Cataclysm comes down, but Yike has no flash to get out of there, which means that he ends up dropping. Remember, he did use his ult to get that pick onto Jojo in the bot lane earlier as well. But the bot lane tower going down, I should say, Yahoo is building up a decent advantage over Jojo just because of how many times they were able to punish him for his aggression. And now he has a full level advantage over Jojo as well. Level 12 on the Taliyah, working towards that second item.
Now, I think it's worth mentioning that everything looks to be up and available outside of Ace in the hole. Flash down for Kalist as we head towards this dragon fight, and for Busio. So those summoners crucial as Herald gets summoned. Koi want to stop the flow of dragons. Tempered Fate comes in first, and deletion onto the Karma. KC are getting threaded apart and flashing out. Elyoya is just on top of the carry. Gets two for the price. The one howls that as Mirwin is now chasing down. A decimating smash incoming onto Kana. Arclight flashed away from him. Yike running for the hills as well. KC in the blink of an eye just got absolutely annihilated.
Simple yet effective as Jojo looks for one more. He'll find the kill onto Yike, but obliteration as KC lose 4 members off the back of that engage. Alvaro connects the ultimate onto Kalist, and I thought that he was going to be the first target, but they melt through Busio. They then turn their attention onto the other carries, and watch this fight play out. Mirwin finds a TP flank angle. They destroy Busio. Yahoo and Super are skirmishing off. The flash then makes it easy for Jarvan to clean up that fight alongside Super. And then it's just a matter of retreating for Yike and Kana. He has to flash away to safety.
Oh my God.
I mean, they're having a bit of fun with it.
The flame.
But I mean, we talked about the ease of execution, and credit to Mirwin. I didn't actually see where he TP'd to, but that positioning was just fantastic.
Yep.
Right behind the team, a nice knockup. And again, like, sometimes the simplicity of a composition, just go forward. That's all you got to do. Hit whoever's in front of you, and you'll do damage.
The game's now in a completely different swing. Look at how red it is. Elyoya, the recovery in this game has been really commendable as well. 6 out of 6 KP, and for a guy that lost his blue buff, got caught out early, bit of a redemption arc in this game. It's led Koi into victory, into success. Mirwin gets an honorable mention. I'm sure we can break this apart, but for now, Vetti, KC, as you said, their engaged potential is worrying in this game. You said it in draft. You talked about how side lanes could be moved into in the mid game. But with all this gold now available, with the second item on the Super, is starting to get stronger a little bit earlier than we expected.
But that scenario is exactly what we talked about in draft, which is the one where when Case... Oh.
Kana gonna sidestep. Nah, hit in like a block of wood. This guy's about to be cemented. But I don't know building supplies well, but Kana, he ain't building into anywhere as Jojo runs on him. Midwin tanks up for now. Kana gets out. Okay, he's alive. He didn't have a flash, but and enough damage to follow up.
Midwin held on to his Q for quite a while. I think he wanted to wait and see what direction Kana went in, and then when he finally decided to move, he ended up missing the Q. So the TP investment from Jojo doesn't get them a pick. He will stick around top lane to get themselves a plate. But the reason why I think that last Dragon was important to talk about a little bit more was just because it was Koi that had position on the Dragon initially. And then you could see how difficult it was for Casey to actually approach. The ultimate will be used onto Kalist. He'll sidestep that one, nothing too scary for him. But they really need to leverage their disengaged tools and their range when playing against Koi. They need to try and chip away at the HP bars and leverage things like the Caitlyn trap. The fact that Yehu can easily chip away your HP, maybe find a flick back to chunk someone out before the fight starts. You can't just fully commit to a straight-on 5v5 front to back because that's the type of environment that Koi's composition is going to thrive in.
Yep. Exactly what we got last time as well. So for KC, they're splitting apart right now and looking to maintain some of this vision line, but MKoi grouped up in this 3-stack. They've set up Phaelite, they've set up the river, Baron's up, and that's why, again, controlling this here at the 20.5-minute mark is important, but Dragon will be even more important, because like for KC, when we're talking about this team fight scenario, if they can find a pick, get that poke off that you're suggesting, it sets them up to move to Soul Point and regain control of this game. So just trying to fade in top lane in the meanwhile. Yehu has got a bit of support on his back end from Busio, but Elyoya backs away. Yehu will do the same. 1:20. Dragon seems to be the next play here as we head towards 2. 3 item state in some of these big carries.
KC needs the rally of their fans right now as they've lost that momentum. The goal difference isn't insurmountable, is the important thing. It's not like this game is completely over for KC by any means. They are hitting some big item spikes, of course. That Infinity Edge finished a little while ago for Kalist, but still, a big item secure. Once he gets that armor penetration complete, the LDR, he's going to have ways to get through Mirwin's HP bar. The question is, will it be too little too late at that point, as Mirwin, I mean, yeah, he's quite the force to be reckoned with on this Zion.
So easy to take. And that opens up for the potential, again, of Dragon for MKoi. Longer lane down in that bot lane and fighting over this Phaelite for now. It'll be next wave into the move for Dragon. Pings are going up top, and KC maybe foregoing this, Betty. Yike is sticking around up here. But, yeah, Elyoya is sticking a bot. TP's going to be committed. That's from Yehu. And I think they're just saying, yeah, forget it, especially with that TP.
Ike's trying to set up a trap. Seeing if he can catch out Jojo. But Jojo is not falling for it. Now Yike's going to be spotted and Jojo will be forced to back away. That tower is going to go down, so the cross map that you suspected will come through. And now we'll enter another lull state, really, just because there's no objectives to play for. 2-2 in Dragons. There's not really that much pressure on either side. KC's going to continue to roam around, see if they can find a pick. Maybe a straggling Koi member wandering where they shouldn't. Camp's going to be stolen. And speaking of a wandering member, Alvaro, got to be careful.
Flicked back, tries to yoink Super Zero over the side. The smite's in. Tempered Fate is going to be used, but in response, a turn from Super onto Kalist, but there's a bit of backup. Yeah, who sets the wall down? TP going to be burned, and MKoi commit a little bit from this. You could say KC the same with some ultis, but that teleport is now down.
Okay, so you can see that both teams are very aware that a slip-up, a fight, could result in the Baron going down. So they've got to be cautious of these engages that are coming through from both sides. But now that mid has been opened up, it's free for the taking. Good damage. Kalist should be able to secure this. Oh, but yeah, who's alone?
Here comes Jojo in. He gets stunned up midway. Has he got enough mana for the ulti? He'd have to think so, but he autos instead. Blocked by Kana! Yeah, who lives on? A magical journey taken, and Kana's going to stop overheating in his deck and start heating up. Alvaro, luckily, with the Cosmic Binding, gets away. but a good counter gank there from Kana.
A clutch outplay as Yehu flashes out, Kana flashes in. Secures that kill onto Jojo and helps protect his mid laner. Actually gives Yehu the experience advantage as well in the 1v1. My goodness, a very close situation that doesn't really convert into much else. No Baron was threatened there.
What's the more valuable flash? I mean, I guess Kana not having his summoner is...
I mean, Yehu not having flash means that Alvaro should be using his ulti now on that Talia.
True.
I mean, same could be said for the Rumble. The arm guard being finished on him will allow Kana to buy a little bit more time, should he need to. But really, it looks like everyone is desperately trying to get that third item. As I say that, I look at Super's itemization, 3 items completed. And that is one scary superstar.
On to Kalist, flashes forward. Super, Redemption comes down, tickles him a little bit. Tongues out for Kalist. Both AD carries walk away with flashes down.
He did see that graphic earlier, and he did take it personally.
Yeah.
Flashing onto Kalist, forcing out the trade of flashes. Is that both AD carries now, prime targets.
Kana has to probably walk away from this. Jojo's going to take the turret. This is it, does a lot of damage, almost 3 items himself as well. Going to deny as many minions as possible and takes it down. So, all outers are now down, Vidi. Big map. Baron still stands, Dragon in 2 minutes. Mkoi have been accruing these Ocean Dragons. Ace in the hole tickles Super a little bit as well. Just the 3 items, as you already mentioned. But that LBR you wanted to see, with the Giant Slayer passive back, very important to note, which is going to hurt Mirwin, is on Kalist.
A lot of magic resist being completed for Mirwin. Super, no flash, no flash.
Okay, flash committed. Yike pulls out his own. Super, is he caught out? Tempered Fate onto Elyoya. Stops the flag and drag, but Yike's holding these out. Elyoya now matches well. He flashes out of his Cataclysm. Mkoi started this off so messy, and Mirwin is driving by. He'll go to the supermarket and then come back to think about the fight. Mkoi have used a little bit there, but it started with Super. Then Elyoya. Now those summoners are down.
I mean, a very scary situation for Super to be in, as Yike, he was quick to collapse on that play, but so is the rest of Koi. A scary situation as Alvaro ended up temper fating his own jungler.
He did.
But then Elyoya quickly, with the ultimate, into flash to get him away to safety. It was a trade of flashes for the junglers. Barrier was used by Super, so it's just summoner spells being expended once again. Both teams, you can see how keen and ready they are to fight, but a lot of these fights aren't always converting into game-winning fights or meaningful advantages that could maybe open up a Baron. The gold difference remains the same. Everyone returns to these side lanes, but Dragon, 45 seconds. The thing is, both teams don't really have to fight it. There's no need to just yet. We're not at that sole point. If KC want to just prioritize farming a little bit more, waiting a little bit longer, alternatively, Koi, if they feel like they can't get good position around the objective, maybe they choose to concede it, maybe even threaten a Baron themselves. I mean, what am I saying? This is Koi. They've got a Sion, but they want to force their way in. I mean, that's the beauty of Sion as a champion. He doesn't care about face checking.
They are thinking about that Baron call you mentioned. KC are pulling off. They say, no, forget the look at Dragon for the time being, even with 10 seconds of it being away. Mkoi have cleared out vision around this Baron pit. Observers, if we could look and see what they see. The answer is nothing, of course. Baron has begun, and Azir and Super, even though he's not there, trying to fade it in. Face check here from Yike. He gets good engaged. The wall is up as well. Mkoi, they're separated, but they're flicked back onto Mirwin, and he's a tank. He cares not. He's zoned out now with the Equalizer down as well. Mkoi, the same could be said. Bit of tickling damage too as KC walked in. Have mid-pro, but now walk out.
But this is good from KC. Look at how damage they've taken versus Koi. They want to be chipping away at these HP bars, keeping them at a distance, making that engage harder for Koi. But the TP's coming back in. Elyoya looking for a flank angle. KC will not give it to them. Mirwin. Ultimates were used.
Mirwin thinking about using one himself as well. Running down onto Busio. There it is. CC immune, but he misses. He whiffs. Elyoya gets a knock-up onto Yehu on the side. He's separated while the Dragon goes down the flash for the Cataclysm, but down he drops. Elyoya picks up the kill, and all it costs was a couple of rocks. KC on Soul Point for 1.
But now they can threaten the Baron. KC, they've only got 4 members. Caitlyn is their only damage. They have Kana too. His ultimate's still a ways away. Mirwin going to act as bodyguard to keep them away from it. Yike is the one you have to be most cautious of. if you're a Koi fan.
Okay, it starts off. Audacious strike already onto Mirwin. He's just in the way. A big body at 4K. The Baron's going down, but Mirwin's starting to chip down as well. Finally, it drops the flash. Jojo gets the one-man ulti. The Karna's right on him. And at full HP, he cares not. Busio gets out. Well, the threat is now Super. Mirwin chasing down on the top of your screen as you see Busio's smashed in the head. And even though he should be dead, he's not yet. A magical journey while the back of the fight went well. Busio's caught down by an enemy Bard. Ain't many times you said that. As Alvaro gets the kill, the mess is there, but 3 of KC are down.
A big team fight that cements Koi's lead in this game. They find a very important pick onto Yehu. He's just trying to get a bit of chip damage. Alvaro flashes away, but Elyoya goes in. Super is right behind his jungler, and the moment that Yehu flashes, Elyoya knows the ulti. Then with the numbers advantage, they force that Baron down. Look at how much damage Mirwin is tanking up. He's trying to keep Yike out of the pit. He succeeds, and they turn it into a fight. It is Jojo that trades his life for Kalist, knowing that his team can clean up the fight once Kalist is gone. It's a worthwhile trade. And in the 3 versus 4, Koi find themselves an additional 3 kills.
Super somehow did not die. Arclight comes out in the end, and that helps cement the kill. 5,000 the lead. MKoi don't have a dragon to look at, but they do have a Baron buff that they can run down mid. It is definitely cinema. MKoi have had a couple of fantastic fights in this game, but KC keep holding on. Game's not over yet. Kana gets knocked into the air. There's an ulti coming through. A knock-up not hit by Mirwin. Weaver's Wall flies across the top of our screens as well, and Yehu tries to deny this way, but attempted fate. Hang on a minute. Bit of danger here, but Mirwin doesn't want to step up, scared of the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Yike is trying to find a flank, and he just dies to Super! Big mistake from the KC jungler, opens up the map for MKoi.
He was not expecting the assassin Super sitting in the brush, and now Koi looking for more.
It's a cataclysm down, it might be the finishing touches. Decimating smash is beautiful. Karna's ulti though, as he gets flicked back and overheat, would be fantastic, but he gets shielded up. Hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Karna needs to die. Alvaro knows, and as he goes, Golden Super steps up and fills the gap. Karna burning down the 80 carry, but he too will fall. Now through top, MKoi are looking to take it all.
Super plays with no fear, threatening the backline off of the engage from the rest of the Koi members. 2025, Koi could not take down KC in the regular season, but in 2026, they're looking to change that story.
Yikes up in 2 seconds. The only thing I'll say is how much can he do? How much can he delay? One Nexus turret at the very least. Busio trying to buy some time as well, but Mirwin is a body he can't just beat. Decimating smash down, and Super from afar runs into that Crescent Guard and takes him down yet again. Superstar 80 carry once more, finishes off with a double, and 2026 will just be a different year for the Spaniards. Eventually.
He does get a bit of a revenge kill back onto Super, but the Nexus will fall, and Koi will go 2-0 on the weekend, taking out both the top contenders, G2 and KC. To start off the split with this kind of a performance, Koi is making a statement that this LEC Versus is theirs to take.
MKoi, impressive stuff. He can both be a player of the game at LEC on X. Mirwin, Elyoya, Super. Hot damn, man. Some of those fights were brilliant. And even though there was some troubles in the early game, they really held on. They picked their battles well. And MKoi, your top team.
They trusted their comp, ultimately, right?
Yep.
It was going the way of KC in the early game. They had great pressure in the laning phase, but that pressure wasn't really converting into a significant gold lead. It wasn't turning into a snowball.
True.
And then there was just that one fight around Dragon where Mirwin found that flank. They were able to isolate the carries. They just steamrolled over KC in the 5v5. And then after that, it just became winning fight after winning fight after winning fight. They played patiently around the objectives, and they neutralized their opposition. A 6-1-5 scoreline for Super, only dying at the very end to Kalist rather than hitting the Nexus.
Yeah, by his own doing. And that guy on your screen as well. I mean, I will say early in the game, he had a pretty good start to the game. Got caught out a couple of times in the side lanes, but
Yeah, I mean, Jojo definitely had a couple of blunders in this game for sure, but I think in the team fights, again, he did exactly what he needed to. He realized who the important player was, he locked them out, and he was able to do what Koi needed to secure the victory.
And so did this guy. I mean, this guy is resilient, hey, Shox.
He sure is. Elyoya brings it home with MKoi versus KC. Hey! Hey, Elyoya, if they want to do that, do you want to do together what you were chanting in the game whenever you killed Yahoo?
I mean, I think just at any time we took the opportunity to just howl like they were doing. So.
You want to do it to them, or?
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Good sports, good sports. You had trouble in the regular season last year beating KC. What was different today?
I mean, I think we grew so much as players. I think, honestly, Worlds, the experience that we got in Worlds and in the internationals, MSI, all of it, I think it benefited us a lot. I think both us and G2, got a lot from these experiences. So, I think we're just stronger than in the regular season.
Yeah, the difference seems to be that for G2 it hasn't worked out yet, right? What do you think in your preparation then was so vital that you do seem to be the strongest team here so far?
I think many things. Obviously, like I think there is too many factors, like the way we prepare every day. Like it's not only on game days; it's just our routines, how we take practice, how we approach every single day as opportunities. I think right now the routine that we have and how we view the way to the top, let's say, or like to the top, I think we're on a good track.
Okay, I know there's a lot of believers in you guys, Finn included. He was being very strong. He said they have to be the team, they can be the team that wins here in LEC Versus. When you look at the playing field, how do you feel about that, the chances to win this tournament?
I mean, obviously I think they are high. I always bet on us. I think we are a really strong team. But still, I think there is a really good competition in LEC like this year. I think KC, G2 are looking pretty strong, both of them. So, I think it's going to be interesting LEC, but obviously I think we will win.
Yeah, it's great to see a great start out of Movistar Koi. Can I ask you about the footwear? Because everybody's sporting the Crocs.
Yeah, I mean, it was... We started that trend, and everyone in the team copied. It was me, Luis, Supa.
Yeah.
I think we were just wearing them because they are comfy, and now everyone has them. I have to say the pioneer of this was Jojo Pion, who got fined.
He did?
Previously, yeah, he got fined for playing with Crocs on stage.
And now you're all wearing them?
And now we are all wearing the Crocs because it's fine. Right now it's allowed, so.
It is fine.
So far, 100% win rate.
It's true.
So, yeah.
I love it. It looks great, and I'm sure it's very comfortable as well. Anything to say to the MKoi fans? They had to hold the fort down against the KC fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did a really good job. Also, the KC fans. I think it's always nice to see any team that is loud for their team, even though when things are not going well, even in the game. I think it's really nice also having our fans, because I think that's who real fans are when they are there in tough times or in good times. So I like to thank both of the crowds. I think it was quite nice playing the game, so thank you to both.
Awesome. There we go. Thank you so much, Elyoya. And now over to the best bot lane in EU in PTL.
Thank you so much.
The best bot lane, they were in that rivalry last year, and the best bot lane, they are still, guys. Alvaro, Supa, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down KC today. How do you feel right now, both of you?
I mean, I would say I'm happy. I mean, of course, there is always like, as I said, like competition. Of course, in this case, it feels like a bit more special as well, since it's the rivalry.
Yeah.
So, I mean, getting to face into a good team, proving that we are, getting there. I think there is still things that we can improve, but right now, happy.
Tell me about this special feeling, especially when these guys are around being loud.
I mean, today it was really nice because there could be many fans from Koi, but there is still KC fans making so loud. It was really, really funny today match, so I appreciate it.
Super guapo, I hear. All right, all right. Well, you have support here as well,
Yeah, of
nonetheless. And you managed to come out of top. Shout out to the Koi fans who are here, of course, to support them. I gotta say, guys, looking at the KC game, looking at the draft, it felt like with the draft that you had, they were always gonna lose slowly, even if they had the advantage in the early game with the Caitlyn Karma. I felt like it was never going to be enough, especially with that Sion on the top lane and the fact that you have this beefy front lane to defend the bot lane.
I mean, I think in this case, for example, picking a immobile ADC, even if he has a jump as well,
Yeah.
I can always force it with my ulti, and we have Jarvan ulti after, so I think it's pretty hard that he needs to position really well, and if he's playing without flash, then there is also Aesir threat with the combo. So I think, yeah, it's a hard game to play, but of course we were also playing with the silent and the tempo, and it was way easier as well to play like that.
Suba, I'm really surprised to see so many Yunara opens lately. Because for me, it's one of the strongest ADC we had. It was one of the strongest ADC we had last year. I feel like it's still the same case. Are there too many OPs right now and it's just leaving a huge boulevard for Yunara?
I mean, after last year, insane feedback from Thef, telling me that I played a terrible game in Yunara in the finals into G2.
Oh, no.
You know, I think he wanted to disrespect me, so he wanted to make me better. So that's why I think Yunara was open today. But I'm really happy with the champion. I think it's a champion that lets you create a lot of windows by yourself. So I don't complain.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really nice champion to play, especially when you can get those combos and this mobility going. Honestly, great game from you guys all across the board. I want to follow up on something that Shox was saying, because whenever you would win a team fight today, I want production to play whatever you guys were doing. You were chanting Yahoo!
I don't hear you.
Sorry, it's fine. It's fine.
A bit
It's fine. We're gonna take a look at the team fights that you guys were playing, because of course, beautifully executed. Again, I still feel like you had engage, you had follow up. They didn't have much engage. They didn't have much tools to actually fight you. So it feels like the game was always gonna be won. But you were thriving off of the wolf chants.
I mean, in this case, for example, I think we started like chanting. Yeah, you can even hear it right now. I mean, we were just enjoying. I think it's, it's pretty good vibes right now, both from the KC fans and also from ourselves in the game. And yeah, I think, of course, in this fight, after this fight goes well, it was way easier to play the map after, since we had all the control.
I mean, I think enemy mid laner has so much aura, you know?
Yeah.
I want my fans to shout me this again, because it was amazing.
Did Jojo say something about Reapers? Because he's his former coach.
I remember that in the day that we had the content, they were talking, but I don't know if today they were like talking as well.
All
but
right.
Yeah.
So it's double combo actually, because they have Zeph and Reapers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jojo has worked with both as well.
Oh my god, feels extra good, especially winning against KC today. I want to talk about the LEC so far, how everything has been going. I was talking to Mirvin yesterday, especially coming out of Worlds. What are your learnings, things that you want to take from Worlds last year, both international experiences actually, that is going to help you perform better this year?
Yeah, I mean, from this world, at least as a team and individually, I think what we learn is we need to be more oppressive, we need to create more windows being coordinated as individual, because before we were like just winning as a team and we were like letting the enemy play. And I feel like right now, this year we are trying to be really oppressive. When we get a lead, we want to push, be more deep. And I think that's the biggest learning we got from Worlds.
The thing is that you decided to stay with the same team, even if there's a different coaching staff alongside Melzed. Do you feel like it's easier to pick things up where you left them, or actually you may be creating more expectations?
I think it's both ways. I think there is, of course, more expectation as well. But at the same time, since we have been working already together, it's also easier to know what to expect from each other. At the same time, it's like kind of like a double-edged sword, because you will think that someone is not putting the effort, or you also know them from before. But I will say in this case it's something that is positive, since we know each other for a long time. I have been with Suba for 3.5 years, and we know how to work together and how to get to the main goal, that is in the end being better and of course winning in the end.
Yeah, you know how to push each other in the end, and yeah, that's the formula that's working for MK so far. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we left things at the second day of LEC Versus so far. What has been the most surprising result for you guys?
I mean, I will say Navi, but honestly, I think they will do well, and I think they are doing it pretty well. So for me, my biggest surprise, I would say, is Navi bot lane, because I think Samdi is playing way, way better than last year when he was with Malran. So I will say Navi is the biggest surprise.
I mean, today it surprised me a bit the SK into Fnatic. I thought Fnatic would win, but at the same time, I can see SK winning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, of course, G2-0-2, it feels a bit weird, but I think he had like tough opponents in this case. Like they had to face us and Giants. With I think also that Giants will be on the top. So yeah, I will say those two.
Yeah, G2 at the beginning of the season, you can never count them out in the end. And SK, that's the ego win that they needed today, especially going against Fnatic. Who are you playing tomorrow? Let's take a look at the schedule to see how we're going to end this week, because it's going to be Shifters. Shifters, they had an interesting week. When I look at day 1, day 2, they managed to come back, but how convincing are they?
I mean, I think they are a team that you can't just discoordinate, do solo plays. You need to actually play well. But I think when the enemy team plays more solid, they still miss something as a team. Like, for example, today we saw when they are trying to do team fights or set up objectives, they are still struggling a bit. So I think we can't relax. We need to be really focused tomorrow.
Any comments on Trimby? Coming back to a major region after being in Brazil for a year, I feel like it's not easy. Even though he spent a lot of time in LEC, what do you think about his comeback here?
I mean, I was talking with him as well in Worlds, both in the hotel and in the venue, and I was talking as well, maybe we had to face each other. And we were talking about Europe as well, about the level. And now that he came back, I said, you know, good to see you again. So I'm just willing now to play into him. I think he's a really good support as well. So yeah, of course. I mean, I think in this case, for example, maybe it's a bit harder since we know that he also likes to communicate and everything. And now he has like a Korean on his side. But yeah, I mean, right now they're playing decent. So I'm down for tomorrow.
And it's nice to have returning players to the league, of course. Guys, it's already late, so I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you rest. Gracias por la entrevista. As usual, it's always, thank you so much. I forgot you speak French. I said I was going to learn Spanish and you have to learn French.
I know
That's
so
something
little,
we promised each other. Okay. We'll follow up on this one later. Guys, thank you so much. It was great having you.
Thank you.
And thank you all so much for watching this second day of LEC Versus. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, have a good night or afternoon or morning, wherever you are. Be nice to each other. See you tomorrow.
Probably why we're not seeing it on stage is Ice does get the cleanse, but it doesn't stop the successive CC from coming in. Bukana on the way down, decent damage to the crushing blow, and there it is! The fast bomb to finish it, Pada.
For a second.
I'm hooking too.
Nice tank. That's fine. Go home, Chris. Good fight.
The shifters get burned, and they get the objective. And they get the fight. Nuke.
Che on the top side.
No flash, keep noob. Okay, let's go.
Much in these first 2 levels.
This is not the game I expected.
Yukino absolutely dominating in the context of that 1v1 match with Bots now going all in. That's the ulti from Tao. Bots maybe waiting.
I have my dash. GG. Oh my god, I keep drinking.
Misses the Q3, will go all out, and I think he just needs to walk this one off, but instead he wants to go right back in, dashing through. Q3 not going to do much, knock go.
The first one. Yeah, it's coming.
We can see the fight slow.
Hook on dead. Okay. Look Talia.
Yeah. And then
Yukina.
Yeah. Enough damage.
James, that ulti used well in first blood. Over Jun somehow.
Oh, it's Linting.
Ricochet. Nice. In the push. Nice. Get there. Keep there.
Nice, guys.
Nice. Oh, shit. Okay. So hard fight.
No.
I'm one-shotting.
Nice.
Wait. Nothing.
Nice.
I'm ulting mid. Okay, I use ulted the tower.
No flash, both of them.
If Álvaro does this, we can handle it.
Yeah,
I will ulti the other.
Yeah. Boom!
Wait. Wait. Let me copy his build.
End.
Kill of 2025! A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best
best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's all ready for that trash slide. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in.